Good here. We are live with the Portraits in Metaphysics series, part 6. So, hope people enjoyed the last part in the series. A lot of information, a lot of stuff to cover, and trying to get more regular of these every other week, because I really have a lot to cover. And I'd like to do like 50 of these. And, especially if I get positive reinforcement, people enjoying these videos. So, with that, we're going to continue straight into the foundation of the Royal Society. So we'll continue with the series. So let me just do a quick review, and then we'll jump right in because a lot to cover. So for those new to Duvid, the series started from a series on the philosophy of science. So I had a 10-part series on the philosophy of science, and it was mainly then I was doing week in review of Church of Entropy, and I wanted to add some due diligence to my multiple truth hypothesis, just intellectualism in general, to understanding the truth. What is the truth? The nature of knowledge, and what's the difference between scientific truths and religious truths, spiritual truths, uh, different theories of truths. And I thought I'd do a deep dive into the philosophy of science, and I discovered a lot from doing it. One is that the philosophy of science is not a well understood topic. It is not something that there's a few books on, people know a little bit about it. There's famous names like Karl Popper and Thomas Kuhn that people have heard of, but it's not widely studied. Most universities don't offer a degree. Like at most, maybe there's a course in it, and most people who study science and engineering don't know much about it. And that's why you have so many of these misconceptions about science, mostly from scientists, let alone, like debate me bros, modern day materialists. And, how did we get to this point where, this is our current understanding of the world? So I went into detail about various aspects. It was a 10-part series. And, I went to, the history, scientific method, and I covered quite a bit of some of the same names in metaphysics, like Hobbes, Locke, Kant, Hume, and the neo-Kantianism leading up to the Vienna Circle. And that's a deep topic I've been covering quite a bit, and want to go more in detail to get become conversant with the major names and their ideas, and plus some of these basic concepts that are important, besides for the schools, like logical positivism, pragmatism, um, the different ways of looking and understanding the world, in the important concepts for science, like axiomization, unity in science, progress in science, physicalism, realism, rationalism, imperialism, reductionism, measurement, mathematical indispensability, truth, models and laws, explanation, objectivity, incommensurability. Tom, God bless you. Always a pleasure. Good to see you. Uh, Computer simulations, experiments, operationalism, uh, mind-brain identity. Looked at quantum mechanics, philosophy of statistics, computation. And so there's a whole bunch of various issues that I covered in the philosophy of science series. And I could have just went on, like I did some research, but I wanted to push myself. I want to really push forward my multiple truth hypothesis, and I'm trying to bite off something extremely large. And like I watch active inference. I was watching like Jordan Peterson and Elon Musk, and I say like, I've acquired a lot of knowledge that most people don't know, and how to express that. And I really need to do the due diligence and know the canonical literature to be conversant in the history of ideas, who said, when said, how these things were developed, and the confusion around what is the current state of knowledge, where there is a lot of confusion about the current state of knowledge. And a lot of people don't realize that there's confusion about the current state of knowledge. They assume that many of these things have been answered, and then say, well, who would have answered them? And So we'll say, well, what are the big names and what did they say? And even like the modern day big names in the philosophy of science, most people have never heard of, like the Vienna Circle and their disciples in America, like Carnap and Nagel, Ayer, maybe like Bertrand Russell, people have heard of, but the modern day like Strawson, Lewis, uh, Richard Rorty, most people have never even heard of these people, let alone their importance for the current philosophy of science. So with that, I started my metaphysics series, and from metaphysics, I divided the important topics of metaphysics, epistemology, and ontology, and the history of it. All of these going back to the Greeks, although metaphysics being the oldest, and physics, Aristotle, and this was actually canonized later by people who put together Aristotle's work, not by Aristotle himself, but Aristotle's books on physics, which were natural law, physical law, and then metaphysics, meaning beyond physics, meaning the more precursors, concepts that could not be determined through physicality, and that'd be like the nature of categories, cause and effect, universal laws, the philosophical precursors to science. And then there's also epistemology, the study of knowledge. How do you know knowledge? And ontology, the study of being. And all these things are important. Okay, oh, God bless, good to see you, is always important for the study of knowledge. And so, part two, okay, yeah, good for you. Always good to be educated. I still haven't had a chance to listen to Mark Passio. And someone in my chat comes using his name, but it's not him. But it's a huge topic. So anybody, people commonly ask me, like, Church of Entropy even message, like, where, what's a good start to start learning philosophy? And there really is no good starts. There's multiple books that are like introduction to philosophy, and to say it's a huge topic. So really just start anywhere. You could look at like historical overviews. You could watch a video lecture series. But really it's a lifelong task of self-education. And the important thing is just to start somewhere. And, kind of like studying the Talmud. If you study Bacchius, meaning quickly, one page a day, you could finish all the Talmud in 7 years. But that's just a quick overview. Let alone if you study in yeshiva or like a kollel in depth, you'll never finish the whole thing. So to in-depthly study the whole thing is beyond the scope of one person doing in their lifetime. But if you just start doing overviews over a period of like a decade, you could cover the major topics and the major names. And, like you mentioned, like the great works series, and, just pounding through the great works. So, start different topics. So, even these are somewhat in-depth overviews of major thinkers, but relatively, the people who are writing these, they've read probably 50 to 100 books just on the one subject that they're writing the synopsis in the Plato Encyclopedia that I've been mostly using. So the people who are writing what I'm using, they've probably read 100 books just on one small subject. Let alone now I've covered hundreds of topics, and so you're talking thousands of books, and so your time willing, I will go more into depth. In Week in Review, I do go more into depth into many of these topics, but you're just doing overviews, and I'm trying to group them together. So part two, I looked at some of the ancient Greek precursors, Greek skepticism, Plato and Aristotle, innateness forms in Neoplatonism, and some of these long shadow of the ancient Greek realm, as I think Bertrand Russell said that, or his more Russell's co-author said that your philosophy is footnotes on the arguments between Plato and Aristotle. So just the long form of those important arguments. And then in the next, on the metaphysics series, I went into Indian metaphysics and epistemology and perceptual experience and concepts and analytical philosophy. And then I did Chinese metaphysics and epistemology. And when I started the metaphysics series, I thought I was just going to go straight into the metaphysics, but it was such a wide topic, hard to understand. somewhat like, esoteric, because it's metaphysics by itself. It's very difficult to understand. So I decided that a better way to go about doing it would be to look at portraits of works of famous thinkers. And yeah, thanks, Tom. So the first part that I did was some of the major names in the current form of most, then still focusing on the philosophy of science. And to some extent, this will be mostly focused on the philosophy of science, but I'm covering all the works of these metaphysical thinkers, and some of them only dedicated a small fraction of their work to things related to the philosophy of science. But the first one was more related to the current logical reductionism of science, that science could be reduced to logic and mathematics, and a lot of that coming post Vienna Circle, without getting into the modern, Vienna Circle modern era, which I will eventually, although it might take me quite a few months to wrap around to the modern era, because the prerequisites are so important. So the first one I covered Kant, Russell, Frege, Wittgenstein, and Bolzano. I think I had a power outage, so I didn't get to Bolzano. And all these people were very important in the history of logic. And, Kant's an important name, and I've covered a lot of Kant, and we're going to be looking at more Kant. But he also had a lot of work straight in logic, and Bertrand Russell, the polymath, probably the last of the universally well-known philosophers that was kind of like a public commentary, like a modern day Noam Chomsky, where he wrote close to 100 books on almost every subject, and he gave popular accounts of lay explanations of scientific concepts. To Frege, one of the fathers of logic and breaking away from the Aristotelian tradition. Wittgenstein, to the full fruition of Frege and the project of reducing philosophy to logic. And then his earlier, later, stances, and Bolzano, also an earlier theoretician on logic. In the second part, I started to look at continental German idealism and the foundation of science. And so there we looked at Leibniz, contemporary Fichte and Lotz, German idealists who were contemporaries of Kant, and Windelbaum, who was the person who coined the term science. And from there, I went more in depth. I'm sorry, Windelbaum was also an idealist. So the second lecture was on idealism, German idealism. So the third one were the foundations of modern science. And so that you have Whewell, the person who coined the term science, Poincare, the famous mathematician, physicist, who helped organize kind of the conceptualization of modern Newtonian, mathematically described universal scientific laws. Ernst Mach, who was the first chair of the Vienna chair of the philosophy of science that was, later became the Vienna Circle. Pierre Duhem, a French philosopher who came up with many important ideas related to the philosophy of science and metaphysics. Helmholtz, an important scientist who did studies into consciousness and I think electricity or biology, a polymath, and also helped universalize science and monism. And most of these are the late 19th century. Then I had a little bit more time, and I covered Ibn Sina in Islamic metaphysics that I'd wanted to do together at a pastime, so I just had that. I threw that in there, but also important, like you mentioned, my debate with Daniel Ikwakachu of a lot of the importance of the Islamic Golden Age and the philosophy, not only monotheism, but the advent of the scientific method, or what later became a Western philosophy. In the fourth part, I covered the big names in American pragmatism. Say the philosophy of America is largely pragmatism, and as opposed to German idealism or British empiricism. And so we looked at Charles Sanders Peirce, very important for the foundation of the scientific method, and also theories and logic. William James from psychology, who's probably the best known popularizer of American pragmatism. James Dewey, also very well known popularizer of American pragmatism, more in the political realm and education. George Herbert Mead, also in psychology, pragmatist, a lot of interesting theories on personality and identity, topics I might get more into detail and we can review over the next few weeks. And Richard Rorty, a contemporary, just passed away recently, who was at California, I forget what school offhand, and actually like Ralph from the House of Commons was even a student when he was in school, and but the most modern iteration of American pragmatism. Then last lecture, I looked at just some of the big names in philosophy. So, some of the important British empiricists of Locke and Hume, contemporary Bishop Berkeley, who he was an idealist and not even a monist. He had kind of like a Hinduized conception of the material not existing. And Berkeley's an important, I think he was an early critic of evolution, and he's an important character in the history of philosophy in general, and specifically post Newton and the foundation, the scientific criticism of science. And then important German idealist Hegel, who phenomenology of spirit, talks about different roles of knowledge, and his major work in the phenomenology of spirit, but also precursor works to more social realms that was picked up on by American pragmatists, and Arthur Schopenhauer, known as a pessimist, who also had theories on related to metaphysics and science, but had Vedic Hindu leanings. So I just tried to cover some of the big names in European history of philosophy. And then from there to this episode, I decided to jump right in to people related to the founding of the Royal Society. Very important topic, something I've talked about multiple times and multiple iterations. So today we'll be looking at Francis Bacon, one of the precursors of the scientific method, and early plans for the foundation of the Royal Society, although the Royal Society of London gets founded after his lifetime. Thomas Hobbes, who I don't believe was actually part of the Royal Society. He had issues with its founders, but has important philosophy for metaphysical ideas in terms of the founding of empiricism and criticisms, and larger important philosophy in the political sphere. So we'll cover all of his thought, or the overview from the Sanford Encyclopedia, and we'll hit the first woman in the series, Margaret Lucas Cavendish. And Cavendish was like an earlier philosopher, naturalist, and the Cavendish was a very wealthy family who supported Thomas Hobbes, and her husband was an initial member of the Royal Society. When I was young, I used to go near my house to the Cavendish Club, which was actually just a gambling hall where people got together and played like backgammon, poker, cards. But it was called the Cavendish Club, from the old school, Anglo norming, and I'm not sure if there's still Cavendish aristocracy, but so we'll get a female voice in here with some of her philosophy. And interesting, she's an early panpsychist, also possibly one of the early authors of science fiction. But some of her thoughts are interesting in relation to what was going on around the founding of the Royal Society. So Mary Lucas Cavendish married a Cavendish, and her brother Lucas was also part of the Royal Society. So Cavendish was part of the original founders of the Royal Society, and as KL's saying, there's still Chatham House Castle, there's still aristocrats around. So, and we'll cover a little bit of English history in relation. I skipped out little parts of it, but we'll look a little bit about some of the royal English history going around at the time, and some of the religious spheres. And I might circle back eventually to the difference in the the schools of the Protestants, the Catholics, the Jacobinists, the various Protestant schools of the Royalist, and we saw a little bit of that when we talked about Locke. Robert Boyle is one of the important founding members of the Royal Society, an important experimentist, contemporary of Locke and Newton, and well known till today to taught in basic science classes Boyle's law about the connection between pressure and volume, which later became the ideal gas law, PV equals nRT, but just the original relationship between pressure and volume from the experimentation of Robert Boyle. We'll see also with Francis Bacon that and Isaac Newton that most of these people at the founding of the Royal Society were still alchemists, and you just have the beginning, the spawning of the scientific method. But at the same time, many of them were alchemists and were applying the scientific method to experimentation within alchemy and still had spiritual leanings. So we'll do an introduction to Isaac Newton. This one's relatively short. It's just going to have his bio and an overview of his work. And then next week or the week after, I will dedicate a whole episode just to Newton and his research, the Principia, his philosophy, his view on space and time and motion, and his reception, in terms of David Hume and British empiricism. So let's jump right in, and we'll start with Francis Bacon. Hopefully today we'll go about 6 hours, so it's pretty long. It's not as long as the last one, although all of these are Newton's the shortest because it's just a brief overview, and we're going to do a whole episode on him. Bacon, Cavendish, and Boyle are all quite long. Thomas Hobbes is shorter than those, but so let's jump right in. We'll start with Francis Bacon, and we're doing it chronologically from the earlier. So Francis Bacon's born in 1561, and Isaac Newton's born in 1642. So Isaac Newton's born already after the death of Francis Bacon. Thomas Hobbes lives a very long life. Thomas Hobbes lives to like over 90 years old, into the late 1600s. Cavendish died early, born in 1623, and Robert Boyle, born in 1627, but lives close to 1700. So Bacon's kind of the precursor with some overlap. And I think next episode will be completely dedicated to Newton. And then the episode after that, I'm going to do the French counterpart. And the French counterpart includes, we'll look just a little bit at Descartes, just an overview, and I'll probably also dedicate a complete episode to Descartes. And we'll look at Pierre Gassendi, Arnault, and we'll see, and Marin Mersenne, and maybe one more. So, you'll see the overlap with some of the important French philosophers of science. We've already covered Leibniz before, so I'll probably stick in this time area for the next few episodes with a deep dive into Newton, and then the French counterparts of Descartes and his disciples, and then maybe I'll do a deep dive into Descartes and more of Leibniz's ideas. From there we'll have good background into the early Renaissance Enlightenment thought that leads into the modern science. Okay. Francis Bacon. Francis Bacon, 1561 to 1626, was one of the leading figures in natural philosophy and in the field of scientific methodology in the period of transition from the Renaissance to the early modern era. As a lawyer, member of Parliament, and Queen's Counsel, Bacon wrote on the questions of law, state, and religion, as well as contemporary politics, but he also published texts in which he speculated on possible conceptions of society and pondered questions of ethics, even in his works on natural philosophy. After his early studies at Trinity College, Cambridge, and Gray's Inn, London, Bacon did not take up a post at a university, but instead tried to start a political career. Although his efforts were not crowned with success during the era of Queen Elizabeth, under James I, he rose to the highest political office, Lord Chancellor. Bacon's international fame and influence spread during his last years, when he was able to focus his energies exclusively on the philosophical work, and even more so after his death, when English scientists of the Boyle Circle, the Invisible College, took up his ideas of a cooperative research institution in their plans and preparations for establishing the Royal Society. To the present day, Bacon is well known for his treatise on empiricist natural philosophy, the advancement of learning, Novum Organum Scientiarum, and for his doctrine of the idols, which he put forward in his early writing, as well as for the idea of the Modern Research Institute, which he described in Nova Atlantis. So you see that Francis Bacon's ideas became what became the Royal Society of London, although it didn't happen until after his death. And although he wrote extremely important things that are considered the precursor to the scientific method, he was more involved in politics and was actually the most senior ranking, one of the most senior ranking political officials in all of England. Biography. Francis Bacon was born on January 22nd, 1561, the second child of Sir Nicholas Bacon, Lord Keeper of the Seal, and his second wife, Lord Anne Cook Bacon, daughter of the Sir Anthony Cook, tutor to Edward VI and one of the leading humanists of the age. Lady Anne was highly erudite. She not only had a perfect command of Greek and Latin, but was also competent in Italian and French. Together with his older brother, Anthony Francis, grew up in a context determined by political power, humanist leaning, and Calvinist zeal. His father had built a new house in Gorhambury in the 1560s, and Bacon was educated there for some 7 years. Later, along with Anthony, he went to Trinity College, Cambridge, where he sharply criticized the scholastic method of academic training. Their tutor was John Whitgift, in later life Archbishop of Canterbury. Whitgift provided the brothers with classical texts for their studies: Cicero, Demosthenes, Hermogenes, Livy, Sallust, and Xenophon. Bacon began his studies at Gray's Inn in London in 1576, but from 1577 to 8 he accompanied Sir Amyas Paulet, the English ambassador, on his mission to Paris, according to Peltinon. During his stay in France, perhaps in the autumn of 1577, Bacon once visited England as the bearer of the diplomatic post, delivering letters to Walsingham, Burleigh, Leicester, and to the Queen herself. When his father died in 1579, he returned to England. Bacon's small inheritance brought him into financial difficulties, and since his maternal uncle, Lord Burleigh, did not help him to get a lucrative post as a government official, he embarked on a political career in the House of Commons. After resuming his studies in Gray's Inn in 1581, he entered the Commons as a member for Cornwall, and he remained a member of Parliament for 37 years. He was admitted to the bar in 1582, and in 1587 was elected as a reader at Gray's Inn. His involvement in high politics started in 1584, when he wrote his first political memorandum, a letter of advice to Queen Elizabeth. Right from the beginning of his adult life, Bacon aimed at a revision of natural philosophy, and following his father's example, also tried to secure a high political office. Very early on, he tried to formulate outlines for a new system of the sciences, emphasizing empirical methods and laying the foundation for implied science. This twofold task, however, proved to be too ambitious, and he realized in practice Bacon's ideas concerning a reform of the sciences did not meet with much sympathy from Queen Elizabeth or from Lord Burleigh. Small expectations on this front led him to become a successful lawyer and parliamentarian. So I'm going to skip some of his political exploits and controversies and rise and fall in political sphere. From the late 1580s onwards, Bacon turned to the Earl of Essex as his patron. During this phase of his life, he particularly devoted himself to natural philosophy. He clearly expressed his opinion in a famous letter of 1592 to his uncle, Lord Burghley. I confess that I have as vast contemplative ends as I have moderate civil ends, for I have taken all knowledge to be my province, and if I could purge it into two sorts of rovers, whereof the one with frivolous disputations, confutations, and verbiosities, and the other with blind experiments and auricular traditions and impostures, hath committed so many spoils, I should bring in industrious observations, grounded conclusions, and profitable inventions and discoveries, the best state of that province. This, whether it be curiosity, or vainglory, or nature, or, if one take it favorably, philanthropy, is so fixed in my mind as it could not be removed. And I do easily see that place of any reasonable countenance doth bring commandment of more wits than of a man's own, which is the thing I greatly affect. So there's going to be quite a few quotations in these in Old English. Bacon looked forward to the next reign and tried to get in contact with James VI of Scotland, Elizabeth's successor. During James' reign, Bacon rose to power. He was knighted in 1603 and was created a learned counsel a year later. He took up the political issues of the Union of England and Scotland, and he worked on a conception of religious toleration, endorsing a middle course in dealing with Catholics and nonconformists. Bacon married Elise Barnham, the young daughter of a rich London alderman, in 1606. 1 year later, he was appointed Solicitor General. He was also dealing with theories of the state and developed the idea, in accordance with Machiavelli, of a politically active and armed citizenry. In 1608, Bacon became Clerk of the Star Chamber, and at this time he made a review of his life, jotting down his achievements and failures. Though he still was not free from money problems, his career progressed step by step. In a period from 1603 to 13, Bacon was not only busy with English politics, he also created the foundations of a philosophical work by writing seminal treatises which prepared the way for the Nova Organum and for the Instauratio Magna. In 1613, he became Attorney General and began the rise to the peak of his political career. He became a member of the Privy Council in 1616, was appointed Lord Keeper of the Great Seal the following year, thus achieving the same position as his father, and was granted the title of Lord Chancellor and created Baron of Verulam in 1618. In 1621, however, Bacon, after being created Viscount of St. Alban, was impeached by Parliament for corruption. He lost all of his offices and his seat in Parliament, but retained his titles and his personal property. Bacon devoted the last 5 years of his life, the famous quinquennium, entirely to his philosophical work. He tried to go ahead with his huge project, the Instauratio Magnum Scientiarum, but the task was too big for him to accomplish in only a few years. Though he was able to finish important parts of the Instauratio, the proverb often quoted in his works proved true to himself, vita brevis ars longo. He died in April 1626 of pneumonia after experiments with ice. Natural philosophy struggle with tradition. Bacon struggled to overcome intellectual blockades, and the dogmatic slumber of its age in earlier periods had to be fought on many fronts. Very early on, he criticized not only Plato, Aristotle, and the Aristotelians, but also humanist and Renaissance scholars such as Paracelsus and Bernardino Telesio. After Aristotle provided specific axioms for everyday scientific discipline, what Bacon found lacking in the Greek philosopher's work was a master principle or general theory of science, which could be applied to all branches of natural history and philosophy. For Bacon, Aristotle's cosmology, as well as his theory of science, had become obsolete, and consequently, so too had many of the medieval thinkers who followed his lead. He does not repudiate Aristotle completely, but he opposes the humanistic interpretation of him with its emphasis on syllogism and dialectics. Scientia operativa versus textual hermeneutics, and the metaphysical treatment of natural philosophy in favor of natural forms or nature's effects as structured modes of actions, not artifacts, the stages of which correspond in the shape of a pyramid of knowledge to the structural order of nature itself. If any modern Aristotelians came nearer to Bacon It was the Venetian or Paduan branch represented by Jacopo Zarabella. On the other hand, Bacon criticized Talicio, who, in his view, had only halfway succeeded in overcoming Aristotle's deficiencies, although we find the debate with Talicio in an unpublished text of his middle period. Bacon began to struggle with the tradition as early as 1603 in Valerius Terminus. He already repudiates any mixture of natural philosophy and divinity. He provides an outline of his new method and determines that the end of knowledge was a discovery of all operations and possibilities of operations, from immortality, if it were possible, to the meanest mechanical practice. He opposes Aristotelian anticipatio natura, which favored the inquiry of causes to satisfy the mind instead of those as will direct him and give him light to new experiences and inventions. When Bacon introduces his new systematic structure of the disciplines in the Advancements of Learning, 1605, he continues his struggle with tradition, primarily with classical antiquity, rejecting the book learnings of the humanists on the grounds that they hunt more after words than matter. Accordingly, he criticizes the Cambridge University curriculum for placing too much emphasis on dialectical and sophistical training, asked of minds empty and unfraught with matter. He reformulates and functionally transforms Aristotle's conception of science as knowledge of necessary causes. He rejects Aristotle's logic, which is based on his metaphysical theory, whereby the false doctrine is implied that the experience which comes to us by means of our senses, things as they appear, automatically present to our understanding things as they are. Simultaneously, Aristotle favors the application of general and abstract conceptual distinctions which do not conform to things as they exist. Bacon, however, introduces his new conception of Philosophia Prima as a meta-level for all scientific disciplines. From 1602 to 12, Bacon pursues his work on natural philosophy, still under the auspices of a struggle with tradition. This tendency is exemplified in the unpublished tracts Temporis Partus Masculus Cogita S. Visa, 1607, Redigutio Philosarium, 1608, and De Principis Attica Originibus, 1612. Bacon rediscovers the pre-Socratic philosophers for himself, especially the atomists, and among them Democritus, as the leading figure. He gives preference to Democritus' natural philosophy in contrast to the scholastic and thus Aristotelian focus on deductive logic and belief in authorities. Bacon does not expect any approach based on tradition to start with a direct investigation of nature and then to assent to empirical and general knowledge. This criticism extended to Renaissance alchemy, magic, and astrology, because the methods of these disciplines are based on occasional insights but do not command strategies to reproduce the natural effects under investigation. His criticism also concerns contemporary technical literature insofar as it lacks a new view of nature and an innovative methodological program. Bacon takes to task the ancients, the scholastics, and also the moderns. He not only criticizes Plato, Aristotle, and Galen for their failings, but also Jean Fernel, Paracelsus, and Talicio, while praising the Greek atomists and Roger Bacon. Bacon's manuscripts already mentioned the doctrine of the idols as a necessary condition for constituting scientia operativa. In Cogita S. Visa, he compares deductive logic as used by the scholastics to a spider's web, which is drawn out of its own tails, whereas the bee is introduced as an image of scientia operativa. Like the bee, the empiricist, by means of his inductive method, collects the natural matter of products and then works them into knowledge in order to produce honey, which is useful for healthy nutrition. In Bacon's follow-up paper, Regarductio Philosophiarum, he carries on his empiricist project by referring to the doctrine of twofold truth, while in De Principis Attica Originibus, he rejects alchemic theories concerning the transformation of substances in favor of Greek atomism. But in the same text, he sharply criticizes his contemporary Talicio for propagating a non-experimental halfway house empiricism. Though Talicio proves to be a moderate modern, he clings to Aristotelian framework for continuing to believe in the quinto essentia and in the doctrine of the two worlds, which presupposes two models of natural law, one mode for the sublunary and another for the superlunary sphere. Natural philosophy, theory of the idols, and the system of sciences. The idols. Bacon's theory of idols is still important in modern psychology, identity theory, and I believe in my essay on identity theory, even consciousness, the idols of the mind is still a common knowledge today. The idols. Bacon's doctrine of the idols not only represent a stage in the history of theories of error, but also functions as an important theoretical element within the rise of modern empiricism. According to Bacon, the human mind is not a tabula rasa, instead of an ideal plane for receiving an image of the world in toto. It is a crooked mirror on account of implicit distortions. He does not sketch a basic epistemology, but underlines that the images of our mind right from the beginning do not render an objective picture of true objects. Consequently, we have to improve our mind, free it from the idols before we start any knowledge acquisition. As early as temper is practiced, the Mascalis Bacon warns the student of empirical science not to tackle the complexities of his subject without purging the mind of its idols. On waxen tablets, you cannot write anything new until you rub out the old. With the mind, it is not so. There, you cannot rub out the old till you have written in the new. Could also be considered a precursor to modern cognitive dissonance theory. In Regargutio Philosarium, Bacon reflects on his method, but he also criticizes prejudices and false opinions, especially the stream of speculation established by theologians as an obstacle to the progress of science, together with any authoritarian stance in scholarly matters. Bacon deals with the idols in the second book of The Advancement of Learning, where he discusses art's intellectual invention, judgment, memory, tradition. In his paragraph on judgment, he refers to proofs and demonstrations, especially to induction and invention. When he comes to Aristotle's treatment of the syllogism, he reflects on the relationship between sophistical fallacies and the idols. Whereas induction, invention, and judgment presuppose the same action of the mind, this is not true of the proof in the syllogism. Bacon therefore prefers his own interpretation, natural, repudiating elenches as a mode of sophistical juggling in order to persuade others in Regargutian's degenerate and corrupt use from caption and contradiction. There's no finding without proof and no proof without finding, but this is not true for the syllogism, in which proof, syllogism, judgment of the consequent, and invention of the mean or middle term are distant. This caution he suggests in relation to the ambiguities in elenches is also recommended in face of the idols. There is yet a much more important and profound kind of fallacies in the mind of man. When I find not observed or inquired at all, and think good to place here, as that which of all others apparent most to rectify judgment, the force whereof is such as it doth not dazzle or snare the understanding in some particulars, but doth more generally and inwardly infect and corrupt the state thereof. For the mind of man is far from the nature of a clear and equal glass, wherein the beams of things should reflect according to their true incident. Nay, it is rather like an enchanted glass, full of superstition and imposture, if it not be delivered and reduced. For this purpose, let us consider the false appearances that are imposed upon us by the general nature of the mind. Bacon still presents a similar line of argument to his reader in 1623, namely in De Augmentis. Judgment by syllogism presupposes, in a mode agreeable to the human mind, mediated proof which, unlike in induction, does not start from sense in primary objects. In order to control the workings of the mind, syllogistic judgment refers to a fixed frame of reference or principle of knowledge as the basis for all the variety of disputations. The reduction of propositions to principles leads to the middle term. Bacon deals here with the art of judgment in order to assign a systematic position to the idols. Within the art, he distinguishes the analytic from the detection of fallacies, sophistical syllogisms. Analytic works with true forms of consequences in argument, which become faulty by variation and deflection. The complete doctrine of detection of fallacies, according to Bacon, contains three segments. 1. Sophistical fallacies, 2. Fallacies of interpretation, and 3. False appearances or idols. Concerning 1. Sophistical fallacies, Bacon praises Aristotle for his excellent handling of the matter, but he also mentions Plato honorably. Fallacies of interpretation refer to adventitious conditions or adjuncts of essences. Similar to the predicaments open to the physical or logical inquiry, he focuses his attention on the logical handling when he relates the detection of fallacies of interpretation to the wrong use of the common and general notions, which leads to Sophicism. In the last section, false appearances are idle, Bacon finds place for his idols when he refers to the detection of false appearances as the deepest fallacies of the human mind, for they do not deceive in particulars as the other do by clouding and snaring the judgment, but by a corrupt and ill-ordered predisposition of mind, which, as it were, perverts and infects all the anticipations of the intellect. Idols are productions of the human imagination, caused by the crooked mirror of the human mind, and thus are nothing more than in untested generalities. In his preface to the Novum Organum, Bacon promises the introduction of a new method which will restore the senses to their former rank, begin the whole labor of the mind again, and open two sources and two distributions of learning, consisting of a method of cultivating the sciences and another of discovering them. This new beginning presupposes the discovery of the natural obstacles to efficient scientific analysis, namely seeing through the idols so that the mind's function as the subject of knowledge acquisition comes into focus. According to aphorism 23 of the first book, Bacon makes a distinction between the idols of the human mind and the ideas of the divine mind. Whereas the former are, for him, nothing more than certain empty dogmas, the latter show the true signatures and marks set upon the works of creation as they are found in nature. Idols of the tribe. The idols of the tribe have their origin in the production of false concepts due to human nature, because the structure of the human understanding is like a crooked mirror which causes distorted reflections of things in the external world. Idols of the cave. The idols of the cave consist of the conceptions or doctrines which are dear to the individuals who cherishes them, without possessing any evidence of their truth. These idols are due to the preconditioned system of every individual, comprising education, custom, accidental, or contingent experiences. Idols of the marketplace. These idols are based on false conceptions which are derived from public human communication. They enter into our minds quietly by a combination of words and names, so that it comes to pass that not only does reason govern words, but words react to our understanding. Idols of the theater. According to the insight that the world is a stage, the idols of the theater are prejudices stemming from received traditional philosophical systems. These systems resemble plays so far as they render fictional worlds which were never exposed to experimental checks or to a test by experience. The idols of the theater thus have their origins in dogmatic philosophy or in wrong laws of demonstration. Bacon ends his presentation of the idols with the remark that men should abjure and renounce the qualities of idols, and the understanding must be thoroughly freed and cleansed. He discusses the idols together with the problem of information gained through the senses, which must be corrected by the use of experiments. Okay, yeah, John, God bless. Thanks for tuning in. Systems of science. Within the history of accidental philosophy and science, Bacon identifies only three revolutionary periods of learning: the heyday of the Greeks and that of the Romans in Western Europe. In his own time, this meager results stimulated his ambition to establish a new system of the sciences. This tendency can already be seen in his early manuscripts, but is also apparent in his first major book, The Advancement of Learning. In this work, Bacon presents a systematic survey of the extant realms of knowledge, combined with meticulous descriptions of deficiencies, leading to his new classification of knowledge. In The Advancement, a new function is given to Philosophia Prima, the necessity of which he had indicated in the Nova Organum aphorisms. In both texts, this function is attributed to natural philosophy, the basis for his concept of the unity of science and thus of materialism. Natural science is divided by Bacon into physics and metaphysics. The former investigates variable and particular causes, the latter reflects on general and constant ones, for which the term form is used. Forms are more general than the four Aristotelian causes, and that is why Bacon's discussion of the forms and substances are the most general properties of the matter is the last step for the human mind when investigating nature. Metaphysics is distinct from Philosophia Prima. The latter marks the position in the system where general categories of a general theory of science are treated as universal categories of thought, relevant for all disciplines. Final causes are discredited, since they lead to difficulties in science and tempt us to amalgamate theological and teleological points of doctrine. At the summit of Bacon's pyramid of knowledge are the laws of nature, the most general principles. At its base, the pyramid starts with observation, moves on to invariant relations, and then to more inclusive correlations until it reaches the stage of forms. The process of generalization ascends from natural history via physics towards metaphysics, whereas accidental correlations and relations are eliminated by the method of exclusion. It must be emphasized that metaphysics has special meaning for Bacon. The concept excludes the infinity of individual experiences by generalizations with a teleological focus and opens our minds to generate more possibilities for the efficient application of general laws. Matter theory and cosmology. According to Bacon, man would be able to explain all of the processes in nature if he could acquire full insight into the hidden structure and the secret workings of matter. Hello? Okay, yeah, sorry about that. Just take care of something. We got the annual Detroit City Chess Club Awards coming up this Friday. Hopefully, I'll be able to stream that also. I might have to interrupt one more time in a few hours. So sorry about that. If anyone was watching, holding in, sorry, it wasn't how tough to take a few hours out of the day. Elemental props, God bless. Thanks for tuning in. Okay, so back to Bacon. matter theory and cosmology. According to Bacon, man would be able to explain all the processes in nature if he could acquire full insight into the hidden structure and the secret workings of matter. Bacon's conception of the structures of nature functioning according to its own working method concentrates on the question of how natural order is produced, namely by an interplay of matter and motion. In the Principles Atque Originibilis, his materialistic stance with regard to the conceptions of natural law becomes evident in the summary law of nature. The summary law of nature is a virtus, matter cum motion, a power in accordance with matter theory, or the force implanted by God in these first particles from the multiplication thereof of all the variety of things proceeds and is made up. Similarly, in De Sapientia Veterum, he attributes this force to an appetite or instinct for primal matter, or to speak more plainly, the natural motion of the atom, which is indeed the original and unique force that constitutes the fashion of all things out of matter. Suffice it to say here that Bacon, who did not reject mathematics and science, was influenced by the early mathematical version of chemistry developed in the 16th century, so that the term instinct must be seen as a key word for his theory of nature. The natural philosopher is urged to inquire into the appetites and inclinations of things, by which all that variety of effects and changes which we see in the works of nature and art is brought about. Bacon's theory of active or even vivid force in matter accounts for what he calls Cupid in the Principles, since his theory of matter aims at an explanation of the reality which is the substratum of appearances. He digs deeper than did the mechanistic physics of the 17th century. Bacon's ideas concerning the quid facti of reality presuppose the distinction between understanding how things are made up and of what they consist, and by what force and in what manner they come together, and how they are transformed. This is the point in his work where it becomes obvious that he tries to develop an explanatory pattern in which his theory of matter and thus his atomism are related to his cosmology, magic, and alchemy. In De Augmentis, Bacon not only refers to Pan and his nymphs in order to illustrate the permanent atomic movement in matter, but in addition revives the idea of magic in an honorable meaning as the knowledge of the universal consents of things. I understand magic as the science which applies the knowledge of hidden forms to the production of wonderful operations, and by uniting, as they say, actives with passives, displays the wonderful works of nature. Bacon's notion of form is made possible by integration into his matter theory, which ideally reduces the world of appearances to some minimal parts accessible and open to manipulation by the knower maker. In contrast to Aristotle, Bacon's knowing why type of definition points towards the formulation of an efficient knowing how type. In this sense, a convergence between the scope of definition and that of causation takes place according to a constructivist epistemology. The fundamental research of Graham Rees has shown that Bacon's special mode of cosmology is deeply influenced by magic and semi-Paracelsian doctrine. For Bacon, matter theory is the basic doctrine, not classical mechanics as it was with Galileo. Consequently, Bacon purified and modified versions of chemistry, alchemy, and physiology remain primary disciplines for his explanation of the world. According to Rees, the Instauratio Magna comprises two branches: Bacon's famous scientific method and his semi-Paracelsian world system as a vast comprehensible system of speculative physics. For the latter, Bacon conjoins his specific version of Paracelsian cosmic chemistry to Islamic celestial kinematics. The chemical world system is used to support Bacon's explanation of celestial motion in the face of contemporary astronomical problems. There are those two sections in Bacon's Instauratio which imply the modes of their own explanation. Bacon's speculative cosmology and matter theory had been planned to constitute part 5 of the Instauratio Magna. The theory put forward refers to an eclectic vein to atomism, criticizes Aristotelian and Copernicus, but also touches on Galileo, Paracelsus, William Gilbert, Telesio, and Arabic astronomy. For Bacon, magic is classified as applied science, while he generally assumes under science pure science and technology. It is never identified with black magic, since it represents the ultimate legitimate power over nature, whereas magia was connected to crafts in the 16th and 17th century, Bacon's science remains the knowledge of forms in order to transform them into operations. Knowledge is this context, in this context, however, is no longer exclusive based on formal proof. Bacon's cosmological system, a result of thought experiments and speculation, but not proven in accordance with the inductive method, presupposes a finite universe, a geocentric plenum, which means that the Earth is passive and consists of tangible matter. The remaining universe is composed of active or pneumatic matter, whereas the interior intangible matter of the Earth is covered by a crust which separates it from the pneumatic heaven. The zone between Earth and the middle region of the air also allows a mixture of pneumatic and tangible matter, which is the origin of organic and non-organic phenomena. Bacon speaks here of the attached spirit, while otherwise he assumes four kinds of free spirit: air and terrestrial fire, which refer to the sublunary realm; ether and sidereal form, which are relevant to the celestial realm. Ether is explained as the medium in which the planets move around the central Earth. Air and ether, as well as watery, non-inflammable bodies, belong to Bacon's first group of substances, or to the Mercury Quaternion. Terrestrial fire is presented as the weak variant of the sidereal fire. It joins with oily substances and sulfur, for all of which Bacon introduces the sulfur quaternion. These quaternions comprise antithetical quantities: air and ether versus fire and sidereal fire. The struggle between these qualities is determined by the distance from the Earth as the absolute center of the world system. Air and ether become progressively weaker as the terrestrial and sidereal fire grow stronger. The quaternion theory functions in Bacon's thought as a constructive element for constituting his own theory of planetary movement and a general theory of physics. This theory differs from all the contemporary approaches, even though Bacon states that many theories of the heavens may be supposed which agree well enough with the phenomenon and yet differ with each other. The diurnal motion of the world system, ninth sphere, is driven by sympathy. It carries the heavens westward around the Earth. The sidereal fire is powerful, and accordingly, sidereal motion is swift. The stars complete their revolution in 24 hours. Since the sidereal fire becomes weaker if it burns nearer to the Earth, the lower planets move more slowly and unevenly than the higher ones. In this way, Bacon, like Alpert Agius, accounts for irregular planetary movement without reference to Ptolemy's epicycle theory. He applies his theory of consensual motion to physics generally, wind and tides, and thus comes into conflict with Gilbert's doctrine of the interstellar vacuum and Galileo's theory of tides. For Bacon, the cycle of tides depends on the diurnal motion of the heavens, but for Galileo, on the Earth's motion. With Quaternion theory, we see that in the final analysis, Bacon was not a mechanist philosopher. His theory of matter underwent an important transformation, moving in the direction of forms which we would nowadays assume under biology and the life sciences rather than under physics. Bacon distinguishes between non-spiritual matter and the spiritual matter. The latter, also called subtle matter or spirit, is more reminiscent of Leibniz's monads than of mechanically defined and materially as well as spatially determined atoms. The spirits are seen as active agents of phenomenon. They are endowed with appetition and perception. It is certain that all bodies whatsoever, though they have no sense, yet they have perception. For when one body is applied to another, there is a kind of election to embrace that which is agreeable and to exclude or expel that which is ingrate. These spirits are never at rest in novum organum. Then Bacon rejected the existence of eternal and immutable atoms in the reality of the void. His new conception of matter was therefore close to that of the chemist. In the sense of Bacon's semi-Paracelsian cosmology, the careful natural philosopher tries to disclose the secrets of nature step by step, and therefore he says of his method, I propose to establish progressive stages of certainty. This points towards his inductive procedure and his method of tables, which is a complicated mode of induction by exclusion. It is necessary because nature hides her secrets. In aphorisms, Bacon writes, there are and can only be two ways of searching into and discovering truth. The one flies from the senses and particulars to the most general axioms, and from these principles, the truth of which it takes for settled and immovable proceeds to judgment and the discovery of middle axioms. And this way is now in fashion. The other derives axioms from the senses and particulars, rising by gradual and unbroken ascent, so that it arrives at the most general axiom last of all. This is the true way, but as yet untried. The laws of nature, which Bacon intended to discover by means of his new method, were expressed in the forms in which the unbroken ascent culminates. Though through these forms, the natural philosopher understands the general causes of phenomenon. In his endeavor to learn more about the secret workings of nature, Bacon comes to the conclusion that the atomist theory could not provide sufficient explanations for the real particle such as really exist, because he thought that the immutability of matter and the void, both necessary assumptions for atomism, were untenable. His language turned from that of the Greek physics to the usage of contemporary chemists. This is due to the insight that subtlety of investigation is needed, since our senses are too gross for the complexity of and fineness of nature, so that method has to compensate for the shortcomings of our direct comprehension. Only method leads to the knowledge of nature. In Silvarum, Bacon deals explicitly with the question of the asymmetrical relationship between man's natural instinct, the senses, and the intricacy of nature's structure and working. Bacon distinguishes animate or vital spirits, which are continuous and composed of a substance similar to fire, from lifeless or inanimate spirits, which are cut off and resemble air. The spirits interact with gross matter through chemical processes. These spirits have two different desires, self-multiplication and attraction of like spirits. According to Cargan, Bacon's latter theory of matter is one of the interactions of gross visible parts of matter and invisible material spirits, both of which are physically mixed. Spirits interact with matter by means of concoction, collocation, and other non-mechanical chemical processes, so that Bacon's scientific paradigm differs from Descartes' mechanist theory of matter in his Principle of Philosophy 1644, which presupposes res extensa, moving in space. Bacon's theory of matter is thus closely related to his speculative philosophy. The distinction between tangible and pneumatic matter is the hinge on which the entire speculative system turns. Bacon's theory of matter in its final version was more corpuscular than atomist. Bacon's particles are semina rerum. They are endowed with powers which makes a variety of motions possible and allow the production of all possible forms. These spirits are constitutive for Bacon's theory of matter as material fine substances composed of particles combined from air and fire. They can, as we have seen, be either inanimate or animate. Bacon thus suggests a corpuscular and chemical chain of being. Inanimate objects with inaugurate spirits, vegetables are inanimate and vital spirits, animals, vital spirits. Small wonder then that Bacon's spirits are indispensable for his conception of physiology. The vital spirits regulate all vegetative functions of plants and animals. Organs responsible for those functions for digestion and assimilation seem to act by perception, mere reaction to the local stimuli, but these reactions are coordinated by the vital spirit. These functions flow from the spirit's airy, flaming constitution. The spirit has the softness of air to receive impressions and the vigor of fire to propagate its actions. The physiological stratum of Bacon's natural philosophy was influenced by his semi-Paracelsian cosmology, which Graham Rees has reconstructed from the extant parts of the Instauratio Magna. Detailed consideration, therefore, has to be given to Bacon's theory of the quaternions. Bacon's speculative system is a hybrid based on the different sources which provide him with seminal ideas: atomism, Aristotelianism, Arabic astronomy, Copernican theory, Galileo's discovery, the works of Paracelsus and Gilbert. In his theory, combines astronomy referring to Alberta Agaeus. It was partly designed to fit a kinematic skeleton and explain in general terms the irregularities of planetary motion as consequences of the chemical constitution of the universe. Bacon had no explanation for the planetary retrogressions and saw the universe as finite and geocentric plenum, in which the Earth consists of two forms of matter, tangible and pneumatic. The Earth has tangible inside and is in touch with the surrounding universe, but through an intermediate zone. The zone exists between the Earth's crust and the pure pneumatic heavens. It reaches some miles into the crust and some miles into the air. In this zone, pneumatic matter mixes with tangible matter, thus producing attached spirits, which must be distinguished from free spirits outside tangible bodies. Bacon's four kinds of free spirits are relevant for his quaternion theory: air, and ether, terrestrial fire, and sidereal fire, the sublunary and celestial. Planets move around the Earth in the ether, a tenuous kind of air which belongs to the Mercury quaternion. It includes watery bodies and Mercury. Terrestrial fire is weakened from a sidereal fire. It is related to oily substances and sulfur and constitutes the sulfur quaternion. The two quaternions oppose each other. Air, ether versus fire, sidereal fire. Air is ether. Air and ether lose power when terrestrial and sidereal fires grow more energetic. Bacon, sulfur, and mercury are not principles in the sense of Paracelsus, but simple natural substances. The Paracelsian principle of salt is excluded by Bacon, and the substance which plays a role only in the sublunary realm is for him a compound of natural sulfur and mercury. Bacon uses his quaternion theory for his cosmology, which differs greatly from other contemporary systems. The diurnal motion turns the heavens about the earth towards the west. Under powerful sidereal fire principles of celestial motion, the motion is swift. The revolution of the stars takes place in 24 hours. Under weaker sidereal fire, nearer to the earth, planets move more slowly and more erratic. Bacon, who tried to conceive of a unified science, rejected different modes of motion in the superlunary and sublunary world. He did not believe in the existence of the crystalline sphere, nor in the macrocosm-microcosm analogy. He revised Paracelsian ideas thoroughly. He rejected the grounding of his theories in Scripture and paid no attention to all the Kabbalistic and Hermetic tendencies, but he extended the explanatory powers of the quaternions to earthly phenomena such as wind and tides. Bacon's two systems were closely connected. System 1, the two quaternions explained and comprised the cosmological aspect of his natural philosophy. System 2, theory of matter, explained terrestrial nature, that is, it dealt with the manifold changes in the animal, vegetable, and mineral kingdoms of the frontier zone between the celestial heavens and the Earth's interior. System 2 depends on System 1, since explanations for terrestrial things were subordinated to explanations of the cosmological level. The table of System 2 shows Bacon's matter theory. His quaternion theory is relevant for System 1. System 2 is explained in terms of intermediates, which combine the qualities of the items in one quaternion with their opposite in the other. Bacon's system is built on a clear symmetrical way. Each quaternion has 4 segments, together 8, and there are 4 types of intermediates. Thus, the system distinguishes 12 segments in all. He wanted to explain all natural phenomena by means of this apparatus. Okay, so we're delving a little bit into the alchemy of the time. So see where the scientific method came out of, and Bacon is one of the founders of the scientific method, is still deeply held in the alchemic world and combining the older philosophies before the scientific revolution. There are 2 principal intermediates: the fire-air intermediates, attached animate spirits and inanimate spirits, only in living bodies and in all tangible bodies, including living bodies. Bacon's bi-quaternion theory necessarily refers to the sublunary as well as to the superlunary world, although the quaternion theory is first mentioned in Themacolia. He provides a summary in his Novum Organum. It has been ill-observed by the chemists in their triad of the first principles that sulfur and mercury run through the whole universe. In these 2, one of the most general contents in nature does not seem to be observable, for there is consent between sulfur, oil, and greasy exhalation, flame, or perhaps the body of a star. So it is there between mercury, water, and watery vapors, air, and perhaps pure and incendiary ether. Yet these 2 quaternions of great tribes of things, each within its own limits, differ immensely in quantity of matter and density, but agree very well in configuration. Bacon regarded his cosmological worldview as a system of anticipations, which was open to revision in light of further scientific results based on the inductive method. It was primarily a qualitative system, standing aside from both mathematical astronomers and Paracelsian chemists. It thus emphasized the priority which gave to physics over mathematics in his general system of the sciences. Bacon's 2 quaternions in his matter theory provided a speculative framework for his thought, which was open to the future acquisition of knowledge and its technical application. His Nova Atlantis can be understood as a text which occupies an intermediate position between his theory of induction and his speculative philosophy. It is important to bear in mind that Bacon's speculative system was his way out of the dilemma which made it impossible for him to finish the Instauratio Magna. His turn towards speculation can only be interpreted as an intellectual anticipation during an intermediate phase of the history of science, when a gigantic amount of research work was still to be accomplished so that empirical theories could neither be established nor sufficiently guaranteed. Speculation in Bacon's sense can therefore be seen as a preliminary means of explaining the secret of nature until methodological research has caught up with our speculations. The speculative stance remains a relative and intermediate procedure for the man of science. Okay, so that was pretty tedious, but trying to give a full overview of Bacon's thought, and that includes his alchemaic systemization. And you have to feel in the time. This is the 16th, 17th century, before the founding of the Royal Society of London. Scientific method, the project of the Instauratio Magna. The great Instauration, Bacon's main work, was published in 1620 under the title Franciscus de Verlomalio Sumia Anglia Chancellaris Instauratio Magna. The great work remained a fragment since Bacon was only able to finish parts of the planned outline. The volume was introduced by a proemium, which gave a general statement of the purpose, followed by a dedication to the King James I, and a preface, which is a summary of all the directions, motives, and significance of his life work. After that, Bacon printed the plan of the Instauratio before he turned to the strategy of his research program, which is known as Novum Organum Scientiarum. Altogether, the 1620 book constitutes the second part of Part 2 of the Instauratio, the first part, which is represented by De Augmentis, and Book 1 of the Advancement of Learning. When Bacon organized his Instauratio, he divided it into 6 parts, which reminded contemporary readers of God's work of the 6 days of creation, already used by writers like Guillaume de Bartos and Giovanni Pica della Mirandola. Bacon sees nature as a labyrinth whose workings cannot be exclusively explained by reference to excellence of wit and repetition of chance experiments. Our steps must be guided by a clue, and see what way from the first perception of the sense must be laid out upon a sure plan. Bacon's plan of the work runs as followed: 1. The divisions of the sciences. 2. The new organon, or directions concerning the interpretation of nature. 3. The phenomenon of the universe, or a natural and experimental history for the foundation of philosophy. 4. The ladder of intellect. 5. The forerunners or anticipations of the new philosophy. 6. The new philosophy or active sciences. Part 1 contains the general description of the sciences, including their divisions as they presented themselves in Bacon's time. Here he aimed at a distinction between what was already invented and known, in contrast to things omitted which ought be there. This part could be taken from the Advancement of Learning and from the revisited and enlarged version in 1623. Part 2 develops Bacon's new method for scientific investigation, the Nova Organum, equipping the intellect to pass beyond ancient arts and thus providing a radical revision of the methods of knowledge. But it also introduces new epistemology and a new ontology. Bacon calls his new art interpretatio naturae, which is the logic of research going beyond ordinary logic, since his science aims at 3 innovations: of arts, not arguments; of principles, not of things in accordance to principles; and of designations and directions for works, not of probable reasons. The effect Bacon looks for is to command nature in action, not to overcome an opponent in argument. The Novum Organum is the only part of the Instauratio Magna which was brought near to completion. Part 3 was going to contain natural and experimental history of the record of the phenomena of the universe. According to De Argumentis Scientiarum, natural history is split into narrative and inductive, the latter part which is supposed to minister and be in order to the building up of philosophy. These functional histories support human memory and provide the material for research or the factual knowledge of nature, which must be certain and reliable. Natural history starts from and emphasizes the subtlety of nature, of her structural intricacies, but not the complexity of the philosophical systems, since they have been produced by the human mind. Bacon sees this part of the Instauratio Magna as a foundation for the reconstruction of the sciences in order to produce physical and metaphysical knowledge. Nature, in this context, is studied under experimental conditions, not only in the sense of the history of bodies, but also as a history of virtues or original passions, which refer to the desires of matter. This knowledge was regarded by Bacon as a preparation for Part 6, the second philosophy or active science, for which he gave only the one example of Historia Ventorium 1622, but following his plan to compose 6 prototypical natural histories, he also wrote History Vitae et Mortis, 1623, and the Historia Densi, which was left in manuscript. The text, which develops the idea of Part 3, is called Parascive ad Historiam Naturalem et Experimentalem. Part 4, which Bacon called the ladder of intellect or scala intellectus, was intended to function as a link between the method of natural history and the second philosophy, active science. It consists not only of the fragment of Philum Labyrinthe, but also includes the Epicendarium Novum Naturae, which is planned as a preface to all of Section 4 to demonstrate the whole process of the mind. Philum Labyrinthe is similar to, but not identical with, Cogitata et Visa. Speaking of himself in an authorial voice, Bacon reflects on the state of science and drives his construction of a research program from the gaps and deficiencies within the systems of disciplines. Sciences of the future should be examined and further ones should be discovered. Emphasis must be laid on new matter, not on controversies. It is necessary to repudiate superstition, zealous religion, and false authorities, just as the fall was not caused by knowledge of nature, but rather by moral knowledge of good and evil. So knowledge of natural philosophy is for Bacon a contribution to the magnifying of God's glory, and in this way his plea for the growth of scientific knowledge becomes evident. Part 5 deals with the forerunners or anticipations of the new philosophy, and Bacon emphasizes that the big machinery of instauratum magnum needs a good deal of time to be completed. Anticipations are ways to come to scientific inferences without recourse to the method presented in Novum Organum. Meanwhile, he has worked on his speculative system so that portions of his second philosophy are treated and finished. De Fluxa et de Refluxa Maris and Thema Colia. For this part of the great instauration texts are planned that draw philosophical conclusions from the collections of facts which are not yet sufficient for the use or application of Bacon's inductive method. Part 6 was scheduled to contain Bacon's description of the new philosophy, or at least part of his great instauration, but nothing came of this plan, so there is no extant text for all of this part of the project. Scientific method, Novum Organum, and the theory of induction. Already in his early text, Cogitate est Visa, 1607, Bacon dealt with his scientific method, which became famous under the name of induction. He repudiates the syllogistic method and defines his alternative procedure as one which by slow and faithful toil gathers information from things and brings it into understanding. When later on he developed his method in detail, namely in his Novum Organum 1620, still noted that of induction the logicians seem hardly to have taken any serious thought, but they pass it by with slight notice and hasten to the formula of disputation. I, on the contrary, reject demonstration by syllogism. Bacon's method appears as his conceptual plot, applied to all stages of knowledge, and at every phase the whole process has to be kept in mind. Induction implies ascending to axioms as well as descending to works, so that from axioms new particulars are gained, and from these new axioms. The inductive method starts from sensible experiences and moves via natural history, providing sense data as guarantees, to lower axioms or propositions, which are derived from the tables or presentations or from the abstraction of notions. Bacon does not identify experience with everyday experience, but presupposes that method corrects and extends sense data into facts, which go together with his setting up of tables of presence and of absence, and tables of comparison or of degrees of absences or presence. Bacon's antipathy to simple enumeration as the universal method of science derived, first of all, from his preference for theories that deal with interior physical causes which are not immediately observable. The last type can be supplemented by tables of counter instances which may suggest experiments. To move from the sensible to the real requires the correlation of the senses, the tables of natural history, the abstraction of propositions, and the induction of notions. In other words, the full carrying out of the inductive method is needed. The sequence of methodological steps does not, however, end here, because Bacon assumes that from the lower axioms, more general ones can be derived by induction. The complete process must be understood as the joining of the parts into a systematic chain. From the more general axioms, Bacon strives to reach more fundamental laws of nature, knowledge of forms, which lead to practical deductions as new experience or works. The decisive instruments in the process are the middle of or living axioms which mediate between particulars and general axioms. For Bacon, induction can only be efficient if it is eliminative by exclusion, which goes beyond the remit of induction by simple enumeration. The inductive method helps the human mind to find a way to ascertain truthful knowledge. Novum Organum aphorisms ends the pulling down of the signs and causes of the error within the sciences achieved by the means of three refutations, which constituted the conditions for rational introduction of method: refutation of natural human reason, idols, refutation of demonstration, syllogism, and refutation of theories, traditional philosophical systems. The second part of the Novum Organum deals with Bacon's rule for interpreting nature, even if he provides no complete or universal theory. He contributes to the new philosophy by introducing his tables of discovery, by presenting an example of particulars, and by observations on history. It is well known that he worked hard in the last 5 years of his life to make progress on his natural history, knowing that he could not always come up to the standards of legitimate interpretation. Bacon's method presupposes a doubling starting point, empirical and rational. True knowledge is acquired if we want to proceed from the lower certainty to the higher liberty, and from a lower liberty to a higher certainty. The rule of certainty and liberty in Bacon converges with his repudiation of the old logic of Aristotle, which determined true propositions by the criteria of generality, essentiality, and universality. Bacon rejects anticipation of nature in favor of interpretation of nature, which starts with the collecting of facts and their methodological inductive investigation, shunning entanglement in pure taxonomy, as in Ramism, which establishes the order of things but does not produce knowledge. For Bacon, making is knowing and knowing is making. In accordance with the maxim command nature by obeying her, the exclusion of superstition and posture, error, and confusion are obligatory. Bacon introduces variations into the maker's knowledge of tradition, and the discovery of the forms of a given nature lead him to develop his method for acquiring factual and proven knowledge. Bacon argues against the anticipation of nature, which he regards as a conservative method, leading to theories that recapitulate the data without producing new ones conducive to the growth of knowledge. Moreover, such theories are considered to be final, so that they are never replaced. Anticipation of nature resembles conventionalism, according to which theories refer to unobservable entities. These theories are computational rules or inference licenses within the given framework, which give explanations and predictions of a particular kind of observable events. The conventionalist acceptance of making predictions concerning future events cannot be separated from the questions of probability. Bacon's procedure of knowledge acquisition goes against conventionalism because anticipation of nature does not reject authoritative and final speculations concerning unobservables, and because it permits ad hoc adjustments. Nowadays, however, philosophers would not accept the idea that just because we can't observe something directly, it follows that there is no such thing. Conventionalist deep-level theories of the world are chosen from among alternative ways of observing phenomena. Although theories revealing the world structure are not directly provable or disprovable by means of observation or experiment, conventionalists might maintain that their chosen theory, even in the face of counter-evidence, they therefore avoid changes in theory. Any move to a new theory is not taken on the basis of new evidence, but because the new theory seems to be simpler, more available, or more beautiful. Laws of nature are generally understood as being unrevisable. The famous debate sparked by Thomas Kuhn on paradigmatic and non-paradigmatic science and theory is relevant here. Bacon's position, open to scientific progress, is nearer to Kuhn than to Duhem or Poincare. For Bacon, anticipation of nature as a mode of conventionalism produces obstacles to the knowledge of progress of knowledge. Traditional methods shun speculation concerning things which are not immediately visible. Bacon's speculation, however, is an element of interpretation of nature. He presupposes hypothetical theories, but these do not go beyond the collected data. His acceptance of hypothesis is connected with his rejection of anticipation of nature. Thus, hypotheses are related to the axiom of interpretation of nature, which go beyond the original data. The amount of established facts is not identical with that of possible data. Anticipation is rejected only if it flies from the senses and particulars to the most general axioms. Because of the dangers of premature generalization, Bacon is careful about speculation and rigorously rejects any dogmatic defense of them and the tendency to declare them infallible. The philosophy that we now possess clutches to its breast certain tenets with which If we look at them carefully, they want wholly to conceive men that nothing difficult, nothing with real power, influence over nature should be expected from art or human effort. These things, if we examine them minutely, tend wholly towards a wicked circumscription of human power and of intentional and unnatural despair, which not only confounds the presages of hope, but breaks every nerve and spur of industry and throws away the chances afforded by experience itself, while all they care about is that their art be considered perfect, expending their effort to achieve the most foolish and bankrupt glory of having it believed that whatever has not been found or out or understood so far cannot be found out or understood in the future. Bacon sees nature as an extremely subtle complexity which affords all the energy of natural philosophy to disclose her secrets. For him, new axioms must be larger and wider than the material from which they are taken. At the same time, interpretation of nature must not leap to remote axioms. In terms of his method, he rejects general ideas as simple abstractions from very few sense perceptions. Such abstract words may function as conventions for organizing new observations, but only in the sense of means for taxonomical order. Such a sterile procedure is irrelevant for interpretation of nature, which is not final or infallible and is based on the insight that confirming hypotheses do not provide strict proofs. Bacon's method is therefore characterized by openness. Nevertheless, I do not affirm that nothing can be added to what I prescribe. On the contrary, as one who observes the mind not only in its innate capacity, but also insofar as it gets to grips with things, it is my conviction that the art of discovering will grow as the number of things discovered will grow. Peter Orbach's commentary exactly underlines Bacon's openness. He believed that theories should be advanced to explain whatever data were available in the particular domain. These theories should preferably concern the underlying physical causal mechanisms and ought in any case go beyond the data which generated them. They are then tested by drawing out new predictions, which, if verified in experience, may confirm the theory and may eventually render it certain, at least in the sense that it becomes very difficult to deny. Bacon was no 17th century Popperian. Rather, on account of his theory of induction, he was the first great theorist of experimentalism. The function of experiment was both to test theories and to establish facts. Encyclopedic repetition with an Aristotelian slant is being displaced by the original compilation in which deference to authority plays no part whatever. Individual erudition is being dumped in favor of collective research. Conservation of traditional knowledge is being discarded in the interest of a new functional realization of natural history, which demands that legenda, things worth reading, be supplanted by materials which will form the basis of thoroughgoing attempt to improve the material conditions of the human race. Form is, for Bacon, a structural constituent of a natural entity or a key to its truth and operation, so that it comes near to natural law without being reducible to causality. This appears all the more important since Bacon, who seeks out exclusively causes which are necessary and sufficient for their effect, rejects Aristotle's four causes, his four types of explanation for a complete understanding of a phenomenon, on the grounds that the distribution into material, formal, efficient, and final causes does not work well, and that they fail to advance the sciences, especially the final, efficient, and material causes. Consider again the passage quoted earlier. There are and can only be two ways of searching into and discovering truth. The one flies from the senses and the particulars to the most general axioms, and from these principles, the truth of which it takes for a settled and immovable proceeds to judgment and the discovery of middle axioms, and this way is now in fashion. The other derives axioms from the senses and particulars, rising by gradual and unbroken ascent, so that it arrives at the most general axioms last. This is the true way, but as yet untried. Since for Bacon the formal necessity of the syllogism does not suffice to set up first principles, his method comprises two basic tasks: the discovery of forms and the transformation of concrete bodies. The discovery from every case of generation and motion refers to latent processes according to which efficient and material causes leads to forms, but there is also the discovery of latent configurations of bodies at rest and not in motion. Bacon's new mode of using human understanding implies a parallelism between striving towards human power and constituting human knowledge. Technical know-how leads to successful operations, which converge with the discovery of forms. To understand the workings of nature presupposes an arrangement of facts which makes the investigative analysis of cause and effect possible, especially by means of new experiments. At this point, the idea of scientia operativa comes in again, since the direction for a true and perfect rule of operation is parallel to the discovery of a true form. Bacon's specific non-Aristotelian Aristotelianism is one of the main features of his theory. Other indispensable influences on Bacon, apart from the modified version of Aristotle, are critically assessed Hermeticism, rhetoric, and alchemy. Two kinds of axioms correspond to the following divisions of philosophy and the science: the investigation of forms or metaphysics, and the investigation of efficient causes and matter, which leads to the latent process and configuration in physics. Physics itself is split up by Bacon into mechanics, the practical, and magic, the metaphysical. Nowadays, the view that Bacon made little first-hand contribution to science no longer coincides with the opinion that we have to assume an underestimation of the place of hypothesis in mathematics in his work. But there were few doubts in the past that Bacon encouraged detailed and methodological experimentation, and he did this on account of his new inductive method, which implied the need for negative instances and refuting experiments. Bacon saw that confirming instances could not suffice to analyze the structure of scientific laws, since this task presupposes the hypothetical deductive system, which, according to Lisa Jardine, is closely connected to the logical and linguistic backgrounds from which Bacon's new logic proceeds. Bacon's interpretation of nature uses tables and arrangements of instances concerning the natural phenomenon under investigation, which function as a necessary condition for cracking the code of efficient causation. His prerogative instances are not examples of phenomenon simply taken from nature, but rather imply information with inductive potential which show priority conducive to knowledge or a methodological relevance, which inserted into tables. The instances do not represent the order of sensible things, but instead expresses the order of qualities, natures. These qualities provide the working basis for the order of abstract natures. Bacon tables have a double function. They are important for natural history, collecting the data on bodies and virtues in nature, and they are also indispensable for induction, which make use of these data. Already in Temporis Partus Masculus, 1603, Bacon had displayed a faculty of shrewd observation concerning his ideas on induction. In his Novum Organum, the nature of all human sciences and knowledge was seen by him as proceeding most safely by negation and exclusion, as opposed to affirmation and inclusion. Even in his early tracts, it was clear to Bacon that he had to seek a method of discovering the right forms, the most well-known of which was heat, or the famous trial investigation of the form of heat. In his God bless Tinkle. In his method of analysis by exclusion, negation proved to be one of Bacon's strongest contributions to modern scientific method. Most important were his tables of degrees and exclusion. They were needed for the discovery of causes, especially for supreme causes, which were called forms. The method of induction works in two stages. One, learned experience. From the known to the unknown has to be acquired, and from the tables of presence, absence, degrees have to be set up before the interpretation can take place according to the principle of exclusion. After the three tables of the first presentation have been judged and analyzed, Bacon declares the first vintage or the first version of the interpretation of nature to be concluded. In the second phase of the method concentrates on the process of exclusion. The aim of the procedure is the reduction of the empirical character of the experience so that the analysis converges with the anatomy of things. Here, two tables of presence and of absence are set up. The research work proper consists of finding the relationships of the two natures of qualities. Here, exclusion functions as the process of determination. Bacon's method starts from material determination in order to establish the formal determination of real causes, but he does not stop there because its aim is the progressive generalization of causes. Here again, the central element of the inductive method is the procedure of exclusion. Forms, as the final result of the methodological procedure, are nothing more than those laws and determinations of absolute actuality which govern and constitute any simple nature as heat, light, weight, and every kind of matter and subject that is susceptible of them. They are not identical with natural law, but with definitions of simple nature, elements, or ultimate ingredients of things from which the basic material structure has been built. Forms are the structures constituted by the elements in nature, microphysics. This evokes a cross-reference to Bacon's atomism, which has been called the constructivist component of a system, including the alchemic theory about basic kinds of matter. He aims at understanding the basic structure of things as a means to transforming nature for human purposes, and thus he ends the unfinished Novum Organum with a list of things which still have to be achieved, or with a catalog of phenomena which are important and indispensable for future natural history. Historians of science, with their predilection for mathematical physics, used to criticize Bacon's approach, stating that the Baconian concept of science as an inductive science has nothing to do with and even contradicts today's form of science. In reaching this verdict, however, they overlook the fact that natural philosophy based on a theory of matter cannot be assessed on the grounds of natural philosophy or science based on mechanics as the fundamental discipline. One can account for this chronic mode of misunderstanding as a specimen of the paradigmatic fallacy. Bacon came to the fundamental insight that facts cannot be collected from nature, but must be constituted by methodological procedures, which have to be put into practice by scientists in order to ascertain the empirical basis for inductive generalization. His induction, founded on collection, comparison, and exclusion of factual qualities in things and their interior structure, proved to be revolutionary achievement within natural philosophy, for which no example of classical antiquity existed. His Scala Intellectus has two contrary movements, upward and downwards, from axiomata to experimentia and opera and back again. Bacon's induction was construed and conceived as an instrument of method of discovery. Above all, his emphasis on negative instances for the procedure of induction itself can claim a high importance with regard to the knowledge acquisition, and has been acclaimed as innovation by scholars of our time. Some have detected in Bacon a forerunner of Karl Popper in respect of the method of falsification. Finally, it cannot be denied that Bacon's methodological program of induction includes aspects of deduction and abstraction on the basis of negation and exclusion. Contemporary scholars have praised his inauguration of the theory of induction. This theory has been held in higher esteem since the 1970s than it was for a long period before. Nevertheless, it is doubtful that Bacon's critics, who were associated with the traditions of positivism and analytical philosophy, acquired sufficient knowledge of his writings to produce solid warrants for their criticism. In comparison to the neglect of Bacon in the 20th century, a more recent and deeper assessment of his work has arisen in connection to the Oxford Francis Bacon Project, which was launched in the 1990s by Graham Rees, who directed it until his death in 2009. It is now under the general editorship of Brian Vickers. Science and social philosophy. In Bacon's thought, we encounter a relation between science and social philosophy, since his ideas concerning a utopian transformation of society presuppose an integration into the social framework of his program concerning natural philosophy and technology as the two forms of the maker's knowledge. From his point of view, which was influenced by Puritan conception, early modern society has to make sure that losses caused by the fall are compensated for primarily by man's enlargement of knowledge, providing the preconditions of a new form of society which combines Saintia Nova and the millennium, according to the prophecy of Daniel 12:4. Science as a social endeavor is seen as a collective project for the improvement of social structures. On the other hand, a strong collective spirit in society may function as a conditio sine qua non for reforming natural philosophy. Bacon's famous argument that it is wise not to confound the book of nature with the book of God comes into focus, since the latter deals with God's will, inscrutable from man, and the form of God's work, the scientific explanation or appreciation of which is a form of Christian divine service. Successful operations in natural philosophy and technology help to improve the human lot in ways which makes the hardships of life after the fall obsolete. It is important to note that Bacon's idea of, to a certain extent, Christian society by no means conveys Christian pessimism in the vein of patristic thinkers, but rather displays a clear optimism as the result of compounding the problem of truth with the scope of human freedom and sovereignty. With regard to Bacon's two books, the Book of God and the Book of Nature, one has to keep in mind that man, when given free access to the Book of Nature, should not content himself with merely reading it. He also has to find out the names by which things are called. If man does so, not only will he be restored to a status of noble and powerful being, but the Book of God will also lose importance from a traditional point of view in comparison to the Book of Nature. This is what Blumenberg referring to as the asymmetry of readability, but the process of reading is an open-ended activity, so that new knowledge and the expansion of the system of disciplines can no longer be restricted by concepts such as the completeness and eternity of knowledge. According to Bacon, the Book of God refers to his will, and the Book of Nature to his works. He never gives a hint in his works that he has concealed any message of unbelief for the sophisticated reader, but he emphasizes that religion and science should be kept separate, and that they were nevertheless complementary to each other. For Bacon, the attack of theologians on human curiosity cannot be founded on rational basis. His statement that all knowledge is to be limited by religion and to be referred to use and action does not express a general verdict on theoretical curiosity, but instead provides a normative framework for the task of science in a universal sense. Already in the dedicatory letter to James I in his Advancement of Learning, Bacon attacks the zeal and jealousy of divines, and in his manuscript Philum Labyrinthe of 1607, he thought how great opposition and prejudice natural philosophy had received by superstition and the immoderate and blind zeal of religion. As Calvin had done long before him in the Institutes, Bacon stated that since God created the physical world, it was a legitimate object of man's knowledge, a conviction which he illustrated with the famous example of King Solomon in the Advancement of Learning. Bacon praises Solomon's wisdom, which seems to be more like a game than an example of man's God-given thirst for knowledge. The glory of God is to conceal a thing, but the glory of the king is to find it out, as if according to the innocent play of children. The divine majesty took delight to hide his works to the end to have them found out, and as if kings could not obtain a greater humor than to be God's playfellows in that game, considering the great commandment of wits and means whereby nothing needed to be hidden from them. From this perspective, the punishment of mankind on account of the very disobedience by Adam and Eve could be seen in a different light from the theological interpretation. In Bacon's view, the disobedience and its consequences could be remedied in two ways: by religion and moral imperatives, and by advancement in the arts and sciences. The purpose in advancing arts and the sciences is the glory of God and the relief of man's estate. The two remedies, which are connected with the moral dimension, refer to the advancement of learning and religion. All three together, the advancement of learning, religion, and morality, are combined in such a way that they promote each other mutually. Consequently, limited outlooks on coping with life and knowledge are ruled out completely in these three fields. The ethical dimension of Bacon's thought. The ethical dimension of Bacon's thought has been underrated by generations of scholars. Time and again, a crude utilitarianism has been derived from Book One aphorisms of the Novum Organum. This cannot, however, withstand a closer analysis of his thought, since Bacon's philosophy of science tries to answer the question of how man can overcome the deficiencies of earthly life resulting from the fall. He enters the realm of ethical reflection. The improvement of mankind's lot by means of philosophy and science does not start from a narrow utilitarian point of view, involving sheer striving for profit and supporting the power of or influence of select groups of men, but instead emphasizes the construction of a better world for mankind, which might come into existence through the ascertaining of truths about nature's workings. Thus, the perspective of the universal in Bacon's ethical thought is given predominance. The range of science and technology in their ethical meaning transcends the realm of the application of tools and or instruments, insofar as the aim is the transformation of the whole system. Since causality and finality can interact on the basis of human will and knowledge, a plurality of worlds becomes feasible. Moral philosophy is closely connected to ethical reflections on the relationship between the nature of virtues, habitual or innate, and their use in life privately and collectively. Any application of the principles of virtue presupposes for Bacon the education of the mind so that we learn what is good and what should be obtained. The main and primitive division of moral knowledge seems to be into the exemplar platform of good and the regimen of culture of the mind, the one describing the nature of the good, the other prescribing rules how to subdue, apply, and accommodate the will of man thereunto. So already in his advancement of learning, Bacon studied the nature of good and distinguished various kinds of good. He insisted on the individual's duty to the public, private moral self-control, and the concomitant obligations are relevant for behavior and action in society. One's ethical persona is connected to morality by preference of acceptable behavior, though what we can do may be limited. We have to muster our psychological powers and control our passions when dealing with ourselves and with others. We need to apply self-discipline and rational assessment, as well as restraining our passions in order to lead an active moral life in society. Thus, for Bacon, the acquisition of knowledge does not simply coincide with the possibility of exerting power. Scientific knowledge is a condition for the expansion and development of civilization. Therefore, knowledge and charity cannot be kept separate. I humbly pray that knowledge, being now discharged of the venom which the serpent infused into it, and which makes the mind of man to swell, we may not be wise above measure in sobriety, but cultivate truth and charity. Lastly, I would address one general admonition to all, that they consider what are the true ends of knowledge, and that they seek it neither for pleasure of the mind, or for contentation, or for superiority to others, or for profit, or fame, or power, or any of these inferior things, but for the benefit and use of life, and that they perfect and govern it in charity. For it was from this lust of power that the angels fell, from lust of knowledge that man fell. But of charity there can be no excess, neither did angel or man ever come in danger by it. Finally, the view that Bacon Nova Atlantis concerns a utopian society that is carefully organized for the purpose of scientific research and virtuous living holds true for the entire life's work. In Nova Atlantis, social, political, and scholarly life are all organized according to the maximum of efficiency. But the House of Solomon is a separate and highly esteemed institution for research, which nevertheless is closely connected to the overall system of Bensalem. In his utopian state, Bacon presents a thoroughgoing collective life in society and science, both of which are based on revealed religion. Religion, Christian in essence, is not dogmatic, but instills into people of Bensalem veneration for the wise and morally exemplary members of society, and which is of the utmost importance the strictest sense of discipline. Discipline is indispensable for those involved in the religious life as well as for the researchers, since both must proceed methodologically. It's the isomorphic structures of nature and science. On the other hand, so science and religion, on the other, prescribed patterns of political procedure, social processes, and religious attitudes which overcome any craving for individuality. If religion and scientific research are both shown as truthful in Bensalem, then according to Bacon, the imagination functions as a means of illustrating scientific revelation. Bacon's purpose is to show that scientific research properly pursued is not inconsistent with religious propriety and social stability. The scientists in Bensalem are sacred searchers for the truth. Ethics, religion, and science merge. Bacon's parabolic strategy, which we should not separate from the power of the idols, enables him to make much of his trick of introducing new ideas like a smuggler. His colored wares are smuggled into the minds of his readers by being visualized in terms of sacred and highly symbolic rituals. Science and religion are separated in Nova Atlantis, but they are also interrelated through the offices of the Society of Bensalem. What Bacon obviously wants to make clear to his readers is that the example of Bensalem should free them from any fear that scientific progress will lead to chaos and upheaval. The crucial point has been made by Jürgen Mittelstrauss, who understands Bacon's Nova Atlantis as utopian in regard to utopias as blueprints of practical reason, not of theoretical. That is, they set in exactly there where the early modern idea of progress appears meager with regards to the contents, which ethics and political theory. Okay, so there you have Francis Bacon and the precursor to the Royal Society of British Empiricism. So, all these are long and tedious. I'm not going to give too much commentary, because there's a lot to get through. But note Bacon using the term magic, where you have science and magic, and metaphysics is in the realm of magic. Mentioned sometimes in terms like Kabbalah is really just metaphysics, although Bacon was not a Kabbalist. So next we'll look at Thomas Hobbes. Let's get a drink. Okay, and I'm probably going to have another 5-minute break about 5 o'clock. So hopefully we'll pound through Thomas Hobbes. Thomas Hobbes. Thomas Hobbes, 1588 to 1679, whose current reputation rests largely on his political philosophy, was a thinker with wide-ranging interest. In philosophy, he defended a range of materialist, nominalist, and empiricist views against Cartesian and Aristotelian alternatives. In physics, his work was influential on Leibniz and led him to disputes with Boyle and the experimentalists of the early Royal Society. In history, he translated Thucydides' History of the Peloponnesian War into English and later wrote his own history of the Long Parliament. In mathematics, he was less successful and is best remembered for his repeated unsuccessful attempts to square the circle. But despite this, Hobbes was serious and prominent participant in the intellectual life of his time. Life and works. Thomas Hobbes was born on April 5th, 1588. His hometown was Malmesbury, which is in Wiltshire, England, about 30 miles east of Bristol. Very little is known about Hobbes' mother. His father, also called Thomas Hobbes, was somewhat a disreputable local clergyman. The older Thomas Hobbes eventually, in 1604, left Malmesbury when a dispute with another clergyman, Richard Jean, escalated to the point of a fight in the churchyard. By the point, the future philosopher Hobbes had himself left Malmesbury in order to study at Magdalen Hall, Oxford. His studies there were supported by his uncle, Francis Hobbes, who was a glover. After graduating from Oxford in February 1608, Hobbes went to work for the Cavendish family, initially as a tutor to William Cavendish, who later became the second Earl of Devonshire. Hobbes would work for the same family most of his life. His work for the Cavendish family is part of what allowed Hobbes to think and write as he did. It gave him access to books and connections to other philosophers and scientists. Hobbes' first notable philosophical works are from around 1640. Before this, he had significantly published a 1629 translation of Thucydides, A History of the Peloponnesian War, into English. Hobbes also interacted with various prominent intellectual figures. On a trip around Europe in the mid 1630s, Hobbes met Marin Mersenne in Paris. Aubrey claims that when Hobbes was in Florence, he contracted a friendship with the famous Galileo Galilei. Although curiously, Hobbes' autobiographical writings do not mention this, though they do mention meeting Mersenne. Earlier on, around 1620, Hobbes worked for some time as the secretary to Francis Bacon. Hobbes first made a notable impact with philosophical writings in the early 1640s. These included his Elements of Law and De Cive. The Elements of Law, which Hobbes circulated in 1640, is the first work in which Hobbes follows his typical systematic pattern of starting with the workings of the mind and language and developing the discussion towards political matters. De Cive, 1642, was Hobbes' first published book of political philosophy. This work focused narrowly on the political. Its three main sections are entitled Liberty, Empire, and Religion. However, De Cive was conceived as part of a larger work, The Elements of Philosophy. That work eventually had three parts: De Corpore, 1655, De Homini, 1658, and De Cive itself. De Corpore, which is discussed below, covers issues of logic, language, method, metaphysics, mathematics, and physics. De Homini, meanwhile, focuses on matters of physiology and optics. At this time, Hobbes also had a series of interactions with Descartes. In 1640, Hobbes sent to Mersenne a set of comments on Descartes' discourse and optics. Descartes saw some of this and sent a letter to Mersenne in response, to which Hobbes also responded. Then in 1641, Hobbes' objections were among those published along with Descartes' meditations. In these exchanges and elsewhere, the attitudes of Hobbes and Descartes to one another involved a certain curious mixture of respect and dismissal. On the one occasion they are said to have met in 1648, they did not get along well. In earlier letters, Descartes suggested that Hobbes was more accomplished in moral philosophy than elsewhere, but also that he had wicked views there. Descartes also worried that Hobbes was aiming to make his reputation at my expense and by devious means. Aubrey reports that the two mutually respected one another, but also that Hobbes thought that Descartes would have been better off sticking to geometry. Hobbes spent the next decade in exile in Paris, leaving England late in 1640 and not returning until 1651. His exile was related to the civil wars at the time. Hobbes was associated with the royalist side and might also have had reason to fear punishment because of his defense of the absolute sovereignty in his political philosophy. During his time in France, Hobbes continued to associate with Mersenne in his circle, including Pierre Gassendi, who seems to have been a particular friend of Hobbes. Late in his time in France, Hobbes wrote Leviathan, which was published in 1651. Its structure is somewhat similar to that of Elements of Law, though it contains lengthy discussions of matters of scriptural interpretation and is probably the most overtly polemical of Hobbes' major works. After his return to England in 1651, Hobbes continued to publish philosophical works for several years. De Corpore was published in 1655 and provides Hobbes' main statements on several topics, such as method and the workings of language. De Homini was published in 1658, completing the plan of the Elements of Philosophy. In later years, Hobbes defended his work in a series of extended debates. These included debates with John Wallis and Seth Ward that centered on Hobbes' alleged squaring of the circle, debates with John Bramhall about liberty and necessity, and debates with Robert Boyle about the experimental physics of the Royal Society. He also published a Latin edition of Leviathan in 1668, in which there was some significant changes and additions related to controversial topics such as his treatment of the Trinity and the nature of God. But Hobbes' attention was not on philosophy alone. Indeed, in the 1670s, he published translations of the Odyssey and Iliad In the late 1660s, he wrote a history of the Civil Wars, Behemoth, or the Long Parliament, which was published pusillanimously. Hobbes died on December 4th, 1679, at Hardwick Hall, one of the homes of the Cavendish family, with whom he was still associated after 70 years. Mind and language. At an abstract level, the elements of law, the elements of philosophy, and Leviathan all share a structure. Hobbes begins with a question about mind and language and works towards questions in political philosophy. How exactly the parts of the system are connected has long been debated, but Hobbes thinks at least that we will better understand how individuals interact in groups if we understand how individuals work. Thus, the first part of the elements of law is titled Human Nature, and the second, De Corpore Politico, about the body politic. Hobbes did not insist it was necessary to work through all the issues about individuals before tackling the issues about groups, as he acknowledged when he published the third part of the Elements of Philosophy, De Cive, first, but he did think it helpful. Thus, even in Leviathan, with its focus on political and religious matters, Hobbes starts with a story about the workings of the mind. The first 6 chapters work through issues about the senses, imagination, language, reason, knowledge, and the passions. Sense and imagination. Hobbes is a sort of empiricist in that he thinks all of our ideas are derived directly or indirectly from sensation. In addition, he tells a causal story about perception, which is largely the story of a causal chain of motion. The object causes immediately pressure on the sense organs, which causes motion inside us all the way to the brain and heart. There, this motion causes a resistance or counterpressure or endeavor of the heart to deliver itself, which endeavor, because outward, seems to be matter with be some matter without, and the seeming or fancy is which men call sense. Quite why this endeavor from inside to out should make the sensation seem to come from the outside is unclear, for things coming from the outside should be moving the other way. At any rate, the sensation is strongly grounded and perhaps even identical with the internal notions. But what we might ask is the quality. What is, say, red? In this chapter, Hobbes seems happy to say that red is the object, is just motions in it, and that red in us is motions in us, which gives rise to or a certain sensation. And he is happy to avoid the issue of whether red itself belongs to the sensation or the object. In the Elements of Law, however, he had proposed the Galilean view that colors inhere in perceivers, not the objects perceived. Imagination is Hobbes' next topic. His basic thought is that our sensations remain after the act of sensing, but in a weaker way. After the object is removed or the eye shut, we still retain the image of the thing seen, though more obscure than when we see it. This is a story about how we form ideas. More generally, imagination has a crucial role in Hobbes' picture of the workings of the mind. One sort of imagination is what we would now call imagination, as when from the sight of man at one time and of a horse at another, we can conceive of a centaur. That is, we can take the ideas, the faded sensations from different experiences and combine them together. But Hobbes also connects imaginations, the faculty of imagining, closely to memory and to understanding, imagination and memory. Hobbes says are the same thing, with two names that point to different aspects of the phenomenon of a decaying sense. If we want to point to the idea of the image itself, we use imagination, but if we want to point to the decay, we use memory. Moreover, Hobbes thinks that understanding is a sort of imagination, that is, the faculty of imagining is responsible for understanding as well as the compounding image in for memory. Understanding, as Hobbes says, the imagination that is raised in man and any other creature endued with the faculty of imagining by words or other voluntary signs. Understanding is not restricted to humans, so for example, a dog by custom will understand the call of its master, but humans have a sort of understanding that other creatures lack. A dog, for instance, can understand the will of its owner, say that its owner wants it to sit down. In general, the understanding that non-human animals can have is the understanding of will, but humans can also understand the conceptions and thoughts of others from their use of language. Understanding, as it for Hobbes, the work of the faculty of imagination, and crucially involves language. An account of the workings of language is thus crucial for having an account of the workings of the mind. For Hobbes, the mind contains sense, imagination, and the workings of language, and no further rational faculties such as the Cartesian immaterial mind that grasps natures by clear and distinct perception. His story about sensation, the formation of ideas, and the working of imagination is supposed to explain how some of our thought works, but only with further story about language and understanding in place does he have a full alternative to Descartes' story about our cognitive faculties. For Descartes, sense and imagination are, as in Hobbes' story, closely connected to the workings of our brain, but higher cognitive functions are performed by the immaterial mind. Hobbes denies the existence of the immaterial mind and needs other accounts of those functions. This combined, no doubt, with some independent interest in the topic, leads Hobbes to devoting a fair amount of attention to issues in the philosophy of language. Signification. Hobbes' account of language is crucial for his account of mind and has important connection to his views in political philosophy. Reading Hobbes' various accounts of language, it quickly became clear that the notion of signification is central. It is apparently the central semantic relationship in Hobbes' story, playing the sort of role that played in more recent accounts by meaning or sense of or reference. But what is signification? One important question here is whether and how Hobbes distinguishes signification and the thing signified from naming and the thing named. When Hobbes introduces his story about the names and the elements of law, he tells us that a name or appellation, therefore, is the voice of man, arbitrarily imposed for a mark to bring to his mind some conception concerning the thing on which it is imposed. Things' names are either the object themselves as man, or the conception itself that we have of man as shape or motion, or some privation, which is when we conceive that there is something which we conceive not in him. That is, Hobbes first introduces names as having a private use for individuals to help them to bring particular ideas to mind. Hobbes uses name in a very broad sense. In the chapter alone, he gives Socrates, Homer, man, just, valiant, strong, comely, and faith as examples of names. Notice here that though the point of using names is to recall ideas, the thing named is not necessarily an idea. It may well be an external object, such as in Hobbes' example of man. Later in the chapter, Hobbes starts to talk explicitly about signifying rather than naming. Thus, in talking about ambiguity, Hobbes says that the word faith sometimes signifies the same with belief, sometimes it signifies particularly that belief which makes the Christian, and sometimes it signifies the keeping of a promise. However, it is not at all clear that he really means to introduce signifying as a relation distinct from naming here. Indeed, he seems rather to be giving the same relation to different names. In Leviathan and De Corpore, something more complex goes on. The equivalent chapters in Leviathan and De Corpore start in the same way, with discussions of the role of names as marks to aid the memory. However, both then go straight on to introduce another role for names as signs to the hearers of the speaker's thoughts, and signify appears to the verb corresponding to what signs do. Though there are hints of this account in Leviathan, it is set out in most detail in De Corpore. There, Hobbes says that the names alone are not signs. They are not signs except insofar as they are arranged in speech and are in parts. So when we talk about signification, it is the act of signifying, of communicating one's thoughts by using words that are a sign of them. That is basic. In other terminology, while words name the thing, it's utterances that have signification. Someone might think that and nevertheless have a declarative notion of what a word signifies. Hobbes takes some steps in this direction. In particular, we can understand two words having the same signification as they're being interchangeable without changing the signification of the utterance. Thus, Hobbes uses signify when talking about translation relation, and when he says in Leviathan that the Greeks call it fancy, which signifies appearance, and some interpreters go further and take Hobbes to believe that words signify ideas, which are the ideas they call the mind when used in utterance. Nominalism. Hobbes is a nominalist. He believes that the only universal things are names. The word tree is, in Hobbes thinks, a universal or common name that names each of the trees. There is one nature and there are many trees, but there is not, Hobbes argues, some further thing that is the universal tree, nor is there some universal idea that is somehow of each or all of the trees. Rather, tree names each of the trees, each of the individuals to which the term applies, not note the collection of them. When Hobbes calls common names, those words which apply to multiple things are applied because of similarities between those things, not because of any relation to the universal things or idea. They are, in the minds of the speaker, ideas related to the names, but they are not abstract or general ideas, but individual images of individual things. I could use tree now associating with a tall pine tree, and tomorrow use tree, but have never my mind a short beech, but have before my mind a short beech tree. What matters, Hobbes says, that we remember that vocal sounds of this kind sometimes evoked one thing in the mind, sometimes something else. Hobbes' nominalism was recognized by his contemporaries, but was also criticized as going too far. Leibniz puts the point as follows: Hobbes seems to me to be a super nominalist, for not content like the nominalist to reduce universals to names. He says that the truth of things itself consists in names, and what is more, that it depends on the human will, because truth allegedly depends on the definition of terms, and definitions depend on the human will. This is the opinion of a man recognized as among the most profound of our century, and as I said, nothing can be more nominalistic than it. Yet it cannot stand in arithmetic and in other disciplines as well. Truths remain the same, even if notations are changed, and it does not matter whether a decimal or a duodecimal number system is used. Oh, yeah. Yeah, God bless, Sandra. Thanks. Similar worries that Hobbes views could not account for the fact that the same truths can be expressed in different languages were expressed by Descartes in his reply to Hobbes' objection to the meditation, and by Henry Moore in his Immortality of the Soul. Hobbes would apparently say, given his story about signification, that the bag is red has the same signification as die Tasche is rot. However, he does not endorse various claims about the aspect of language and truth being conventional and arbitrary. Some such claims are widely agreed upon, whether we write from left to right or right to left, for instance, and what particular marks we choose to represent words on paper. But Hobbes also endorses other more controversial claims of this sort. Most controversial, perhaps, Hobbes thinks that there is a conventionality and arbitrariness in the way in which we divide the world up into kinds. Though the application of red to some objects and not others is based on similarities between those objects, the similarities do not demand that we group exactly those objects together under a name. That is, the groupings and kinds, though based in similarities, are not determined by those similarities alone, but also and primarily by our decisions, which involve awareness of the similarities, but also an arbitrary element. This introduces an extra arbitrary element in the truth of the bag is red, for even if all the underlying similarities have been the same, we might have, say, drawn the line between red and orange in a different place. However, it is not at all clear that such arbitrariness gives rise to the problematic consequences that Descartes and Leibniz think it does. Reasoning as computation. Hobbes describes reasoning as computation and offers sketches of the computation that he thinks is going on when we reason. This idea might appear to have significant connections to later views, both to some views of Leibniz and to more recent approaches that adopt a computational theory of mind. This section looks at Hobbes' presentation of the idea and then briefly at these two possible connections. In De Corre, Hobbes first describes the view that reasoning is computation early in chapter 1. By reasoning, he says, I understand computation, and to compute is to collect the sum of many things added together at the same time, or to know the remainder when one thing has been taken from another. The reason, therefore, is the same as to add or subtract. In the section that follows, Hobbes gives some initial examples of addition and reasoning, which are examples of adding ideas together to form more complex ones. Thus, from the conceptions of a quadrilateral lateral figure, an equilateral figure, and a rectangular figure, the conception of a square is composed. That's but a small part of our mental activity, though. Hobbes also describes propositions and syllogisms as sort of addition. A syllogism is nothing other than a collection of a sum which is made from two propositions through a common term, which is called a middle term conjoined to one another, and thus a syllogism is an addition of three names just as a proposition of the two. A proposition is, in a sense, formed by adding the name of the predicate to the name of the subject, and so by adding snow and white, we get snow as white. We add is as well, but as Hobbes argues, it is not necessary, for we could indicate the same thing by word order rather than having an extra word as the copula. In thinking about syllogisms, think about the example, every man is an animal, every animal is a body, therefore every man is a body. In some sense, we add the proposition, or at least bits of them. We add the subject of the first proposition to the predicate of the second, aided in this by the middle term. This is an intriguing suggestion, but seems not to be very far developed. This addition has to follow some rules, especially in the syllogistic cases. Hobbes says every man is an animal, some animal is quadrupled, Therefore, some man is quadrupled is defective, but its conclusion too involves the addition of parts of the premises. Presumably, syllogistic addition, like arithmetic addition, must have its rules. And of course, Hobbes was aware of the properties of various good and bad arguments, but it's not clear what he added to that discussion by bringing in the language of addition. Nor indeed is it clear that what he really added to the discussion of the workings of the mind by his occasional use of such language. Nevertheless, the notion that reasoning is computation has been referred back to more than once. Leibniz explicitly endorsed and developed it in one earlier work. Thomas Hobbes, everywhere a profound examiner of principles, rightly stated that everything done by mind is a computation, by which it is to be understood either the addition of a sum or a subtraction of a difference. So just as there are two primary signs of algebra and analytics, plus and minus, and in the same way there are two copulas, is and is not, and the idea appears to have continued to hold some appeal for him. Thus, for example, Leibniz's numerical characteristic attempts in another way to use language of addition and subtraction to explain aspects of reasoning. Much more recently, some philosophers discussing the computational theory of mind have also seen connection to Hobbes' ideas. The central idea of a modern computational theory of mind is that the mind is a sort of computer. More precisely and technically, the immediate implementing mechanisms for intentional laws are computational. Computations viewed as intention are mappings from symbols under a syntactic description to symbols under syntactic description. And very roughly, we might see Hobbes as saying the same thing. There are various mental processes, compounding ideas, forming propositions, reasoning syllogistically that we can describe without knowing that reasoning is computation, but the underlying process that making this all work in computation, namely addition and subtraction. The connection seems to amount to no more than that, though, so it's at least rather overdramatic to say Hobbes was prophetically launching artificial intelligence. Materialism. By the time of Leviathan and De Corpore, Hobbes was convinced that human beings, including their minds, were entirely material. Later on, he came to think that even God was a sort of material being. This section focuses on Hobbes' materialism about human beings. This was not a popular or widely held position at the time. Hobbes, however, was a materialist. Why was he a materialist? We might suspect that Hobbes' story about the workings of the mind and language in the earlier chapters of the Leviathan is supposed to be implicit argument for materialism. Look, we might take Hobbes to be saying, I can explain all the workings of the mind using only material resources. What need is there to postulate an immaterial mind when this perfectly good and minimal explanation is available? Hobbes perhaps suggests this when he notes that his nominalism means that we do not need to suppose there's any faculty other than imagination in order to understand how universal thought works. However, for the most part, we do not find Hobbes explicitly stating this argument. Instead, he presents a series of arguments against various opponents who believes in immaterial beings, including immaterial human minds. There is a prominent suggestion in Leviathan that our discourse about incorporeal things constitutes insignificant speech. All the other names are but insignificant sounds, and those of two sorts, only when there are new, and yet their meanings are not explained by definition, whereof there have been abundance coined by schoolmen and puzzled philosophers. Another, when men make a name of two names whose significations are contradictory and inconsistent, as the name the incorporeal body, or which is all one, and incorporeal substance, and a great number more. For whatsoever any affirmation is false, the two names of which it is composed, put together, and made one signify nothing at all. Thus, Hobbes apparently thinks that talk about incorporeal substances, such as Cartesian unextended thinking things, is just nonsense. But why does he think that? Hobbes' comment about false affirmations suggests that he thinks incorporeal substances is insignificant because the substance is incorporeal is false. But that seems to derive the insignificance from the truth of materialism, which is hardly going to convince Hobbes' opponent. Hobbes does offer a supporting argument when he claims that incorporeal substance and incorporeal body are all one, but that premise too will be denied by his opponents, who think that there can be substance that are not bodies, and that substance and bodies are far from interchangeable terms. Hobbes offers a further argument against his opponent's belief in immaterial things in De Corpore in a passage in which he talks at length about the gross errors of philosophers. But the abuse consists in this, that when some men see that the increases and decreases of quantity, heat, and other accidents can be considered, that is submitted to reasons, as we say, without consideration of bodies or their subjects, which is called abstraction or existence apart from them. They talk about accidents as if they could be separated from every body. The gross error of certain metaphysicians take their origin from this, from the fact that it is possible to consider thinking without considering body. They infer that there is no need for a thinking body, and from the fact that it is possible to consider quantity without consideration body, they also think that quantity can exist without body and body without quantity, so that a quantitative body is made only after quantity has been added to a body. These meaningless vocal sounds, abstract substances, separated essence, and other similar ones spring from the same fountain. The key mistake Hobbes thinks lies in moving from the observation that we can talk about A and B and can think about A without thinking about B to the conclusion that A can't exist without B existing. Hobbes attacks various views associated with the scholastic Aristotelian tradition as resting on this mistake. One aim of this critical passage is to support materialism by showing a problem with the belief that there can be thought without a body. Hobbes elsewhere claims that Aristotle thinks that the human soul separated from man subsists by itself, so presumably has Aristotle and Aristotelians in mind as targets. When Hobbes talks about Aristotelian views, one might ask whether his target is Aristotle himself or some later Aristotelians. When Hobbes talks about Aristotelian metaphysics in particular, his main approach seems to be to take a certain core view to have been Aristotle's, then to criticize both that view and the further uses that were made of them. Hobbes' attitude to Aristotelianism comes across forcefully in a discussion in Behemoth that begins by describing Peter Lombard and John Duns Scotus as writing like two of the most egregious blockheads in the world. That exchange has several elements: the condemnation of the philosophical view as nonsensical, the claim that some philosophers aim to confuse, and the claim that the views are promoted in order to control the public and take their money. However, Hobbes rejected many of the views of the scholastic Aristotelian tradition. His work in several connections to it are as illustrated in Leichenhorst. The view that there can be thought without a body is also Descartes' view. Indeed, Hobbes may be thinking of Descartes' argument for that view in the Sixth Meditation. A key claim in Descartes' argument is that the fact that I can clearly and distinctly understand one thing apart from another is enough to make me certain that the two things are distinct. Descartes argues via this claim from his ability to clearly and distinctly conceive of mind apart from body and vice versa to the conclusion that mind and body are really distinct, are two substances, not one. Abstracting away from the details, we have an argument from the conceivability of mind without the body to the conclusion that the mind is not physical, and such an argument, of course, is Hobbes' target in the gross error passage. However, Descartes, by endorsing this argument, does not endorse the claim that if I can conceive of A's existing without B's existing, then A can exist without B existing. He endorses at most the weaker claim that if I can clearly and distinctly conceive of A's existing without B's existing, then A can exist without B existing. There's a special sort of conceivability involved here, clear and distinct conceivability, which licensed the move. In this case, but not in general, Hobbes' argument seems blind to this distinction. Overall, then, something of a puzzle remains. Hobbes clearly was a materialist about the natural world, but the explicit arguments he offers for this view seem rather weak. Perhaps he just had a good deal of confidence in the ability of the rapidly developing science of this time to proceed towards a full material explanation of the mind, just as his contemporary William Harvey, of whom he thought very highly, had made such progress in explaining biological matters. So too Hobbes might have thought, might we expect further scientists to succeed in explaining mental matters. Method. Hobbes was very much interested in scientific explanation of the world, both in practice, which he saw himself as engaged in, and also in theory. Chapter 9 of Leviathan tells us something about the differences between scientific and historical knowledge and the divisions between sciences. Chapter 6 of De Corpore gives a much fuller treatment of issues in the philosophy of science, issues of what Hobbes calls method. Method tells us how to investigate things in order to achieve science, the best sort of knowledge. Those writing about Hobbes' method have tended to tell one or other of two stories about the sort of method he proposes and its historical roots. One story emphasizes the connection between Hobbes' method and Aristotelian approaches. This has often been developed into a story about the particular influence on Hobbes of the work of Giacomo Zarabella, a 16th century Aristotelian who studied and taught in the University of Padua, which influenced is then often said to have been somehow mediated by Galileo. The alternative story emphasizes the connection between Hobbes' general view about method and the traditions of thinking about method in geometry. Here, the notions of analysis and synthesis are key. Oddly enough, both of these stories can be connected to the anecdotes that Aubrey tells about Hobbes. On the one hand, the report that Hobbes became friendly with Galileo while traveling in Italy, and the other, a tale of how Hobbes became fascinated with geometry at the age of 40 after looking at a copy of Euclid's Elements, not believing a proposition, and tracing back the demonstration of it to the propositions on which it depended. This section tells a version of the first story. Still, one should note that Hobbes sometimes uses the language of mathematical method of analysis and synthesis in describing his general method. Several commentators have seen this together with his clear admiration for the success of geometry as evidence of a more general use of the mathematical notions of his account of method. Adams argues that Hobbes proceeds by a method of synthetic demonstration in both geometry and political philosophy, and it might indeed be the case that both stories about Hobbes' method, the Zarabellan and the mathematical, have some truth to them. Those writing about Hobbes often describe Zarabella's method as having two parts, resolution and composition. Resolution moves from the thing to be explained, which is an effect, to its cause, and then composition brings you back from the causes to effects at a suitable general level that is correct but misses much detail. Most importantly, Zarabella's method, as seen, for instance, in his work De Regresso, is better described as having three parts. A crucial thought, somewhat mysterious third step stands between the move from effect to cause and that from effect to cause. The complete sequence, the argument from effect to cause and back again, Zarabella calls regressus. This sequence improves our knowledge, taking us from confused to clear knowledge of something. But how do we do this? The first step is to move from having confused knowledge of the effect to having confused knowledge of the cause. Roughly, you need to figure out what caused the thing you're trying to explain. The second step is from confused to clear knowledge of the cause. This step works, Zarabella thinks, by a sort of intellectual examination of the cause. The aim is not just to know what thing is the cause, but to understand that thing. The final step then moves from the clear knowledge of the cause to the clear knowledge of the effect. That is, your new full understanding of the cause gives you better understanding of the thing caused by it. Chapter 6 of De Corpore is Hobbes' main work on method. There, Hobbes lays out a model of the proper form of scientific explanation. A proper explanation tells you three things: what the cause is, the nature of the cause, and how the cause gives rise to the effect. Thus, Hobbes accepts the Aristotelian idea that to have the best sort of knowledge, scientific knowledge, is to know something through its causes. Similarities to the Aristotelian theories, such as Zarabella's, show up even in section 1 of chapter 6. Here, Hobbes defines philosophy as knowledge acquired by correct reasoning. It is both knowledge of effects that you get through conceptions of their causes and knowledge of causes that you get through conception of their visible effects. Already, we see signs of the Aristotelian picture in which you come to know the causes by knowing the visible effect, and you know the effect by knowing the cause. Moreover, there is perhaps in Hobbes a method, something like the middle step of regressus. For Hobbes, to know an effect through its causes is to know what the causes are and how they work. We are said to know scientifically some effect when we know what its causes are, in what subject they are, in what subject they introduce the effect, and how they do it. The requirement to know how the causes work, not just what it is analogous to the Zarabellan requirement to have distinct knowledge of a cause. Knowledge that the cause exists comes from the first step to the regressus. Complete explanation requires that you make a fuller investigation of the cause. For Hobbes, analogous to get to science of the effect, you need to understand not just what the causes are, but how they work. Comparison of Hobbes' view to Zarabella's and others more fully Aristotelian ones is complicated by Hobbes thinking that all causes are efficient causes, and the motion is the cause of all change in the natural world. In a more thoroughly Aristotelian picture, explanations are causal, but causes can be seen in several sorts. Hobbes' picture is more restrictive. To find the causes is to find the efficient causes. Moreover, he thinks that the efficient causes are all motions, so the search for causes becomes the search for motions and mechanisms. For all that there do seem to be similarities between Hobbes' method and the older Aristotelian approaches. One might well wonder how Hobbes could have come to know about Zarabella's views in particular. One story is that Hobbes learned about this method from Galileo, but that claim is problematic. Galileo did not know Zarabella's ideas and other similar ones. However, the text of Galileo in which signs of Zerubbabel's ideas are evident are early ones, but Hobbes knew Galileo's thought through his later published work. But even if the Zerubbabel-Galileo-Hobbes story is hard to support, there are other ways in which Hobbes might have learned of Zerubbabel's work. Harvey, whose work Hobbes greatly admired and who had studied at the medical school in Padua, might have been an intermediary, and it's far from ridiculous to contemplate Hobbes reading the works of the popular logician Zerubbabel. Philosophy of religion. Hobbes' views about religion have been disputed at great length, and a wide range of positions have been attributed to him, from atheism to Orthodox Christianity. This section focuses on two central questions: whether Hobbes believes in the existence of God, and whether he thinks that there can be knowledge from revelation. Some important aspects of Hobbes' approach to religion are left aside. These include religion's roles in politics and the question of whether God plays some fundamental role in Hobbes' ethical system. Hobbes at one point rules a good deal of religious discussion out of philosophy because its topics are not susceptible to the full detailed causal explanation that is required for scientia, the best sort of knowledge. Thus, philosophy excludes from itself theology, as I call the doctrine about the nature and attributes of the eternal, ungenerable, and incomprehensible God, and in whom no composition and no division can be established and no generation can be understood. Also excluded are discussions of angels, of revelation, and the proper worship of God. But despite these not being strictly speaking philosophy, Hobbes does in fact have a good deal to say about them, most notably in Leviathan. Things outside of philosophy in the strict sense may not be amenable to thorough causal explanation in terms of the motions of bodies, but they may well still be within the limits of rational discussion. Many people have called Hobbes an atheist, both during his lifetime and more recently. However, the word atheist did not mean the same thing in the 17th century as it means now. Thus, when Mintz, in his study of Hobbes' critics that often mentions atheism, summarizes the reason these critics gave for calling Hobbes an atheist, he lists the views that the universe is the body, that God is part of the world and therefore body, and that the Pentateuch and many other books of scripture are redactions or compilations from earlier sources, that the members of the Trinity are Moses, Jesus, and the apostles, that few, if any, miracles can be credited after the Old Testamental period, that no persons deserve the name of martyr except for those who witness the ascension of Christ, that witchcraft is a myth and heaven is a delusion, that religion is in fact so muddled with superstition as to be in many vital places indistinguishable from it, and that the church, both in its government and its doctrine, must submit to the dictates of Leviathan, the supreme civil authority. Thus, many of Hobbes' critics in the 17th century, including those who vehemently attacked his religious views, still thought he believed in the existence of God. They thought, however, that he was rather dubious sort of Christian. Other critics, however, have thought that Hobbes, in fact, denied the existence of God. This might seem a curious allegation, for Hobbes often talked about God as existing. Certainly, to read Hobbes in this way requires one to take some of his statements as something other than face value. In the elements of law, Hobbes offers a cosmological argument for the existence of God. However, he argues the only thing we can know about God is that he, first causes of all causes, exists. Our knowledge is limited in the way because our thoughts about God are limited. We can have no conception or image of the deity, so when we seem to attribute features to God, we cannot literally be describing God. We're either expressing our inability, as when we call God incomprehensible, or we're expressing our reverence, as when we call God omniscient and just. The same, indeed, is going on when we call God a spirit. This is not a name of anything we conceive, but again, a signification of our reverence. These three views supported from a cosmological argument, the belief that God is inconceivable bias, and the interpretation of apparent descriptions of God as not really descriptions, appear to recur in Leviathan. However, in later works, such as the appendix to the 1668 Latin edition of Leviathan, Hobbes proposes a different view. The older Hobbes thought that we could know God to have at least one feature, namely extension. In his answer to Bishop Bromhill, Hobbes describes God as a corporeal spirit. By this he means that God is extended. Indeed, Hobbes seems to think of God as a sort of extended thing that mixed through the rest of the world, not being in every individual place in the world, but able to affect all the things in the world. Whatever one thinks of this orthodoxy of Hobbes' earlier view, and what one might take this holder of those ideas just to be very serious believer in the rather orthodox view that God is incomprehensible, this latter view that God is corporeal is strange indeed. However, Hobbes does seem, in his answer to Bishop Bromhill and the appendix of the Latin edition of Leviathan do believe this strange view sincerely. Indeed, he goes to some pains to defend this as an acceptable version of Christianity, whether or not one believes that this is still one on the surface an odd theism rather than atheism. Even if Hobbes is some sort of theist, he's a theist who is skeptical about many widely held religious views. This is notable to some extent in his critical reading of biblical texts, which was not at all standard approach at the time. Indeed, Hobbes and Spinoza often get good deal of credit for developing this approach. It's notable too in his treatment of matters related to revelation. In chapter 2 of Leviathan, Hobbes comes to these topics at a slightly surprising point. In the course of discussing the workings of imagination, he talks naturally enough about dreams, emphasizing the occasionally difficulty of distinguishing dreams from waking life. He turns to talks of visions dreams had in stressful circumstances, when one sleeps briefly and sometimes taken as visions. Hobbes said he uses this to explain a supposed vision had by Marcus Brutus, and also widespread belief in ghosts, goblins, and the like. Later uses to account for visions of God, and Hobbes explicitly uses this to undermine the plausibility of claims to know things because told by God. To say God hath spoken to him in a dream is no more than to say that he dreamed God spoke to him, which is not of force to win belief from any man that knows dreams, and are for the most part natural and may proceed from former thoughts. To say he have seen a vision or heard a voice is to say that he have dreamed between sleeping and waking. For such a matter a man doth many times naturally take his dream for a vision, as not having well observed his own slumbering. This does not rule out the possibility that God might indeed communicate directly with an individual by means of vision, but does not rule out other people sensibly believing reports of such circumstances, for the events reported are easily, and usually, if not necessarily always correctly, given a natural explanation as dreams, which themselves have natural causes. Hobbes takes a similarly skeptical attitude to reports of miracles. Chapter 37 of Leviathan is a discussion of the topic, centered on Hobbes' definition of a miracle as a work of God besides its operation by the way of nature, ordained in the creation, done for the making manifest to his elect the mission of an extraordinary minister for their salvation. Though there is some dispute about exactly what Hobbes is doing there clearly is a good deal of talk about false or pretended miracles, with an emphasis on the possibility of trickery and a warning about believing too hastily in reports of miracles. The conclusion is weaker than that of Hume's more famous argument about the evidence for belief in miracles, but a similar skeptical attitude is present. The case has often been made, however, that Hobbes was not just somewhat skeptical about some religious claims, but actually denied the existence of God. This idea is that though Hobbes says that God exists, those statements are just cover for his atheism. Moreover, these interpreters claim there are various pieces of evidence that point to the hidden underlying view. Opinions differ on what the crucial evidence of the hidden atheism is. Jeffers, for instance, argues that Hobbes' claim about material gods do not add up. Curley argues that Hobbes' discussion of prophecy and miracles taken together contain a suggestive problem. There is what I would like to be a fairly obvious problem of circularity here. In the chapter on miracles, we are to judge the authenticity of a miracle by the authenticity of the doctrine it is used to support, but the chapter on prophecy, we had to judge the prophet's claim to be God's spokesman by his performance of miracles. If Hobbes is aware of the circularity, he does not call attention to it. Perhaps he just did not notice it. Perhaps, as Strauss might have suggested, he leaves it to the reader to discover this for himself. There are some tricky general methodological questions here about when we can reasonably say that the author is trying to communicate a view other than the one apparently stated. Note, however, that for someone allegedly covering up his atheism to avoid controversy, Hobbes took the curious approach of saying many other intensely controversial things. He was opposed to free will and to immaterial souls, opposed to Presbyterianism and to the Roman Catholicism, and managed to have anti-royalist thinking. He was a royalist, but at least one prominent royalist thinking he supported Cromwell. This was not a recipe for a quiet life. One might see Hobbes as thinking that these things could be said with controversy, but God's existence only denied with genuine danger. But one needs at least a fairly complex story about Hobbes' attitudes in order to sustain the view that he was sneakily suggesting that God didn't exist. Reception. Hobbes was widely read and controversial author. In many cases, the discussion of his philosophy was about his political philosophy. However, Hobbes' non-political views were also discussed. The Cambridge Platonist Ralph Cudworth, for example, devoted considerable energy to arguing against Hobbesian atheism and materialism. Cudworth's Cambridge colleague Henry Moore was also a critic of Hobbes. Margaret Cavendish, meanwhile, reacted to Hobbes' work and developed her own non-Hobbesian materialism. One important connection is that between Hobbes' work and Leibniz, of all the canonical philosophers of the period from Descartes to Kant, is probably the one who paid the most attention to Hobbes' work and had the most to say about different aspects of it. Leibniz found Hobbes' work worthy of serious engagement, but ultimately also thought it mistaken in many ways. On the other hand, later empiricist philosophers, in particular Locke and Hume, developed several Hobbesian themes. Indeed, one may well speak of Hobbes, not Locke, as the first of the British empiricists. The best known part of Leibniz's interaction with Hobbes are from the early in Leibniz's philosophical career before 1686, the year in which Leibniz wrote his discourse on metaphysics. His criticism of Hobbes' nominalism and his early adoption of the view that reasoning is computation were both discussed above. Leibniz also paid a good deal of attention to Hobbes' view about the emotion, in particular those about conatus or endeavor, which have application both to physics and mathematics. And Leibniz twice in the 1670s wrote letters to Hobbes, though it is unclear if Hobbes ever received them. And there's no evidence of any replies. Leibniz continued, moreover, to engage with Hobbes' work throughout his philosophical career, even if that engagement was never quite as intense as it was in the brief early period. There is, for instance, a discussion of Hobbes' views in the 1709 Theodicity. Looking beyond Leibniz, we can see some close connections between the work of Hobbes and that of Locke and Hume, both of whom were well aware of Hobbes' views. Locke's connection to Hobbes, though perhaps not obvious, are there. Thinking of Locke's empiricism, anti-nativism, his attention to language and his workings and related errors, he granted at least the possibility of materialism being true and a skepticism about revelation. Hume, meanwhile, begins his treatise with his view about ideas being less intense copies of our sensation, a view of close resemblance to Hobbes' view about decaying sense. Russell argues convincingly that Hume modeled the structure of the treatise on that of Hobbes' elements of law, and Hume, like Hobbes, combines apparent acceptance on a basis of cosmological argument with skepticism about many religious claims. Indeed, there is enough connections that it's plausible to speak of the empiricism of Hobbes, Locke, and Hume, rather than the more conventional trio of Locke, Berkeley, and Hume. Okay, so let's keep this moving. Next, we'll talk about Margaret Lucas Cavendish. Let's take a quick break. Be back in less than a minute. Okay, so we're back. Moving on to Margaret Lucas Cavendish, the first of the women I will have covered in this series. I might have to take a few-minute break in the middle of this. Someone might be coming by. It might be like a 5-minute break. So if it happens, let's take a break and try to finish all Cavendish, Boyle, and Newton. Margaret Lucas Cavendish. Margaret Lucas Cavendish was a philosopher, poet, scientist, fiction writer, and playwright who lived in the 17th century. Her work is important for a number of reasons. One is that it lay out an early compelling version of the naturalism that is found in the current day philosophy and science. It also offers important insights that bear on recent discussions of the nature and characteristics of intelligence and the question of whether or not the bodies that surround us are minded and intelligent. Another reason that the work of Cavendish is important is that it anticipates some of the central themes of views and arguments that are more commonly associated with figures like Thomas Hobbes and David Hume. She also offers novel and compelling responses to questions that are central to the discussions of the 17th century, for example, about whether sense perception is by means of impressions, about whether human beings are free in a libertarian or compatibilist sense, about whether there is any true disorders in the natural world, about the limits of knowledge and the limits of ideas and language, and how motion is transferred between bodies. In addition, she takes an important debate in the social and political philosophy with a focus on issues of agency and authority. She asked in particular about the relation between an individual's desire to live a life with which they identify and the receptivity that the desire encounters in the surrounding environment. Introduction biography. Margaret Lucas was born in 1623 in Colchester, Essex. She did not receive a formal education in disciplines such as mathematics, history, and philosophy, and the classical language, but she had access to scholarly libraries and was an avid reader. She began to put her own ideas to paper at an early age, and although it was regarded as unseemly at the time for a woman to be publicly intellectual, she was able to be an intellectual in private in regular conversations with her middle brother John. This is noteworthy because John was already a well-established scholar, student of law, philosophy, and natural science. He was fluent in Hebrew, Latin, and Greek. He would eventually become a founding member of the Royal Society. In 1643, seeking a life of independence, Lucas applied to be a maid of honor at the court of Queen Henrietta Maria. When the queen was exiled to France in 1644, Lucas accompanied her and shortly thereafter met William Cavendish. They married in 1645 and would remain in exile in Paris, then Rotterdam, then Antwerp until the restoration of the crown in 1660. There are two reasons why it's important to mention the marriage of Margaret Lewis and William Cavendish. One is that William regularly organized and hosted meetings at the Cavendish Circle in the 1640s, and attendees included such 17th century giants as Thomas Hobbes, René Descartes, Marin Mersenne, Philip Gassendi, and Kenelm Digby. Margaret attending many of these meetings, though we do not know the extent to which she participated. The second reason why it's so important to mention the marriage of Margaret to William is that in the mid-17th century, it was uncommon for a publisher to print the philosophical and scientific works of a woman. Margaret Cavendish was a sufficiently brilliant and impressive writer that she was able to publish some of her work without assistance, including her very first work, Poems and Fancies, 1653, but her more philosophical writings were published with the assistance of her well-connected husband. At the time, women were not taken very seriously as philosophers, and there was not a large market for the work of a woman philosopher to be distributed and discussed. Margaret was extremely proactive about mailing copies of her philosophical monographs to the scholars and to the libraries in England and beyond, along with requests for commentary and continued correspondence. But the replies she received tended to be very dismissive. For example, William Charlton wrote back to her suggesting that Cavendish had to expend an unusual sum of money to have her books printed and that those books are an adornment on library shelves. Charlton also made clear that Cavendish need not have fear of being plagiarized. Other scholars and librarians were similarly dismissive, and with the exception of the case of Joseph Glanville A common denominator across the letters that Cavendish received in response is that there is almost no attempt to engage with her philosophical arguments and positions, and little evidence of their having been read. Unfortunately and sadly for her and for us, Cavendish was not able to participate in philosophical back and forth with her contemporaries. When they would not critically correspond with her in print, she engaged their views critically in the form of a correspondence between herself and a fictional third person. Cavendish wanted to secure a wide correspondence out of love to truth and to make my own opinions the more intelligible, which cannot be better done than by arguing and comparing other men's opinions with them. For a philosopher or philosopheress is not produced on a sudden. According to Cavendish, no one is a philosopher in a vacuum, just as no one is a military general or barrister or mathematician or coach. To develop these skills, there is a part and parcel of philosophical inquiry, and to engage in a philosophical debate itself, one needs interlocutors and one needs to be seen as a potential authority. But the people in her surrounding environment were not going to comply. She left her books on the shelves in the hope that the self same work might be far more impact in a future generation. Cavendish lived and wrote in the thick of a mechanistic revolution of the 17th century, though many of her views about thinking matter, the transfer of motion, and the nature of scientific explanation are largely anti-mechanistic, and in many respects her arguments run against the grain. In her own age, she was regarded alternatively as mad, pretentious, a curiosity, and a genius. She finally received some much-wanted recognition from her male peers in 1667, when she was offered an extremely rare invitation to participate in a meeting of the Royal Society, though to be sure she was regarded as a spectacle by many in attendance. She died in December 1673 and was buried at Westminster Abbey. Over the course of her short life, she produced a number of important works in philosophy. These include World's Olio, 1655, Philosophical and Physical Opinions, 1656, Philosophical Letters, 1664, Observations upon Experimental Philosophy, 1666, The Description of a New World called The Blazing World, 1666, and Grounds of Natural Philosophy, 1668. The central tenet of Cavendish philosophy is that everything in the universe, including human beings and their minds, is completely material. Her commitment to that tenet is reflected throughout her corpus. Nature is material or corporeal, and so are all of her creatures, and whatsoever is not material is no part of nature, neither doth it belong any ways to nature. According to Cavendish, none of the achievements of bodies are to be traced to immaterial agents such as God, immaterial finite minds, or substantial forms, because bodies have the resources to bring about everything that they do on their own. Cavendish also holds that bodies are ubiquitous and that there is no vacuum, because extensions of space cannot be extensions of nothing but must be extensions of matter. Every body is infinitely divisible, and all of the bodies in nature at every level of division are intelligent and perceptive. As we will see, one of Cavendish's motivations for accepting the latter view is that it makes sense of the order that we encounter in the natural world. Cavendish is aware that she is writing in a tradition in which the prospect of thinking matter is not going to be taken seriously in the eyes of many of her contemporaries and predecessors. Matter is not only unintelligent, but also inert and utterly worthless. She writes, I perceive man has a great spleen against self-moving corporeal nature, although himself is part of her, and the reason is his ambition, for he would fain be supreme, and above all other creatures, as more towards a divine nature, he would be a god if arguments could make him such. Cavendish does not accept a conception of matter according to which matter is low grade, being her view that minds are corporeal is not the view that minds are composed of rags and shreds, but it is the purest, simplest, and subtlest matter in nature. Cavendish will argue that the processes that are traditionally identified as material are wondrous and impressive, and that the processes that she would identify as material, but that others would identify as immaterial, are even more so. As we will see, her views on the sophistication of matter also informs other aspects of her thinking, for example, her metaphysics of imagination, according to which imaginings are not static pictures, but living figures that are creative and able to take on a life of their own. And also her view that the superiority of natural productions of human artifacts, according to Cavendish, the latter are composed of bodies that are put together quickly and do not have the same history of communication and synchronization as the entities that compose the production of nature. When Cavendish says that ideas are material images, or that natural productions are more sophisticated than artifacts, she is not supposing a conception of matter according to which it is static and inert and dead. Her own views employ some of the language of the tradition, for example, matter, image, and idea, but she fleshes out such terms in novel directions. She does not attempt to create an entirely new language, given that no one would understand it. For the most part, she retains existing terminology and notes the respect in which it has been misused or abused. The Cavendish corpus is a tour de force. Even if Cavendish was not recognized in her lifetime for the extent of her intellectual prowess, she wrote 8 philosophical monographs, and she crafted plays and poems and fictional pieces that exhibit philosophical arguments and thought experiments as well. Her thinking has important implications and tentacles, providing us with insights into the place of human beings in nature, the distinction between the social and the natural, and the interdependence of creatures. She also made significant contributions on the philosophical topics like causation, perception, motion, agency, gender, God, and free will. Her views and arguments might also be interpreted as bearing on the contemporary movements in deep ecological and environmental ethics. As we will see, she holds that human beings would benefit from emulating the behavior and thinking of non human creatures, for example, in the case of social organization. However, Cavendish does not appear to have the resources to make any normative claims about our impact on nature. She admires nature, but a list of the qualities that pertain to bodies include size, figure, motion, activity, thought, and perception, and not qualities like goodness and badness. She is also not especially concerned about the long term viability of the natural world. It will be fine as an eternal entity, is not going anywhere, even if we happen to impact it in a way that leads to our own demise. Cavendish died in 1673 at the early age of 50. Intelligent matter and the history of philosophy. Cavendish is working within a philosophical tradition in which the doctrine that matter is self moving and intelligent is almost completely unintelligible. To those of her opponents who allow that the doctrine can be entertained, it is unlikely at best, and if true, it is a terrible disappointment. For example, in Plato, we find the view that the philosopher frees the soul from association with the body as much as possible. For Plato, souls are invisible and intangible, and hence indivisible and divine, and bodies are their complete opposite. We know from an analysis of our concept of body and from our presumably related observation of the sudden inactivity of things that die that animated bodies have a soul and that bodies on their own are inert. The soul is obviously what activates and enlivens a body, and the opposite of a soul, its body, is death. Our embodiment and our resulting physical needs incline us to pursue sensible objects, but these are not worthy of our attention, and they interfere with our ability to end to things that are. We find similar contempt for the body in prominent philosophers of later ancient philosophy and in medieval and early modern philosophers as well. In On Beauty, Plotinus speaks to the darkness inherent in matter. He praises the sensible, but only to the extent that it imitates immaterial ideas and minds. This is why fire glows with a beauty beyond all other bodies, for fire holds the rank of idea in their regard, always struggling aloft, their subtlest of elements is at the last limits of the bodily. It sparkles and glows like an idea. Fire is still material, of course, and material things are no substitute for things that are immaterial and hence divine. Plotinus continues. An ugly soul is friend to filthy pleasure. It lives a life abandoned to bodily sensation and enjoys its depravity. If someone is immersed in mire and daubed in mud, his naive comeliness disappears. His native comeliness disappears, and all one sees is the mire and mud in which he is covered. Ugliness is due to the alien matter that encrusts him. If he would be attractive once more, he has to wash himself, get clean again, make himself what he was before. Thus, we would be right in saying that ugliness of soul comes from mingling with, fusion with, collapse into bodily and material. In a word, Plotinus thinks that we should do all that we can to mitigate the unfortunate fact of our embodiment and instead engage in the philosophical reflection. 100 years later, Augustine repeats the same view exactly. How highly do you value the will? You surely do not think it should be compared with wealth or honors or physical pleasures, or even all these together. Then should we not rejoice a little that we have something in our souls, this very thing that I call a good will, in comparison with which those things we mentioned are utterly worthless. For Augustine, a body is so bad that sin consists in turning our attention away from the eternal things to things that are temporal or corporal. Augustine is working in the Christian tradition, and it cannot be ignored that although Christ made a tremendous sacrifice in giving up his body, The abandonment of the physical in favor of the purely spiritual reads very differently through an Augustinian and Platonic lens. The same manner of thinking finds its way into the 17th century as well in the Cartesian and very Augustinian Platonic philosopher Nicholas Mellenbrock. We find that views that bodies are inferior things that are essentially passive and inert. He brings together the whole spectrum of things that are advanced in his body dismissing predecessors. In dialogues on metaphysics and religion, his spokesperson Theodore says that to his opponent Aristes that our embodiment is a burden and that we should neutralize it to whatever extent we can. You are now ready to make thousands and thousands of discoveries in the land of truth, distinguish ideas from sensations, but distinguish them well. Your modalities are only darkness. Remember that. Silence your senses, your imagination, your passions, and you will hear the pure voice of inner truth, the clear and evident responses of our common master. Never confound evidence which results from the compassion of ideals with the vivacity of the sensations which affect and disturb you. The more vivid our sensations, the more they spread darkness. In a word, avoid all that affect you and quickly embrace all that enlightens you. We must follow reason, despite the seductions, the threats, the insults of the body to which we are united, despite the action of the objects surrounding us. For Mellenbrock, the search for truth is very literally a matter of retreating to the study where the possibility is minimized that we will be distracted by the lures of the sensible world. In Mellenbrock and Cavendish's contemporary Rudolf Cudworth, we find a similar disgust for the body. Cudworth argues that there is a hierarchy of being that applies to creatures and that minds are at the top, bodies are dead and lowly, and are squarely at the bottom. This is unquestionably a scale ladder of nature and degrees of perfection and entity, one above another, as of life, sense, and cogitation above dead, senseless, and unthinking matter, or reason and understanding above senses. Cudworth is certainly aware that the bodies that surround us are active and engaged in the behaviors that are orderly and at least apparently teleological, but none of this is evidence that matter is not dead. Cudworth concludes that because matter is dead, its orderly and purposive behavior can only be explained on the assumption that it is accompanied by a necessary immaterial guide. There are other philosophers of the 17th century who agree that matter is a detestable sort of being, but conclude that it does not exist, or at least that it does not exist as conceived by the tradition. In Anne Conway, we find the view that God would not and did not create it. How can any dead thing proceed from him or be created by him, such as mere body or matter? It has truly been said that God does not make death. It is equally true that he did not make any dead thing. For how can a dead thing come from him who is infinite life and love? How can any creature receive so vile and diminish an essence from him who is so infinitely generous and good? For Conway, God creates only beings that are alive, and so the everyday objects that surround us are something other than what Plotinus, Mellenbrock, and Cudworth had thought. There exists nothing that is brutish, inert, and unthinking, and instead there is a continuum of creatures that exist on a spectrum from highly intelligent and active to largely dim and dull. Cavendish agrees with Conway that nothing answers the traditional conception of matter, but unlike Conway, she is happy to say that matter surrounds us. Cavendish and Conway are, for the most part, in agreement. Cavendish simply rejects the traditional conception of matter as inadequate and then proceeds to argue that the things that our conception of matter has always picked out, the things that our language has designated as material, are something more. Unlike many of her opponents, Cavendish is not disappointed by the result that minds are material. She thinks, on the contrary, that it is a source of hope. For example, if we appreciate that minds are corporeal, we will be able to come up with better and more systematic and less grouping treatments of mental illness. As evidence for her views, she points to the obvious fact that a person's mood and energy are affected by nutrition, and that old age and injury to the brain can neutralize some of our cognitive functions. Cavendish is breaking with her tradition and arguing that the fulfillment of a person is not a matter of turning away from the body, but understanding all of its dynamics and embracing it. Material minds. An important strand in Cavendish's argument for materialism is their defense of the view that minds are material. One of her arguments for this view begins with the assumption that our minds are housed in our bodies. She assumes that we are being serious when we say that our thinking takes place in the head, and concludes that to the extent to which we are speaking literally, our thoughts must have figure and be spatially situated. I would ask those that say that the brain has neither sense, reason, nor self-motion, and therefore no perception, but that all proceeds from an immaterial principle and an incorporeal spirit, distinct from the body which moves and actuates corporeal matter. I would fain ask them, I say, where in their immaterial ideas reside, in what part or place of the body, if the spirit have no dimension, how can it be confined in a material body? Since place is an attribute that belongs only to a body, minds and their ideas are immaterial. Thinking does not take place only in the brain. According to Cavendish, he will argue that it is ubiquitous in nature and that in the case of a human being, it pervades the brain and the rest of the body. A related reason that Cavendish offers in favor of the view that thinking is material is that though matter might be without motion, yet motion cannot be without matter, for it is impossible, in my opinion, that there should be immaterial motion in nature. Cavendish takes it to be obvious that only material things move. That is to say, there is no immaterial motion. She also takes it to be obvious that if a person is thinking and their body partakes of motion, their mind partakes of motion as well. In the current day, we might be at the airport thinking about a philosophical question, and then we might continue to think about the question mid-flight, and then we might finally give the question a rest when we have arrived at our destination. Our thinking took place at the airport, on the plane, and at our final stop. Taking issue with the ancient Greek philosopher Protagoras, she writes, I cannot conceive how it is possible that the soul, being incorporeal, can walk in the air like a body, for incorporeal beings cannot have corporeal actions, no more than corporeal beings can have the actions of incorporeals. If minds do travel, and Cavendish supposes that they do, then they are material. Cavendish indeed supposes that minds partake in all kinds of motion. She holds that the rational parts of the mind move freely without burdens. For example, when the mind quickly assembles an image of an entity, ideas are extremely active in their motions, according to Cavendish, and she supposes that only material things move. Note, however, that in holding that ideas move, she does not want to say that they move from place to place. That is because, strictly speaking, Cavendish does not hold that there is such a thing as place or location that bodies inhabit. Instead, a body and its place are identical. For Cavendish, what it means to say is that the body moves will be a function of its mereological relations to the bodies that surround it. In bringing together the datum that minds move and that premises that immaterial things do not partake of motion, Cavendish anticipates a line of argumentation that we'll later find in Locke. Nobody can imagine that his soul can think or move a body at Oxford, whilst he is at London, and cannot but know that being united in his body constantly changes place all the whole journey between Oxford and London, as the coach or horse does that carries him, and I think may be said to be truly all that while in motion. Locke only hints at the conclusion that minds are material, but Cavendish, by contrast, is not concerned to pull any punches. The thesis that matter thinks is an unrevisable element of her philosophical system. It is not an unwelcome appendage, but instead a straightforward consequence of tenets that she takes to be obvious. Cavendish also cornering her opponents into explaining what the sense is in which minds move or are housed in our brains if they are not material. A figure like Leibniz is comfortable elucidating the nature of immaterial minds in terms of the language of mirrors, dizziness, and spatial perspective. Cavendish is insisting that the language of dimension and motion applies to bodies alone. An objection, of course, is there's something odd in saying that minds move or they are spatial. There are plenty of figures in the history of philosophy who have posited the existence of entities that are not in space, even though these entities still in some way apply to or are part of everyday objects. Most famous, perhaps, is Plato's positing of the existence of numbers, perfect geometrical figures, and other universal entities. Here, Cavendish and her opponents are presumably at loggerheads. There may be something odd about saying that minds move, she would insist, but there is something even more odd about saying that the entirety of a person partakes of motion without their minds partaking of motion as well. She might grant that perhaps there are immaterial minds and also numbers and geometric figures that exist in a non-spatial Platonic realm, but she would insist that these are not what we are referencing when we speak of the minds by which we deliberate on earth and have ideas. The latter minds travel with us when we move in our material. Cavendish is in effect imploring us to take seriously that the language of moving minds is only unusual against the backdrop of an impoverished conception of matter. Another argument that Cavendish puts forward about the view that thinking is material is from mind-body interaction. First, she presupposes a standard materialist premise that nothing can interact with or come into contact with a body but a body. She writes, in fine, I cannot conceive how a spirit can have the effects of a body, being none itself, for the effects flow from the cause, and the cause is, so are its effects. It is, in my opinion, more probable that one material should act upon another material, or one immaterial should act upon another immaterial, than that an immaterial should act upon a material or a corporeal. This is a standard kind of argument that we find in philosophers ranging from Lucretius to Gassendi to Spinoza to Searle, that things cannot stand in causal relations with bodies unless they are material themselves. Our minds interact with our bodies on a regular basis, but the interaction of immaterials and materials is impossible, and so minds must be material also. We might worry that Cavendish has only provided reason to think that the minds with which our bodies interact are material. Perhaps human beings have bodies and material minds, and in addition we have an immaterial mind or soul that is something above and beyond our material mind. In a way, she actually concedes the point. There may be a supernatural spiritual beings or substances in nature without any hindrance to matter or corporeal nature. The same, I might say, of the natural material and the divine or supernatural soul. For though the divine soul is in a natural body, and both their powers and actions be different, yet they cause no ruin or disturbance to each other. Here Cavendish is allowing that for all we know there exist immaterial entities like a divine and supernatural soul, but if so, we do not detect any such entities, and they are not the things we are referencing when we talk about the minds by which we think and have ideas. Those interact with the bodies and partake in motion, and hence they are material. If there is a divine and supernatural soul, our material minds and bodies cannot interact with it, and we cannot detect it. Cavendish writes, wherefore no part of nature, her parts being corporeal, can perceive an immaterial, because it is important to have perception of that which is not perceptible, as not being an object fit or proper for corporeal perception. Natural reason cannot know, nor have naturally any perception or idea of an incorporeal being. But as for immaterial, no mind can conceive that, for it cannot put itself into nothing, although it can dilate and rarefy itself to a higher degree, but must stay within the circle of natural bodies. There might be immaterial souls, Cavendish seems to be allowing in the passage, but if immaterial souls do exist, we cannot perceive or form ideas of them. For furthermore, the entities that we do conceive and discuss are not those immaterials, but something else. Sometimes Cavendish comes close to saying something even stronger than finite immaterial things have no being or reality at all. For example, she writes, immaterial things are non-beings, for they are the weakest of all, and can do her nature the least hurt, as not being able to obstruct real and corporeal actions of nature. Here she is agreeing with her contemporary Thomas Hobbes, who argued that spirits exist, but that only existence are things that inhabit space and have dimensions, and so spirits are material. He holds that the earth onely that denominates the lovers of the worldly men, but the universe, that is the whole mess of all things that are, is corporeal, that is to say body, and half the dimensions of magnitude, namely length, breadth, and depth. Also, every part of body is likewise body, and half the dimensions, and consequently every part of the universe is body, and that which is not body is no part of the universe, and because the universe is all, that which is no part of it is nothing, and consequently nowhere. Nor does it follow from hence that spirits are nothing, for they have dimensions and are therefore really bodies. Here Hobbes is suggesting that even God is a body if God in fact has any reality, but Cavendish will not quite go that far. In one passage he says that God is immaterial, and it's the only immaterial. An immaterial, in my opinion, must be some uncreated being, which can be no other than God alone. Wherefore created spirits and spiritual souls are some other things that an immaterial, for surely if there were any other immaterial beings besides the omnipotent God, these would be so near the divine essence of God as to be petty gods would almost make the power of an infinite God. But God is omnipotent and only God. In the preponderance of passages, Cavendish says that there are no natural finite immaterials, and so she appears to allow that non-natural finite immaterials might have some being or other. She subscribes to the view that only material things are real and substantial, but perhaps she just holds that our word real picks out things that are tangible and spatial, even if there are other existence as well. Cavendish suggests as much when she says that we might be surrounded by immaterials, but that we cannot detect them. She also writes, all that is called immaterial is a natural nothing, and the immaterial natural substance, in my opinion, is nonsense. Cavendish is committed to saying that the ideas and minds that we encounter are a part of nature and material, presumably she is right to hold that there might exist other things as well, even if they are nothing to us. A problem that arises, however, is that as we have seen, Cavendish holds that we cannot form ideas of immaterials. If so, it is not clear how, on her view, we can have the thought that immaterials might exist. Cavendish suggests very strongly that we can think and speak of immaterials in her remark that they might in fact surround us. She says that even if they did, we would be none the wiser. But still, the question remains about how Cavendish can allow that we are able to think or talk about immaterials at all if we are not able to perceive, detect, or have ideas of them. There are a number of ways that Cavendish might maneuver here. One would be to defend the thesis that although our natural and hence material minds can form no conception of an immaterial, there's another aspect of our minds, an aspect that is not material, and it can form conceptions of immaterials. Cavendish hints at this thesis when she states that natural reason cannot have an idea of an incorporeal being, leaving open that non-natural reason could have an idea of an incorporeal being. A problem, of course, is that Cavendish does not seem to be able to allow that natural reason can have an idea of non-natural reason, or that it can put forward the thesis that non-natural reason can form conceptions of immaterials. Another maneuver would be to make the distinction between knowledge and faith and argue that although our minds cannot detect immaterials or have any evidence of their existence, there must be some way in which our minds are able to conceive of immaterials such as God, or else we would not even be capable of faith. Cavendish writes, for example, that the rational component of the mind perceives some effects of the omnipotent power of God, which effects are perceptible by finite creatures, but not his infinite nature, nor essence, nor the cause of his infiniteness and omnipotency. A problem, of course, is that if Cavendish is committed to the view that natural reason can form no conception of the immaterial, then she can allow that we have ideas of things that are the effect of an immaterial cause, but it is difficult to see how we could have an idea that immaterial cause itself, so long as she takes an idea to be the picture of some object, and so long as the immaterials cannot be captured in a figure or image, it would appear that she is committed to saying that we can have no ideas of immaterials at all. A third maneuver that Cavendish could make is to say that when she talks in the language of immaterials, she is using the term that she does not take to be a referential, but that are still serving an important communicative role. For example, when she speaks of the immaterial souls that might surround us and the way in which they would be nothing to us, she might be trying to make a point in the language of her opponents. They speak in terms of immaterials, and Cavendish might want to attempt to engage them. She says, for example, at the start of Philosophical Letters, I shall merely go upon the bare grounds of natural philosophy and not mix divinity with it, as many philosophers used to do, except to be in those places where I'm forced by the author's arguments to reflect upon it, which shall yet be rather with an expression of my ignorance than a positive declaration of my opinion of judgment thereof, for I think it not only an absurdity, but an injury to the holy profession of divinity to draw her to the proofs of natural philosophy. Wherefore I shall strictly follow the guidance of natural reason and keep to my own ground and principles as much as I can. A potential problem for the view that Cavendish is making this third maneuver in all cases in which she uses the word God is that there exist texts outside of Philosophical Letters in which she uses the word but is not directly responsible to the view of the theistic opponent. But she is also clear in numerous passages that we have no idea of God or any other materials and no idea of infinitude, and so it is likely that in those texts she is responding to a presumptive opponent, or perhaps just that she is being careful to articulate her piety. A final argument that Cavendish offers for the view that matter thinks and is intelligent and from an orderly behavior of bodies. One of the long-standing puzzles of the 17th century philosophy and science was how to explain this behavior. Cudworth lays out the puzzle very neatly. First, he offers a trilemma. Since neither all things are produced fortuitously or by the unguided mechanisms of matter, nor God himself may reasonably be thought to do all things immediately and miraculously, it may well be concluded there is a plastic nature under him, which, as an inferior and subordinate instrument, both grudgingly execute that part of his providence which consists of the regular and orderly motion of matter. Cudworth settles on the third horn of the trilemma after ruling out the other two. Bodies are dumb and dead, and so are not the source of their own order, and it would be beneath God to attend to bodily affairs himself. Cudworth also considers a fourth option that the orderly behavior of bodies is secured by the existence of laws of nature, he concludes that it is not an additional option after all, but is assumed by the other three. These men, I say, seem not very well to understand themselves in this, for so much as they must of necessity either suppose these their laws of motion to execute themselves, or else be forced perpetually to concern the deity in the immediate motion of every atom and matter throughout the universe in order to the execution and observation of them. We cannot make any other conclusion than this, that they do not but unskillfully and unawares establish that very thing which in words they oppose, and that their laws of nature concerning motion are really nothing else but a plastic nature. Here Cudworth is pointing out, and Cavendish will agree, that we do not account for the orderly behavior of bodies by positing laws of nature, and if we do not know what a law of nature is or how it operates, on Cudworth's view, the orderly behavior of bodies is secured by immaterial minds or plastic natures that attach to bodies and work to keep them on the rails. It is something like the way that our immaterial minds intelligently guide our bodies, plastic nature intelligently guide the bodies that compose the plant and animal and mineral world. Cavendish agrees with a highly modified version of this last statement. She will rise at the objection, though, that minds that move and come into contact with and attach to the bodies must be material themselves. Like Cudworth, Cavendish generates her view on the orderly behavior of bodies from a rejection of the Epicurean doctrine that the order that we encounter in nature arises by chance. She writes, though the opinion of atoms is as old as from the time of Epicurus, yet my conceptions of their figures, grading and disposing, are new and my own. It is not provable that the substance of infinite matter is only infinite, small, senseless fibers moving and composing all creatures by chance, and that chance should produce all things in such order and method, unless every single atom were animated matter, having animated motion, which is sense and reason, life and knowledge, something in keeping bodies in line, according to Cavendish, and to do its job, it must be active, intelligible, and perceptive. It cannot be immaterial, however, and so if nature were not self-knowing, self-living, and also perceptive, she would run into confusion, for there could be neither order nor method in ignorant motion. Cavendish rejects the view that matter is not capable of engaging in orderly behavior or its own. It does not require the assistance of plastic nature. For example, if it is not clear how such a thing could be of any help anyways, Cavendish is indeed shocked by the territory of those who think that we can speak intelligibly of an immaterial divine being, but then allow that some of its creatures would be dead and barren. She writes, I cannot imagine why God should make an immaterial spirit to be the proxy or vice gerent of his power, or the quartermaster general of his divine providence, and your author is pleased to style it when he is able to effect it without any under officers and in a more easily and compendious way as to impact immediately such self-moving power to natural matter, which man attributes to an incorporeal spirit. Cavendish does not appear to allow that we can speak intelligently of God or other immaterials, and so here she is presumably just granting some theistic assumptions for the sake of argument. She's saying that if Cudworth and others are correct that God is an impressive creator, he would not have created lousy bodies along with high-grade minds to keep them on the rails. He would have made high-grade bodies that are able to exhibit order on their own. They would be knowledgeable of the order that they are supposed to realize, and they would know the details of the bodies in their vicinity. Okay, that section was really long. Lost all my viewership, but keep it going. Got to keep the research going. So it was this section why I thought to include panpsychism. All this is interesting, and the musings and theorizing around topics important of the time, philosophy. It was this section on panpsychism why I thought it was important to include Cavendish in this series. Panpsychism. Cavendish does not think that thinking is restricted to human beings and nervous system. She argues that thinking takes place across a spectrum of creatures, from human beings to non-human beings to insects and cells, and to all creaturely reality. For Cavendish, mentality is ubiquitous throughout the entire universe. First, she cites when she takes to be obvious data about particular non-human animals. She writes, the knowledge of other creatures many times gives information to man, as for example, Egyptians are informed how high the river Nilus will rise by the crocodiles building her nest higher or lower, which shews that those creatures foresee or foreknow more than men can do. Also, many birds foreknow the rising of a tempest and shelter themselves before it comes, and like examples may be given for several other sorts of animals. Then she supposes that the same applies to insects like ants and bees and spiders, in what is basically an ode to the ant. She writes, a company of ants meeting together choose the root or bottom thereof to build a city. They build after one fashion. It's like a hill or half globe, the outside being convex, the inside concave, a figure it seems they think most lasting and least subject to ruin. They, being wiser than man, know time is precious, and therefore judiciously order it, forecasting while they work, and taking up the whole time with contrivance. Likewise, they are careful of repairs, lest ruin should grow upon them, insomuch that if the least grain of dust be misplaced, they stop or close it up again, so their care and affection is not less to bury their dead. According to Cavendish, crocodiles and birds exhibit extremely sophisticated behavior that is guided by intelligence and mentality, so do ants and other insects, and so do other creatures that we might suppose are too primitive to think. She indeed supposes that cells and other microscopic creatures are mindful as well. The elemental creatures are as excellent as man. I cannot perceive more abilities in man than in the rest of natural creatures. Life and knowledge is animate matter and is in all parts of all creatures. Cavendish supposes that it's obvious that there is mentality in all creatures. She looks around, she sees it, and she describes what she takes to be in front of her. But someone might object that this is only metaphorical to say that ants and spiders or cells exhibit mentality. Perhaps they're just a kind of machine, and Cavendish is anthropomorphizing when she insists and projects otherwise. She also makes sure to back her contention with arguments. One especially clever argument began with the assumption that human brain thinks. That seems fair enough. Then Cavendish argues that the only way that the human brain could think is if the elemental bodies that compose the brain were also mental and perceptive. In effect, she is asking the question if the physical elements that make up the brain are entirely non-mental and exhibit no trace of mentality, how could they add up to a larger brain that thinks? If the basic elements of the brain do not have any mentality at all, then they could not combine together into a larger body that thinks. That would be magic, and Cavendish is not going to appeal to magic in her explanation of things. Non-mental elements could certainly combine together to compose a larger thinking that is also not mental or minded. But if elements combine together to form a brain that thinks, then those elements must have some trace of mentality or proto-mentality. She writes, I shall never be able to conceive how senseless and irrational atoms can produce sense and reason, or a sensible and rational body such as the soul is. 'Tis true, different effects may proceed from one cause or principle, but there is no principle which is senseless, can produce sensitive effects, nor no rational effects that can flow from an irrational cause. Here Cavendish is taking a stand on the critical question of the early modern period, the question of how bodies would be able to think if their most basic features did not include mentality of some kind. Many of her contemporaries argue that the most basic features of bodies are extensive features like size, shape, and motion. They concluded that bodies cannot think because there is no way to explain how thinking would arise or emerge from building blocks that are utterly non-mental. Descartes is an example, as is Mellenbach. Can thing extended in length, width, and depth, reason, desire, sense? Undoubtedly not, for all the ways of being of such extended things consist only in relation of distance, and it is evident that these relations are not perceptions, reasoning, pleasures, desires, sensations, in a word, thoughts. Therefore, this I that thinks, my own substance, is not a body, since my perceptions, which surely belong to me, are something entirely different from relations of distance. For Mellenbach, the way of being of a body are restricted to what can be understood as bearing relations of distances to other beings. It is impossible to conceive of a thought as having a size or as a being of a certain distance from another thought or from a body. So thought is not a body or the property of a body. Cavendish turns the debate on its head. In a nutshell, she argues that if elemental bodies do not exhibit an iota of mentality, then human brains would not exhibit an iota of mentality. But human brains do exhibit mentality. Therefore, the smaller elemental bodies that compose the brain exhibit mentality as well. These bodies that make up the brain have electrons and protons. Although that language was not yet available in the 17th century, they also have a kind of proto-mentality and perception. Cavendish would just then need to appeal to the assumption then that bodies that make up the brain are not essentially different from the bodies that compose everything else. Or better put, she would need to appeal to the assumption that the elemental bodies that make up the bodies that make up the brain are not essentially different from the elemental bodies that compose the bodies that make up everything else. She takes the assumption to be confirmed in the behavior of the bodies that surround us. We might again consider bees or ants or natural or highly sophisticated processes by which an eyeball is produced, or by the process of formation of metal. She writes, I cannot perceive more abilities in man than it in the rest of natural creatures, for though he can build a stately house, yet he cannot make a honeycomb, and though he can plant a ship, yet he cannot make a tree, though he can make a sword or knife, yet he cannot make the metal. We can create a sword, but we cannot create the metal that makes up the sword. Perhaps we can do it in the current day, but Cavendish would insist that if so, nature figured it out first, and we are just imitating the skill of nature and following its lead. There's also a sense in which we can make a tree, but not really. We can certainly plant a shrub, or what Cavendish is calling it, a slip, but we do not do that. We are not doing all the productive work, and indeed, the contribution on our end is fairly minimal. We put a seed or shrub in the ground and water it, and a tree eventually forms. All the real work is done in the complicated genetic and physical structure of the seed or shrub, and if it did not have that structure, we could water the thing all day, and nothing would grow. Two people might also announce that they made a baby together, but the same applies again. The real legwork is done by the sophistication of the reproductive organs and the infrastructure by which nutrition is redistributed to the growing fetus, for example, through the placenta. A human being forms, and it consists of things like the human eye, which is about as intricate as an entity as it could be. Perhaps we have caught up to nature in some instances. For example, we can now create synthetic seeds that become plants, but again, Cavendish would insist that in such a case we are imitating the wisdom of nature, and that nature figured it out first. But we still cannot make a human eye, as much else that nature has been manufacturing seamlessly and skillfully for eons. Cavendish accordingly concludes that wisdom that is exhibited in natural bodies is often of a higher order than the wisdom that is exhibited in human beings. Indeed, we are at our best when we imitate nature. Natural reason is above artifice, wherefore those arts are the best and surest informers that alter nature least, and they are the great deluders that alter nature most. Non-human bodies are intelligent and creative, according to Cavendish, and they communicate with each other in the course of bringing about impressive and coordinated feats. She writes, it is well to be observed that there being an intercourse and commerce, and also an acquaintance and agreement between parts and parts, there must also of necessity be some knowledge or perception betwixt them. That is, one part must be able to perceive another part in the actions of that part. For whatsoever is life and knowledge, that is sense and reason, there are also perception, and though no part of nature can have absolute knowledge, yet is neither absolutely ignorant, but it has a particular knowledge and particular perceptions according to the nature of its own innate and interior figure. The bodies that compose an artifact are also natural bodies, of course, and so have a history of perception and communication with the bodies which they are standardly contiguous, but human artifice is often a matter of extracting such bodies from their normal context and putting them in a position that is foreign and unfamiliar. These bodies are still perceptive, but the combinations into which they are forced to enter are not as well functioning. An everyday example that might shed light on Cavendish's thinking here is the difference between an office staff of individuals who have a long history of working together and a group of office workers that are just recently assembled. Statistically speaking, for the first group would be able to get a lot more done, or perhaps a better example is Muppet Man. Cavendish would also appeal to the order that is exhibited throughout the natural world as evidence for her view that thinking is ubiquitous. As we have seen, she holds that bodies do not exhibit orderly behavior unless they are guided by intelligence and mentality. Order is exhibited throughout nature, and so mentality abounds. Note, however, that Cavendish is not thereby committed to the view that non-human creatures exhibit the same kind of thinking as human beings. She writes that there are different knowledges in different creatures. They are different knowledges proper to their kind, as animal kind, vegetable kind, mineral kind, elemental kind, and are also different knowledges in different sorts. For example, man may have a different knowledge from beasts, birds, fish, flies, worms, or the like, and yet be no wiser than those sorts of animal kinds. She then offers the same kind of example that we find later in the work of Cudworth, who also held that thinking is ubiquitous in nature, though we argue that thinking is immaterial. If we worry that it sounds odd to say that there is thinking in trees, cells, and other bodies that exhibit order, Cudworth notes that not all thinking is highly conscious and reflective variety that is showcased by Descartes. Instead, there is the intelligence that is exhibited by the fingers of the exercised lutenist, fingers that were able to create beautiful music without being conscious. We might point to other examples of expert behavior that are more mundane, like dribbling a basketball or doing the steps of a dance, where we do well when we proceed unthinkingly, but were to get tripped off if we bring our behavior to the level of conscious attention. Anticipating Cudworth and anticipating much later philosophers who posit the existence of embodied cognition, Cavendish writes, most spend their time in talk rather than in thought, but there is a wise saying, think first and speak after, and an old saying that many speak first and think after, and doubtless many, if not most, do so, for we do not always think of our words we speak, for most commonly words flow out of our mouth rather customarily than premeditatedly, just like actions over walking, for we go by custom, force, and strength without a constant notice of or observation. For though we design our ways, yet we do not ordinarily think of our pace, nor take notice of every step, several steps. Just so most commonly we talk, for we seldom think of our words we speak, nor many times the sense they tend to, unless it be some affected person that would speak in fine phrases. Some of us might squirm at using the expression like muscle memory if we think that material muscles cannot exhibit mental states, but for Cavendish, phenomena like muscle memory are not to be expected if bodies are mindful across the board. She would add for good measure that although human beings do engage in conscious and reflective thinking, most of our thinking is not of that sort. A human being is composed of a very large number of bodies, and most of those are involved in such orderly functions as the beating of the heart, digestion, the absorption of nutrients, the disposal of waste, reproduction, and the significant amount of communication that takes place between cells. That is a lot of mentality, and arguably it is much more than the mentality that is contributed by episodes of conscious reflection. Cavendish even offers a clever argument to the effect that episodes of conscious mentality of a human being presuppose the torrential amount of unconscious cognitive labor that is taking place behind the scenes. The example of a conversation is especially telling. Cavendish supposes for most commonly words flow out of the mouth rather customarily than premeditatedly. In the course of a conversation, a string of thoughts often just come to us, and then we utter them. A similar example is that in which we come to have a witty or clever idea in response to a situation we inhabit. It is not that we have the conscious idea already among many other conscious thoughts that are in our mind. Then we choose to express the one that has a high relevance flag attached to it. The thought just presents itself, or we have many thoughts and one has attached it to the high relevance flag, something attached to that flag, and that is cognitive work. Or you might consider the case of the late night talk show host who thinks of exactly the right thing to say at exactly the right time, though it is one of perhaps 100 million possible thoughts in their wheelhouse, but they think of and utter just that one. Cavendish shines a light on the phenomenon by positing the existence of unconscious cognitive workers in the brain that wisely select our thoughts and put them before our conscious mind. She writes, who knows but in the brain may dwell little small fairies who can tell, and by their several actions they may make those forms and figures we for fancy take. And when we sleep, those visions, dreams we call, by their industry may be raised all, and all the objects which through senses get, within the brains they may in order set. Cavendish does not suppose that there are actual winged fairies flying around our brain. What she does suppose is that there must be a cause that puts before our mind the intelligent thoughts that we come to have in the coherent and intelligent order in which we come to have them. Otherwise, we would not have those thoughts, or we would come to have them in an order that is jumbled and random. In the course of a conversation, in the course of any train of thought, there's something of which we are not aware that in order sets our ideas. This something is cognitive and perceptive and discriminating by nature. If a comedian or philosopher or witty person is identified as intelligent for articulating a clever idea, the process by which the idea comes to them is properly identified as intelligent. If not more so by the hypothesis, we are not conscious of that background process. We are just conscious of the thoughts themselves. The background process is quite intelligent, however, and we would be lost without it. Indeed, A fun exercise in which a person might engage is to notice when a funny quip comes to them out of the blue and ask how it arose. Cavendish would say that it's fairies, which are the intelligent and hence mindful entities that in order set our ideals. These engage in tremendous amounts of mental activity, and for every bit of conscious reflective activity that we count, there is at least one bit of unconscious mental activity, if not more, that make it possible. And then there is a digestion, the absorption of nutrients, the disposal of waste, the reproduction, the significant amount of communication that takes place between cells. Just a fraction of the thinking that takes place in the human body is of the conscious and reflective variety, according to Cavendish. Even if we think that that kind of thinking is special and that is the only kind of thinking that we do, but conscious thinking is an outlier, and if so, at most a fraction of the thinking that takes place in nature is the sort of which we identify. The parts of the human body exhibit mentality. One part of the mass body, as one hand, is not less sensible than the other, nor the heel less sensible than the heart, nor the legs less sensible than the head, but each part hath its sense and reason, and so consequently it is sensitive and rational knowledge. If a human hand or heel is composed of the same elemental bodies that compose the rest of the bodies in nature, then unconscious embodied mentality abounds. Another philosophical tenet that bears on Cavendish's view is the ubiquity of thinking in her view that nature is a plenum. If there were empty spaces between bodies, then there would be no thinking that takes place between bodies. But Cavendish holds that the notion of empty space is a fiction. In the regions that we call empty space, there's air, for example. In addition, there are other bodies that are below the threshold of human perception. She offers a number of reasons for supposing that the universe is a plenum, including that nothingness can have no property and that God would not create non-being. She writes, an incorporeal dimension of extension seems, in my opinion, a mere contradiction, for I cannot conceive of how nothing can have a dimension or extension, having nothing to be extended or measured. My sense and reason cannot believe a vacuum, because there cannot be an empty nothing, but change of motion makes all the alterations or figures, and consequently all that which is called place, magnitude, space, and the like, for matter, motion, figure, place, magnitude, are but one thing. But some men, perceiving an alteration, but not the subtle motions, believe that bodies move into each other place. God being not a creator of nothing, nor an annihilator of nothing, but of something, he cannot be a creator of vacuum, for vacuum is a pure nothing. Cavendish will have to be careful about putting any weight on this last argument, if she also holds that we have no idea of God and no ideas of any immaterial more generally, but she does make sure to offer additional argument that contain no theological premises. Non-being is nothing, she supposes, and in addition, nothingness cannot have any properties. The universe is a plenum of contiguous bodies, and these bodies are also perspective and are in regular communication with the bodies in their local environment. Cavendish is a panpsychist in the sense that she holds that all creatures exhibit mentality, and she holds that there is no space that is not inhabited by a creature. All creatures think, and there is no region of the universe that does not exhibit mentality. Cavendish does make a distinction between three kinds of matter: rational, sensitive, and inanimate, and so it might seem that she allows that some creatures, for example inanimate bodies, do not exhibit mentality. She writes, the truth is, nature considered as she is, and as much as our sense of reason can perceive by her various effects, must of necessity be composed or consist of a commixture of animate, both rational and sensitive, and inanimate matter. For were there no inanimate matter, there would be no ground or grosser substance to work on, and so no solid figures, and were there no inanimate sensitive matter, there would be no labor or workman, as I may call it, to form the inanimate part of matter into various figures, such infinite changes, compositions, divisions, productions, dissolutions. The same basic idea is that if all matter were rational matter of the sort that composes our ideas, that macroscopic bodies would assemble and also decompose just as quickly as our ideas of those bodies, but they do not. In imagination, we can quickly form an idea of a house or mountain or dragon, and then recombine the components of that idea into an idea of something very different. But in nature, things are more slow. They are also more steady. The three kinds of matter are more precisely degrees of matter. Cavendish supposes that all the three are so intimately blended that there is no region of matter that does not exhibit at least some mentality and perception. Perhaps a final question that arises in the context of a discussion of Cavendishian panpsychism is about artificial intelligence. Cavendish would agree that a creature would never exhibit thinking if the elemental bodies of nature do not have features like thought and perception. In that circumstance, there's absolutely no chance and no risk that a computer would ever think, no matter its program, and a robot would never think, no matter how complicated its arrangements of its part. But Cavendish holds that the elemental bodies of nature do not exhibit thought and perception. There is no chance that a machine would think just in virtue of the size and shapes of their body that compose it, but an artist or technologist might still create a thinking machine, not in virtue of its code or its wiring, but in virtue of the mentality of the bodies that are blended with them. As we will see, Cavendish has numerous reservations about human artifice. A 21st century application of her view is to note that non-panpsychist artists and technologists are being naive and reckless in any attempt to create a powerful and efficient machine that merely simulates thinking. They lack a proper appreciation of what it is that is thereby combined. Occasional causation. An interesting wrinkle in Cavendish's view is the orderly behavior of bodies is her insistence that when bodies interact, they do not transfer motion to each other. Instead, bodies communicate with each other about how to coordinate their behavior, and each is then the source of its own motion. On the assumption that properties cannot literally slide or hop from one body to another, cases in which one body does take on the motion of another body would be cases in which the second body also takes on the matter that has that motion, but we do not observe a body to become more massive when it is moved as a result of its contact with another body, as Cavendish explains in her description of a hand that moves a bowl. I cannot think it is probable that any of the animate or self-moving matter in the hand quits the hand and enters the bowl, nor that the animate matter which is in the bowl leaves the bowl and enters the hand. Cavendish adds that if it did, the hand would in a short time become weak and useless by losing so much substance. She instead proposes that when one body appears to move another, it is simply an occasion or a prompt for the second body to move on its own. The second body moves in the right way in response to the first body and the other bodies in its vicinity, but only because all bodies are intelligent and perceptive, and for the most part agreeable, and they communicate with each other about how to proceed. A body B might appear to acquire new motion from body A if body B is at first was still, or body B might appear to be stationary after body A stops it from moving, but Cavendish supposes that bodies that appear to be stationary are always quite active below the surface. Though a particular motion does not have in the same manner as it did before, nevertheless it is still there, and not only there, but still moving. Only it is not moving after the same manner as it did move heretofore, but is changed from such a kind of motion to another kind of motion, and being still moving, it cannot be said to cease. Wherefore, what is commonly called cessation from motion is only a change of some particular motion, and is a mistake of change from for rest. A given amount of motion is inseparably tied to the body that has it, according to Cavendish, and so motion never transfers from a first body to a second, unless, of course, the first body loses some of its matter, in which case there is a transfer of motion, but only because there is at the same time a transfer of matter. The motion that is transferred is not transferred from the matter that has it. Instead, the matter and motion both transfer together. Cavendish supposes that motion is never transferred on its own, but she also allows that a body can redirect motions that another body already has. That is, a body never transfers any amount of motion to a second body, but a body can and often does redirect the motions of a second body. Bodies indeed often dominate other bodies with force their motions to run counter to the way that they would otherwise be. Nature's parts move themselves and are not moved by any agent. Secondly, though nature's parts are self-moving and self-knowing, yet they have not an infinite or uncontrollable power, for several parts and parties oppose and oftentimes obstruct each other, so that many times they're forced to move, and they may not when they would. There's no particular creature that hath an absolute power of self-moving, so that creature which hath the advantage of strength, subtlety, or policy, shape or figure, and the like, may oppose and overpower another which is inferior to it in all this, yet this hindrance and opposition does not take away self-motion. A body never loses its motion, and a motion is never transferred on its own from one body to another, but a body can redirect the motion that a second body already has, and in a way that might give the appearance that the motion has been transferred. Cavendish will allow appearances to tell part of the story of a given body-body interaction, but she also makes sure that any such story is informed by deeper metaphysical considerations like, strictly speaking, a body and its motion are inseparable. A given body never loses or acquires motion. According to Cavendish, instead, the motion of a body is always its own self-motion. If so, we can draw a conclusion about the motions that occur in a sense organ when an object is perceived. The motions are self-motions. They are not motions that are transferred from the object that is perceived. Such a transfer is unintelligible. New motions are not transferred from the object that is perceived unless the sense organ gets bigger, nor are they impressed upon the sense organ by bodies that travel through the air and stamp themselves on the organ. Instead, these motions in the sense organ are self-motions. These sense organ patterns an image on the perceived body, and it does so via motions that it possessed all along. By prints, I understand the figures of the objects which are patterned or copied out by the sensitive or rational corporeal figurative motions, as for example, when the sensitive corporeal motions pattern out the figure of an exterior object, and the rational motions again pattern out a figure made by the sensitive motions. These figures of the object that are patterned out I name prints. Thus by prints I understand patterns, and by printing patterns it is not the exterior object prints its figure upon the exterior sensitive organs, but that the sensitive motions in the organs pattern out the figure of the object. For Cavendish, both the causal participants of a sensory perception are active, which is to say that the sense organ, usually regarded as passive, is active. The body that is perceived is also a cause, and this is what Cavendish calls the occasional cause. I say that something may be occasional cause of other things, but not the prime or principal cause. Commentators have worried that even if we allow Cavendish the view that bodies are active and vital to the source of their own motion, she has no way to account for how the bodies communicate so successfully with each other if nothing is transmitted between them. Bodies seem to suggest, or perhaps they transmit a sort of signal that triggers the self-motion of the body that moves, but the question is how they do this. As Detlefsen writes, although it is true that there is no transfer of motion between the bodies in case of interaction by occasional causation, there is still some sort of causal interaction when the first body induces the second body to act. How is it possible if nothing is physically transferred? O'Neill points the way to an answer. First, she points out that even though for Cavendish a body never transfers its motion to a second body, it still serves as a partial cause of its movement. I do not say that the motion of the hand does not contribute to the motion of the ball, for though the ball has its own natural motion in itself, nevertheless the motion of the ball would not move by such an exterior local motion. Did not the motion of the hand or any other exterior moving body give it occasion to move that way? Wherefore the motion of the hand may very well be said to be the cause of the exterior local motion of the ball, but not to be the same motion by which the ball moves. It is clear how the occasional cause contributes to the motion of the second body in a case where the occasional cause oppose and overpower another which is inferior to it. The occasional cause hinder the second body in force to it to move in ways that it otherwise would not. The second body still moves by its own self-motion, for this hindrance and opposition doth not take away any self-motion. Motion is never transferred from one body to another, and so the motion of a body, even the motion of a body that is overpowered, is motion that the body has possessed all along. But the occasional cause still redirects the self-motion of the second body and redirects the self-motion of the second body, which is to say that it redirects the motion that the second body already had. Note that Cavendish uses the language of occasional causes, but our understanding of occasional causation is not the same as the 17th century contemporaries like Mellenbrock and Boyle. For Cavendish, an occasional cause is something that triggers or occasions motion that is already in and is inseparable from the affected body. Cavendish then makes sense of the causes that are more mundane. She considers, for example, of our sensory perception of distant objects like the sun, and we would expect she holds that there is an occasional cause that plays an active role with respect to the prompting of motion that is already in the eye, and she holds that the eye plays an active role as well. She writes, neither is the influence of the stars performed beyond a certain distance, that is such as the distance is beyond sight to the natural power to speak, for if their light comes to our eyes, I know of no reason against it, but their effects may come to our bodies. We perceive a distant body because light travels from the body to our sense organs, as it does something to the sense organ. The light does not add new motion to the sense organ. That is absurd. Instead, the light redirects the body of the sense organ to form a pattern of the distant body. In the very next sentence, Cavendish offers the same account of the causal process by which a creature acquires a disease. She says that as an infectious disease, they can by corporeal imitation, as by touch, either of the infected air drawn in by breath or entering through the pores of the body, or of some things brought from infected places. For Cavendish, occasional causation occurs by contact with a body, redirects the self motion of the second body. Bodies interact with other bodies by contact when they hinder each other, and they redirect but never transfer motion. In the case of perception, the self motion of the sense organs pattern an image on the distant body upon the arrival of light or some other medium. As we would expect, Cavendish does not hold that light travels all the way from the distant body. Instead, the light is patterned by air or light that is in plenum of matter that lies in between object and perceiver. At the end, the sense organ patterns that air or light. She says that as for air, it patterns out the light of the sun, and the sensitive motions of the eyes of the animals pattern out the light of the air. She owns as a consequence that in the plenum that is the material universe is a lot of patterning that takes place that we do not notice. There are objects that we and other creatures pattern, but that are below the threshold of awareness. The same bit of light does not travel all the way from object to perceiver, nor does light pass through walls. Instead, patterning abounds along the lines of Newton's cradle. Okay, so this is pretty tedious. Lost almost all of my audience, but you got to do the due diligence, and we'll see as we move further with Newton and the contemporaries in the field that what she's talking about here is the ideas that the people of the time are struggling with, and just get kind of the language and understandings of the time of the foundation of the Royal Society, and even before that. God. We have seen that Cavendish holds that natural reason cannot perceive or have an idea of an immaterial being. She says in particular that as for immaterial, no mind can conceive that, and that when we name God, we name an unexpressible and incomprehensible being. One way to reconcile her view that we cannot have ideas of immaterials with her numerous attempts to speak of God is to say that she is attempting to speak in the language of her opponents. The problem, however, is that there are passages in which she appears to be doing a lot more. For example, she writes that I sent you word in my last I would not meddle with the writing of anything of the divine soul of man, by reason it belongs to faith and religion and not to natural philosophy. But since you desire my opinion concerning the immortality of the divine soul, I cannot but answer you plainly that first I did not wonder much you made me question of that, whose truth, in my opinion, is so clear as hardly any rational man will make a doubt of it. For I think there is almost no Christian in the world but believes the immortality of the soul. No, not Christians only, but Mohammedans and Jews. But I left to wonder at you when I saw wise and learned men and great divines take so much pains as to write the whole volumes and to bring so many arguments to prove the immortality of the soul. For this was a greater miracle to me than in nature had shewn me some of her secret and hidden effects, or if I had seen an immaterial spirit. Certainly, madame, it seems as strange to me to prove the immortality of the soul as to convert atheists, for it is impossible almost that any atheist should be found in the world, for what man would be senseless as to deny God? Wherefore, to prove either a God or the immortality of the soul is to make a man doubt of either. For the physicians and surgeons apply strengthening medicines only to those parts of the bodies which they suppose are the weakest. So is with proofs and arguments, those being for the most part used in such subjects, the truth of which is most questionable. Here Cavendish is stating quite straightforwardly that we can have faith in the existence of immaterials, and in particular in the existence of God, but that immaterials are not within the province of natural reason. If so, Cavendish is reflecting the view that our best and only interface with God is via faith. She was reflecting her commitment to fideism. A problem, of course, is that it would seem that a person would need to have an idea of God in order to have faith that God exists. Cavendish is clear that we can have an idea of the effects of God's omnipotence, but she does not think that natural reason can have an idea of immaterial itself. We can have an idea that there is a cause of these effects, but not an idea of what the cause is, or what it makes that idea an idea of God as opposed to something else. Cavendish might posit that we have supernatural or immaterial souls, and that these can have an idea of God, but the question again is how she would be entitled to make suppositions about immaterial souls. One of her aims in circumscribing the limits of natural philosophy is presumably to make room for faith, but there is a worry that she has gone too far by holding that we cannot have ideas of immaterials, as Descartes remarks. If someone says of himself that he does not have an idea of God, he is making the most impious confession he could make. He is saying that he does not know God by natural reason, but also that neither faith nor any other means could give him any knowledge of God. For if one has no idea, no perception which corresponds to the meaning of the word God, it is no use saying that one believes that God exists. One might as well say that one believes that nothing exists, thus remaining in the abyss of impiety in the depths of ignorance. God is not to be conceived or understood according to Cavendish, but is rather to be admired, adored, and worshipped. We do not have any idea of him. However, as so, it is difficult to make sense of how our intentional states could ever point specifically in his direction. Cavendish appears to be committed to the view that the only things of which we can think or speak are material things that we can detect. In some passages, refers to God and his infinitude in order to highlight that God is beyond us and to highlight the limits of human understanding. In such passages, Cavendish might be speaking of a God in ways that are in tension with her view that we do not have ideas of immaterials. An alternate explanation is she might be instead attempting to rein in the ambitions of natural reasoning. She writes, shall it or can we bind up God's action with our weak opinions and foolish arguments? Truly, if God could not act more than man is able to conceive, he would not a God of an infinite power, but a God of is omnipotent, and his actions are infinite, supernatural, and past finding out. Wherefore he is rather to be admired, adored, and worshipped than to be ungloriously discoursed by vain and ambitious men, who foolishly pride and presumption drowns the natural judgment and reason. Cavendish is clear in this passage that a finite mind is able to subsume a being under its necessary limited ideas and categories. Then whatever that being is, it is not God. Our attempts to investigate the ways that nature of God are hopeless, and accordingly we should restrict our faculties to a subject matter to which they are appropriately fitted. Even then, we should still be appropriately humble and fallibilistic. Cavendish's criticisms of the scientist William Harvey is a case in point. He does speak so presumptively of God's actions, designs, decrees, laws, attributes, power, and secret counsels, and describes the manner of how God created all things and the mixture of the elements to an hair, as if he had been God's counselor and assistant in the work of creation, which is whether it be not more impiety that to say matter is infinite, I'll let others judge. Neither do I think this expression to be against the Holy Scripture, for though I speak as a natural philosopher, I am unwilling to cite the Scripture, which only treats of things belonging to faith and not to reason. Yet I think there is not any passage which plainly denies matter to be infinite and eternal, unless it be drawn by force to the sense. Also, the Scripture says that God's ways are unsearchable and past finding out. Here, Cavendish is also referencing her view that matter is eternal, which she thinks is an obvious consequence of the datum that is impossible to wit, that something should be made or produced out of nothing. Not wanting to ground her metaphysics in an idea that God that we do not have, she does not want to venture that God created matter out of nothing, and the only remaining option is, if something cannot come from nothing, is to suppose that it is eternal. She wants to emphasize, however, that it's not heretical to say that matter out of which the earth and heavens are created has no beginnings or existence itself. And so the passage immediately above, she highlighted that there is no passage of Scripture that deny it. Cavendish is not the most humble philosopher, but she is careful to exercise restraint when it comes to the matters that is beyond our ken. She is assuming that there is a difference between the domains that our minds are capable of investigating and the domains that piety suggests are not accessible to us. Infallibilism with respect to either domain is inappropriate, but it is especially so with respect to the second. In some passages, Cavendish speaks of God to say that he is inconceivable and inexpressible. In other passages, she speaks of God to say that our knowledge of his existence has to be via faith and not natural reason. In other passages, she speaks of God to highlight the ways in which a finite mind should not expect to understand matters that are beyond it. In other passages, she speaks of God to offer positive evidence for a view that everything in nature is material. For example, she says that in following from the premise that God is good and just, that he would make sure that all of his creatures would be able to worship him, and would make sure that all of his creatures had knowledge and perception. She also speaks of God's creation of everything, including the intellectual and perceptual capacity of his own matter, as a way of making sense of the teleology that we find, and that given the features of the creator we would expect to find in nature. If God creates everything, however, and matter is eternal, and then God and matter would appear to be co-eternal. For all of the apparent problems, one of the reasons that is important to remark upon Cavendish's view of our inability to conceive of God is to highlight that even though she thinks that the organized behavior of bodies is due to intelligence, she does not subscribe to any version of the theory of intelligent design. There is a difference between the thesis that the orderly behavior of bodies is due to intelligence and perceptual capacities of the bodies themselves, and to the thesis that it is due to intelligence of a designer. Cavendish might add that either thesis has to posit the existence of intelligent and perceptive matter. If God had created matter that was not equipped with the resources to detect the matter around it and act in a way that are coordinated, chaos would ensue almost immediately. Cavendish is forced to admit that if matter is intelligent and perceptive, there is no further explanation as to why it is intelligent and perceptive, or at least not one that can be known by natural reason. Intelligence and perceptive matter just is. It is something that has always existed, and it has the resources within itself to bring about all the things that we observe to bring about on a daily basis. She would side with Hume on the question of whether or not it is more likely that the only beings that existed with such resources are immaterial. When it is asked what cause produces orders in the ideas of a supreme being, can any other reason be assigned to it, anthropomorphites, than that it is a rational faculty, and that such is the nature of a deity? But why a similar answer will not be equally satisfactory in accounting for the order of the world without having recourse to any such intelligent creator as you insist on may be difficult to determine. It is only to say that such is the nature of material objects, and that they are all originally possessed of faculty of order and proportion. For Cavendish, matter has a tremendous number of resources built into it. If it is eternal, then we can offer no account of its origins, but in the respect for a competing thesis that God is the source of order in the universe is on par. The latter thesis has additional problems. However, if God is wholly immaterial, then it is not clear how he could produce matter or how he would be able to interact with it once it is made. And if God's supremacy is inversely proportional to our finite ability to conceive him, it is difficult to see how our confidence about his nature and operations could be anything more than arrogance. Cavendish thinks that the view of matter has always existed and is the source of its own order, and is not only a contender, but is really the only option. Okay, just got to stand up a minute and stretch. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Okay, let's keep it going. Social and political philosophy. An issue of interpretation that arises in the attempt to reconstruct Cavendish's social and political philosophy is that for the most part the texts in which she addresses social and political questions are not formal philosophical treatises but works of fiction. What is regarded as a central work on political philosophy, Description of a New World called The Blazing World, is a novel, and another central text, Orations of diverse sorts. Cavendish presents a multiplicity of opposing perspectives on social and political topics, gender roles, virtue, war, and the proper form of government, among others. Cavendish is indeed the author of Blazing World, and she also makes an apparent as a character, but it's difficult to be certain that all of the conclusions and insights of the narrator are the one that Cavendish would identify as her own. The interpretive problem is even worse in the case of orations, as there are as many as 3 or 4 speeches that are offered on any given subject, and the speeches are in some cases contradictory. Still, there are a few texts in which Cavendish puts forward claims about social and political matters, and in which she clearly speaking in her own voice, in particular, Rold's Olio. We can use these claims to determine which of the perspectives she is endorsing in her more fictional works, and get a concrete sense of how she might follow up on these. Cavendish would disagree with Hobbes on a number of questions of natural philosophy. For Hobbes, thoughts and sensations are motions in the brain. For Cavendish, thinking and intelligence are basic features of bodies. They are basic features that are ubiquitous in nature and that admit of no further explanation. Nor would Hobbes agree with Cavendish that when bodies interact with their rational elements, communicate with each other, and coordinate their behavior. But on questions of social and political philosophy, Cavendish and Hobbes to a significant degree align. Like Hobbes, Cavendish holds that human beings are primarily motivated by self-interest. Self-love is the ground from which springs all endeavors and industry, noble qualities, honorable actions, friendships, charity, and piety, and is the cause of all passions, affections, vices, and virtues. For we do nothing or think not of anything, but hath a reference to ourself in one kind or another. She adds that self love is the strongest motion of the mind, and like Hobbes, Cavendish thinks that life outside of civil society is so dangerous and chaotic that it does not allow us to pursue our self interest in a stable and consistent way. Outside of civil society, we cannot secure food or shelter without threat that they be taken. We do not have and we cannot create this and sustain the infrastructure that enables commerce. We cannot make plans, and the bulk of our energy is expended on security and safety in the moment. Orations offers multiple perspectives on social and political issues, but the emphasis on social stability is constant. If there is no safety, there is no propriety, either of goods, wives, children, nor lives. And if there is no propriety, there will be no husbandry, and the lands will lie unmanured, and there will be neither trade nor tariff, all which will cause famine, war, and ruin, and such a confusion as the kingdom will be like a chaos. As for Hobbes, for Cavendish, the stability of civil society is not an end in itself. It is instead a necessary condition for us to pursue our self-interested projects and goals. If we remained in a state of nature, we would be in perpetual fear. We would not be likely to live very long, and we would not live well. We would not be healthy. We would not be able to develop our latent skills and abilities, and we would not be able to engage in the activities of which those skills and abilities are an expression. Cavendish also agrees with Hobbes that civil society is most stable and secure when it is ruled by a single individual who has absolute power and sovereignty. This commonwealth be governed by one head or government as a king, for one head is sufficient for one body, for several heads breed several opinions, and several opinions breed disputations, and disputations factions, and factions breed war, and wars bring ruin and desolation. For it is more safe to be governed, though by a foolish head, than by a factious heart. If a sovereign is to have absolute power, there is some risk, of course, that they might use that power unwisely and in a way that does not optimally promote peace and stability. Cavendish is more worried, however, about all the alternatives. For example, democracy is not a sustainable option. The common people is not only insolent when they have power, commanding imperiously, condemning unjustly, advancing unworthily, but they are so inconstant as there is no assurance in them, and so foolish as they know not what to choose. If the security and order of civil society is left in the hands of the majority or in the hands of a person who is selected by the majority, there is too high a risk that society will turn to chaos. Cavendish also holds that power should not be in the hands of a smaller but very talented and intelligent and sophisticated minority. She appears to think that the likelihood is high that such a body will become divided and govern ineffectively, perhaps because it is the nature of most of mankind to be ungrateful, malicious, revengeful, and inhumane. The members of such a body might be in perpetual conflict as a result of honest disagreements or as a result of their ambition to have more power for themselves. Cavendish concludes that the best prospect for security and stability, though to be sure it is not a guarantee, is to have all the power in the hands of a single individual. Cavendish does not get into a lot of detail about how the sovereign should best bring about peace and security, but she does offer a number of suggestions. The clear suggestion is that peace and security are best secured and maintained if a country is governed by a sovereign who is and is believed to be capable of the extraordinary. This sovereign should not be selected by democracy, and ideally the sovereign will be one of the few who is naturally born with talents that are requisite to do the job. Let me advise you to choose one that is born a king and bred a king who will rule and govern magnificently, majestically, heroically, as a king ought to do. It is difficult to resist the thought that Cavendish is writing in part with an eye to Hobbes and the problem of the fool, to the subject who thinks that it is rational to break the covenants of civil society and who thinks that he can get away with it. Cavendish is suggesting that a capable sovereign would make sure that the subjects have reason to believe that the eyes and the ears of the sovereign are ubiquitous, and that situations in which a subject concludes that he is under the radar are likely to be situations that the sovereign has skillfully and majestically staged. Perhaps Cavendish is also suggesting that there is no good Hobbesian response to the problem of the fool, and that she is fleshing out what a sovereign would have to make the behavior of the fool count as irrational, and how a sovereign cannot realistically be anything close to that. Cavendish also does not speak in a lot of detail about how a sovereign is established or about the formation of a commonwealth. She appears to assume that a sovereign will engage from among the most powerful and talented, and that the majority of people will come to see subjugation as in their overall interest. She does not, however, sketch some parameters that she thinks a wise sovereign will keep in mind, and these parameters tend to be keeping with her occasionalist view that things or persons have power not as a function of what they force onto their objects, but as a function of whether or not these objects respond to the person or thing as requested. For example, Cavendish says that a wise sovereign will be fair and consistent in the application and enforcement of laws. The sovereign will also be a model of virtue in a way that allows subjects to register that the highest form of happiness and pleasure do not, in fact, accompany the life of vice. A wise sovereign will also make sure that the subjects have access to letters and education, more generally, to poetry that softens our animalistic and reactive side, to plays and other representations that not only articulate and defend, but also exhibit the virtues and joys that come with enacting them, and also philosophy and history. Cavendish writes the mind will be wild and barbarous unless it is enclosed with study, instructed by learning, governed by knowledge and understanding. For then the inhabitants of the mind will live peacefully, happily, honestly, and honorably, by which they will rule and govern their associate appetites with ease and regularity. One of the benefits of an education is that our minds become more filled with information that helps us to navigate the world, not only to achieve our local aims, but work towards the more global result of peace and security. Cavendish does not think that we can achieve these aims blindly and by a brute act of will. We need knowledge and familiarity with the ways of the world, and we cannot come up with these by a brute act of will either. Ecosystems and other collections of bodies are able to sustain themselves in existence in large part because of the skillful communication that takes place between their members. A commonwealth will have a better chance of surviving for the long haul if its members are prepared to listen to each other, and if they are in synchrony with respect to larger aim, and if they have the wherewithal to respond to each other intelligently without resistance. Cavendish would also recommend that a sovereign hold constant the extent to which human beings are driven by the pursuit of public recognition and fame. Cavendish himself thinks that our material minds do not live on after we die, and that if we have immaterial souls that continue to exist, we have absolutely no notion of these or how or why we would indefinitely identify with them. She thinks that deep down, the rest of us are suspicious as well. Perceiving that their afterlife cannot be the same as their present life, they endeavor that their society may remain in remembrance among the particular and general societies of the same sort of creatures which we name mankind, and this design causes all the sensitive and rational parts in one society to be industrious to leave some mark for a lasting remembrance amongst their fellow creatures, which general resemblance man calls fame. Cavendish is very astute to point out that the extent to which human beings are motivated by a desire for public recognition. She saw the evidence in her own day, and we can clearly see it in our own. She can then argue that if, generally speaking, people are interested in the promotion of peace and stability, one of the ways that an individual will have a good chance at achieving fame is by engaging in activities and projects that help to secure peace and stability. These would include inventions, infrastructure, and the construction of schools and libraries. A wise sovereign will make sure that such behavior is encouraged and that it is also acknowledged. Not everybody is noble and exalted and impressive by birth, and not everybody has all of the same talents, but there's still a number of ways that any human being can contribute to peace and stability. Society can be structured so that people can operate in line with their own talents and be acknowledged for what they do well, whether they be scientists, philosophers, laborers, members of the military, writers, or something else. And a wise sovereign would recognize all of these achievements so that a person would not be motivated to secure fame in ways that are more unseemly. We are remembered well if we do our part to promote peace and social stability, and it is only if society lives on and is stable and orderly and civilized that there will be people who might remember us. Another issue that comes up is interpreting Cavendish's social and political philosophy is whether or not she is a feminist, and attempting to again to look at a view of the occasional causation to shed light on a view of the proper roles for females and males. Cavendish herself wanted to be a practicing scientist and philosopher, but whether or not she could be so was a function not only of her decisions, but also of the receptivity of the surrounding world. She could decide to be a scientist, but whether or not she would be a scientist is up to a lot of additional factors. Whether her results are disseminated and discussed, whether they are published, whether she is taken seriously and seen as authoritative, and whether she is part of a larger scientific community. Alternatively, she or a Cavendish in a nearby possible world might decide to open a business or to be a constable or a barrister, but whatever or not she is successful would depend only in part on what she decides to do. To be a business person, she would need to have a customer base, and to be an attorney, she would need to be authoritative and believable in front of those who deliver a verdict. Cavendish was not a prominent scientist in her time, nor was she a prominent philosopher. She attempted to correspond with Hobbes and others, but unlike the bodies that interact in constituting the ecosystems of nature and other organic units, these philosophers were not cooperative. In her natural philosophy, Cavendish argues that the behavior of bodies is due in part to messages that are signaled from the agent body, in part to the response of the passive body, and to whether or not the passive body is appropriately hospitable. Some of her texts suggest very strongly that her social and political philosophy is informed by her view of the normal operations in nature. In Blazing World, the Empress is transported from her home planet and is pleased to find that the beings of the blazing world will interact with her and respect her authority. In real life, the human men on Earth would not engage with Cavendish, but the worm men and bear men and the bird men and fish men and the ape men have extensive conversations with the Empress about the cosmos, the nature of matter and mind, chemistry, and mathematics. At one point, the Empress seeks to counsel from the soul of one of the most famous modern writers, as either of Galileo, Gassendi, Descartes, Helmont, Hobbes, or more. She is informed, however, that they would scorn to be scribes to a woman. The atmosphere of the blazing world is quite different from the atmosphere of Earth, and whether or not a person is a scientist or a philosopher or other authority is only part dependent on what is happening on her end. Cavendish presents a woman as accomplished and successful in other texts as well. Bell and Campo, Cavendish has a group of women from an army for the sake of showing men that women should be co-partners in government and help run the world. The women submit to a powerful generalist, and together they defeat the enemy and save the male army at the same time. The events in Bell and Campo are fairly straightforward, but there might remain a question about Cavendish's own attitude towards the event, in particular about her attitude towards the achievements of the female army. On the one hand, it is reported in Bell and Campo that men take women to be a trouble in the Commonwealth. In addition, the members of the female army are rewarded for their achievements, rewarded by the men in power with the right to control their family finances and the freedom to wear whatever they choose. On the other hand, Cavendish depicts the female army as being capable of doing what a male army is normally commissioned to do, and is capable of doing even more. Furthermore, she is depicting how males in power would in fact respond, or how the males in her own world would have responded to a circumstance in which the female army sweeps in to save the day. On one reading, Cavendish herself is suggesting that men and women are not equal in terms of the roles they should perform, and that men are in important ways superior. On another reading, Cavendish is reflecting that men are not superior to women, but that the achievements of women have always occurred in an atmosphere in which some men are heavily advantaged. Some commentators have suggested that Cavendish leaves open the question of whether or not women are inferior by training and education, or if they are inferior by nature. It seems unlikely that Cavendish thinks that women are inferior by nature if she depicts women as capable of the highest levels of achievement in alternative possible worlds. Women are still women in these alternative worlds. What is different is the structure of the surrounding audiences with which men and women have to contend. Cavendish herself was a remarkable person, as was the Empress and her generalis in Bell and Campo. It is true that women are depicted as exceptional only in Cavendish's fictional work, and that might indicate that she takes the idea of skilled and capable woman to be fictional, but as per her view on the occasion causation, she might just be reflecting these alternative worlds, that what it is for an agent to be successful in part due to what the agent signals, and in part to how its larger environment is responsive. Cavendish might have thought with Spinoza that no individual is an island, and that what an individual can and cannot do is to some degree a part of the physical and psychological constitution, and to a large degree a part of the lay of the land in which the individual would act. Cavendish does, however, encourage a very conservative set of behaviors for a woman to perform, and again, the question arises as to whether she is basing her view on some assumptions about the nature of women more generally, or if she has an eye in the environments in which women have happened to find themselves. In World's Olio, she emphasizes the importance of the virtue of chastity, and also patience, humility, and being fashionable and constant. The list is expanded by one of the speakers of orations. Modest, chaste, temperate, humble, patient, and pious, also to be housewifely, cleanly, and of a few words, all of which will gain us praise from men and blessings from heaven and love in this world and glory in the next. Here, Cavendish might be reflecting how women ought to behave in any possible world, irrespective of power and responses of the beings that surround him. If she thinks that the nature of woman is such that woman should be chaste and humble and quiet, then to the extent that she thinks that the other characteristics are higher and more exalted, she takes woman to be an inferior part of the species. If she is instead reading off of her own world what behaviors are regarded as legitimate for women, then she is describing the behaviors that is adaptive to the environment. The generalist in Bellincampo is not especially modest or temperate or quiet, but her behavior would not gain us praise or love in this world, the 17th century environment in which Cavendish thinks we find ourselves. But perhaps Cavendish thinks that the generalist is operating counter to her own nature. Alternatively, if Cavendish is reading off of her culture how women would be most wise to behave, then she might just be offering conservative advice about how women can best flourish in the short material life that has been allotted to them. A final interpretive issue that arises from Cavendish is exactly how the sovereign is supposed to have so much power, and authority of power and achievement are in part a function of the responsiveness of the surrounding world. A sufficiently powerful sovereign would have to have full control of the military and other underlings, and these in turn would need to be able to control the larger populace. The sovereign would have to have enough power to force all the people to act in accordance with his or her will, but in the light of her view on the occasional causation, Cavendish is committed to the view that all that a sovereign would be able to do is send a signal or message to those beings in the hope that they would obey. The sovereign might try to take steps to increase the odds that underlings would abide by his message, but that would be a matter of sending another message. Still, a sovereign simply cannot decree that certain things will happen. Whether or not they will happen is a function of the responsiveness of the members of the Commonwealth. For Cavendish, an ecosystem holds together, but not because a single member imposes its will on the others. Instead, the members work together as a group, and if human beings are a part of nature, they would function under the same constraints. If Cavendish is right, a sovereign has to be extremely powerful to secure peace and stability, but what it is for a sovereign to have power is to be wise enough to figure out which are the messages that his subjects would accommodate. Free will and the orderly behavior of bodies. Like many of her 17th century contemporaries, Cavendish subscribes to the view that the universe is a plenum of contingent bodies and that there is no empty space. We might wonder how individual bodies would have any freedom or wiggle room to behave as they please if they are surrounded by and tightly packed in. As we have seen, Cavendish holds that bodies sometimes dominate and overpower the bodies that surround them, but she thereby suggests that bodies are sometimes not dominated. She writes, for example, that nature is full of a variety of motions or actions, so are her parts, or else she could not be said to be self-moving if she were bound to certain actions and had not liberty to move as she pleases. Nature, as having a free power to move, may move as she will. The spirit works more easy, at least more freely, when they are not tasked than when they are like apprentices or journeymen, and will be many times more active when they take or have liberty to play or to follow their own appetites than when they work, as I said, by constraint. Here we have Cavendish indicating that at least in some circumstances the various parts of nature are able to move as they please or as they will, but we do not yet know what it means for her to say that a body moves as it will. Perhaps Cavendish subscribes to a libertarian view of freedom, according to which a creature is free when it possesses a two-way contra-causal ability to do otherwise. On such a view, an agent will always act in a certain way at a given moment, but at the time of action, it is always possible for the agent to do otherwise. Or perhaps Cavendish subscribes to a compatibilist view of freedom, according to which creatures do not possess a two-way ability to do otherwise, but their action is free in the sense that it is due to their will alone and is not encumbered by other causes. Bodies are generally speaking free, Cavendish supposes, but it is not yet clear if she holds that the freedom of bodies is of libertarian or of compatibilist variety. She does not use that contemporary terminology herself, of course, and so the question is whether or not she cashes out freedom in terms of contra-causal power, by which bodies possess the ability to do otherwise than they do, again, even if she does not use that language, or if she takes freedom to be a matter of the wherewithal that a body has to act by the motions that are internal to it, and to keep those motions from being squelched or redirected by an obstacle or hindrance. She nowhere speaks in these exact terms either, but she does make some comments that are very revealing. For example, she defines voluntary motion as self-motion, and she describes the freest bodies at those that are able to make their way through the plenum with agility and without constraint. She writes, by voluntary actions, I understand self-actions, that is, such actions whose principle of motion is within themselves and do not proceed from an exterior agent. Had not the sensitive parts encumbrance, they would be in a degree as agile and as free as the rational. All the motives, all the motions are so ordered by natures of wisdom, as not anything in nature can be otherwise unless by a supernatural command or power of God. We might want to be more skeptical in the last passage because Cavendish is making a claim that makes reference to the nature and activity of a being of which he thinks we have no idea, but the claim is still suggestive, bracketing a miracle. Nothing can happen in nature in any other way than it happens in fact, she is saying, but she also supposes that bodies are still generally speaking free. They are all free, she indicates in the other two passages, when their activity and behavior is not obstructed or constrained. There are numerous passages throughout her corpus in which Cavendish describes bodies as free, but there are just a few in which he fleshes out what it is to which freedom and voluntariness amount. In these, her view is squarely compatibilist. There are also passages in which address the issue of free will from a theological perspective, where she considers whether or not an omniscient God would have preordained all things from eternity, or whether God would have left the behavior of creatures more open. But in these, she is careful to suspend judgment. Other passages suggest a compatibilist reading of free behavior of creatures as well. But man, as for all that I know, all other things are governed by outward objects. They rule and we obey, for we do not rule and they obey, but everything is led like dogs in a string by a stronger power. By the outward power being invisible makes us think we set the rules and not the outward causes, so that we are governed by that which is without us, not that which is within us, for a man hath no power over himself. As perchance it is the inevitable effects of some hidden cause and fortune, a sufficient cause to produce such effects, for the conjunction of sufficient causes doubt to produce such as or such effects, which effects could be produced if any of these causes were wanting. In a plenum of contingent bodies, a body will sometimes redirect the motions of a second body in a way that the body resists, and in such case, the behavior of the second body is not free. In other cases, the behavior of the second body is amenable to the redirection of motion, and in these cases, the motion of the second bodies are occasioned and forced, yet the body is still moving as it pleases. In yet other cases, the body moves by ways of its motions that, of course, are internal to it, but without any outside interference or obstruction. But in such a case, the body has motions that it has in fact, and not any others, nor will a body ever be spontaneous source of any new motion, nor does it ever acquire any new motion from other bodies. It still has the motions that it has, and it acts accordingly. In a plenum of bodies that are always surrounded by future bodies, no individual body will ever be entirely independent, but Cavendish is surely correct that some bodies are able to surround themselves with a buffer that weakens or neutralizes the impact of bodies further out. One potential objection to a compatibilist reading of Cavendish on freedom is that there are numerous passages in her corpus in which she says that bodies behave in a manner that is irregular. If bodies exhibit irregularity and disorder, they would appear to be in possession of a faculty of spontaneity, and Cavendish would appear to hold that at least some instances they exercise freedom in a libertarian variety. Here are some of the passages of which Cavendish speaks of irregularities that occur in nature. Some diseases have such sudden alterations by the sudden changes in motions that a wise physician will not, nor cannot venture to apply so many several medicines so suddenly as the alteration requires, and shall therefore physicians be condemned, and not only condemned for what cannot be helped by reasons of the variety of irregular motion, but what cannot be helped in nature. Nature poising her actions by opposites, there must be needs by irregularities as well as regularities, which is the case that seldom any creature is so exact, but there is some exception. God eternally perfect, nature eternally imperfect, God eternally in Alterable, nature eternally alterable, God without error, nature full of irregularities, God knows exactly or perfectly, nature does not perfectly know. Cavendish certainly speaks of irregularities and disorder, but there are also passages in which she steps back and says that what she has in mind when she speaks of irregularity is just an entity or event that appears irregular to us against the backdrop of our expectations and conceptions. She says that, for example, that there cannot be confusion amongst those parts of nature, but there must be a constant union and harmony betwixt them. For cross and opposite actions make no confusion, but only a variety in such actions which are different, cross and opposite, not moving always after their usual and accustomed way. I name irregular for want of a better expression, but properly there is no such thing as irregularity in nature. Nevertheless, all these motions, whether regular or irregular, are natural, for regularity and irregularity have but a respect to particulars and to our conceptions, but those motions which move not after the ordinary, common, or unusual way or manner we call irregular. There are a couple of different ways to read the passage in which Cavendish speaks of irregularities in nature. One is to count them up and argue that because they outnumber the competing passages, and they do, Cavendish holds that irregularities are real. Another is to argue that she holds that there exist no irregularities at all. On this approach, we would emphasize the passage in which she says that we identify something as an irregularity when it runs counter to our expectations. Any such passage would be treated as a kind of metatext that is instructing us how to read the passage in which irregularities are introduced. In that case, Cavendish could speak of irregularities in a million passages or even more, but if she also tells us that all she means by the term irregularity is something that runs counter to our expectations, then there's no need to count up the passages pro and con. They're all consistent with the view that nature exhibits an exceptionalist order. Perhaps another reason for thinking that creatures have libertarian freedom is that there is normativity in nature, that there are things that are good and there are things that are bad, and things that create ought or ought not to do, that creatures ought or ought not to do. But if there is normativity in nature, then there must be a robust and libertarian sense in which it is possible for creatures to abide by that normativity, but it's difficult to locate normativity in Cavendish's system. She holds that the elemental bodies of nature have features like size, figure, motion, thought, and perception, but there is not a single passage in her corpus in which she includes normative features like goodness and badness, and instead she says things like nature knows of nothing else but of corporeal figurative motion. In a piece entitled No Judge in Nature, she writes that entreaty nor petition can persuade nature, nor any bribes can corrupt, nor alter the course of nature. Justly, there can be no complaints made against nature, nor to nature. There is certainly no room for Cavendish to develop what we now call a naturalist metaethics, according to which normative claims just reduce to factors like attitudes and preference or subjects. She supposes that different humans have different preferences and desires, and that non-human creatures have preferences and desires also, and she could easily make sense of how different moral codes arise in different communities and subcommunities, but none that is to suggest that she allows that there is such a thing as good or bad simpliciter, or that she supposes that because there are things we ought to do, there are things that we have the libertarian freedom to do or not do. Fancies. Cavendish holds that what it is for being to be free is for it to have the wherewithal to do as it pleases without obstacles or interference. She holds that many beings are in fact unfree because they have goals and aims that the surrounding world of objects works to thwart and prohibit. Cavendish's own goals of being a philosopher and scientist and political leader are a case in point. In many of her texts, she proposes that appropriate response to the obstacles and constraints of the real world plenum is to develop and employ our faculty of imagination to model alternative worlds that are more amenable to our values, interests, and needs. She suggests a number of reasons why the construction of imaginary worlds might be a benefit. They allow us to experience a version of the life we are blocked from pursuing in the actual world. They are enjoyable to inhabit. They allow us to hold on to ourselves with which we identify when the actual world does not leave room for us to express it. They allow us to register for the record and for posterity why that self was not a viable option. Cavendish writes in To All Noble and Worthy Ladies, in a preface to Blazing World, that if the real life blocks her from embodying a life in which she identifies, she will construct an analog of that life in her imagination. She writes, I'm not covetous, but as ambitious as ever any of my sex was, is, or can be, which is the cause that though I cannot be Henry V or Charles II, yet I will endeavor to be Margaret I, and though I have neither power, time, nor occasion to be a great conqueror like Alexander or Caesar, yet rather than to be mistress of the world, since fortune and fates would give me none, I have made one of my own. Cavendish supposes that imaginary worlds are enjoyable to inhabit. Here she is reflecting a view that is uncontroversial, at least if we take seriously the level of pleasure that individuals seem to secure from getting lost in a book or play or other fictional realm. A person will sometimes encounter a significant amount of frustration in their day to day life, for example, in their job or in their personal relationship, and that person might be quite impatient to return to a story in which they have been immersed. Cavendish herself suggests that a vividly imagined world can be a source of greater satisfaction than the world that is in front of us. Fancy is the ground whereupon the poetical airy castles are built. There is no such sweet and pleasing companion as fancy in a poetical head. Cavendish also has some of the characters of fiction express a similar view. In The Lady Contemplation, the main character proposes that the greatest pleasures that can be in fruition, I take in imagination for whatsoever the sense enjoys from outward objects, they may enjoy in inward thoughts, where the mind takes as much pleasure in creating of fancies as nature to create and dissolve, and create creatures anew, for fancy is the mind's creature, and imaginations are as several worlds wherein those creatures are bred and born, live and die. Thus, in the mind is like infinite nature. We might concede that Cavendish is right, that a fictional world can often be a welcome alternative to our actual everyday affairs, but we might worry that she is overstating the case if she supposes that we can be just as fulfilled imagining a life with which we identify as we can be living in it. In fact, there is a difference between inhabiting a world of fictional characters, for example, in an engrossing book or play, and inhabiting a world that represents our own longing for a life that has been denied to us. To inhabit the latter sort of world might just bring despair. Cavendish does not appear to think so, however, but she might also be supposing that there is pleasure in capturing for the record why a particular world has been cut off to us, rather than just allowing ourselves to dissolve into one of the lives that has been made available. She might also be supposing that we can achieve an afterlife of fame if we write about alternative worlds and what they have going for them in a way that helps them to come to be. If there's an alternative world that is much more desirable than the one in which we find ourselves, if a written record of it might have both a personal and social impact. Cavendish indeed speaks of a wide spectrum of text, of the way in which the 17th century world that surrounds her is not as accommodating to the pursuits and goals of women as to the pursuits and goals of men. In some of these texts, she says that the climate for women has been so hostile that it is in fact true that women do not have the same capacities as men. Women are either denied the relevant training and expertise, or they're not taken seriously and their capacities are not allowed a platform. She writes, I here present the sum of my works, not that I think wise schoolmen and industrious labor students should value my book for any worth, but to receive it without a scorn, for the good encouragement of our sex, lest in time we should grow irrational as idiots, though the careless neglects and despisements of the masculine sex to the effeminate, thinking it impossible we should have either learning or understanding, wit or judgment, as if we had no rational souls, as well as men, as we out of custom of dejectedness think so too, which makes us quit all industry towards profitable knowledge, being employed only in loose and petty employments, which takes away not only our abilities towards arts, but higher capacities in speculation, so as we are become like worms that only live with the dull earth of ignorance, winding ourselves sometimes out by the help of some refreshing rain or good education which seldom is given to us, for we are kept like birds in cages and hop up and down in our own houses, not suffered to fly abroad and see the several changes of fortune and the various humors ordained and created by nature. Thus, wanting the experience of nature, we must needs wants the understanding of knowledge, and so consequently prudence and invention of men. Thus, by an opinion, which I hope is but an erroneous one in men, we are shut out of all power and authority by reason. We are never employed either in civil nor martial affairs. Our counsels are despised and laughed at. The best of our actions are trodden down with scorn by the overwearing conceit men have themselves and through a despisement of us. There will be many heroic women in some ages, in others very prophetical, in some ages very pious and devout, for our sex is wonderfully addicted to the spirits. But this age hath produced many effeminate writers as well as preachers, and many effeminate rulers as well as actors. And if it will be an age where the effeminate spirit rules, as most visibly they have done in every kingdom, let us take advantage and make the best of our time, for fear their reign should not last long, whether it be by the Amazonian government, or the politic commonwealth, or in the flourishing monarchy, or in the schools of divinity, or in the lectures of philosophy, or in the witty poetry, or anything that may bring honor to our sex. Since all heroic actions, public employments, as well as civils, as military and eloquent pleadings, are denied my sex in this age, I must be excused for writing so much. In the last passage, Cavendish is suggesting that one outlet for the energies of an individual who is blocked from pursuing their more outwardly direction aspirations is to write. In Blazing World, Bell and Campbell, and other texts, Cavendish indeed utilizes the outlet to enact roles that are regularly denied to women in the plenum of the 17th century England. The plenum does not allow women to take on any number of roles, and it does not advance them to the opportunity to acquire the requisite skill and training and know-how. But even if women did acquire that training, there's an important sense in which they would still lack the capacities for the roles in question. In all of these cases, there are notions that take place on the side of the agent, and there are motions that occur on the outside of the environment. Cavendish is pointing out the ability to live a life with which we identify as a function of both kinds of motion, and that the second kind of motion is much more amenable to some than others. The judge and jury in all such cases do not necessarily run through a conscious pattern of exclusionary reasoning to single out the agent in question. There might be just a feeling of discomfort, and often it is easiest to take the path of least resistance. There are a number of explicit reasons that Cavendish suggests as to why the construction of imaginary worlds would be a benefit. There are additional reasons that she might as well, but to posit these on her behalf is a bit more speculative and requires further research. These reasons include: they allow us to model a picture of the world that might come to be, that is, a route by which we might get there, and shine a light on otherwise invisible obstacles that might be in our way. They habituate other minds and ready them for a change that would otherwise feel sudden and abrupt, and written records of the most successful of our imaginations might survive and secure us an afterlife of fame. Cavendish was fairly conservative in her politics, but that does not mean that she did not single out particular phenomena for criticism, and it does not mean that she had in principle aversion to social change. In a passage that we have considered, she certainly takes issues with practices that perpetuate gender inequality, and she models science fictional worlds that expose how inequality would be dramatically reduced if our own world were very different. She also indicates in some passages that an advantage of modeling alternative scenarios in imagination, as opposed to straightforwardly imposing them on the world, is that certain kinds of violence and unrest can be avoided. In the epilogue to Blazing World, she writes, "By this poetic description you may perceive that my ambition is not only to be empress, but authoress of a whole world, and that the worlds I have made, both the blazing and the other philosophical world mentioned in the first part of this description, are framed and composed the most pure, that is, rational parts of matter, which are parts of my mind, which creation was more easily and suddenly effected than the conquest of the two famous monarchs of the world, Alexander and Caesar. Neither have I made such disturbances and caused so many dissolutions of particulars, otherwise named deaths, as they did, for I have destroyed but some few men in a little boat, which died through the extremity of cold, and that by the hand of justice, which was necessitated to punish their crimes of stealing away a young and beauteous lady. And in the formation of those worlds, I take more delight and glory than ever Alexander and Caesar did in conquering this terrestrial world. And though I may have made my blazing world a peaceful world, allowing it but one religion, one language, and one government, yet could I make another world as full of factions, divisions, and wars as this is of peace and tranquility, and the rational figures of my mind might express as much courage to fight as Hector and Achilles had, and be as wise as Nestor, as eloquent as Ulysses, and as beautiful as Helen. But I, esteeming peace before war, wit before policy, honesty before beauty, instead of the figures of Alexander, Caesar, Hector, Achilles, Nestor, Ulysses, and Helen, chose rather the figures of honest Margaret, Newcastle, which now I would not change for all this terrestrial world, and if any should like the world I have made, and be willing to be my subjects, they might imagine themselves as such, and they are such, I mean in their mind, fancies, or imaginations. But if they cannot endure to be subjects, they may create worlds of their own and govern themselves as they please. In this passage, Cavendish speaks to the way in which participation in fictional stories does not lead to some of the difficult and problematic consequences that would occur if those stories unfolded in real life. We know that Cavendish witnessed the horrors of civil war in her own time, and she might subscribe to the view that social change needs to be gradual if it is to occur at all and not lead to such consequences. In particular, to the kind of backlash that sets progress back further still, writings is no doubt a platform that can make more malleable some of the resistance to social change if a tradition is predominant and entrenched, and a critical mass of individuals benefit from its continued existence. The attempt to overturn it in real life will be countered with at least as much force. The imagination would appear to be more fluid, and over the long haul, a vividly entertained scenario might become so familiar as to be innocuous. If we are the author of that scenario, we might even become famous for playing a part in changing the world. Conclusion: Cavendish's philosophical works was not taken very seriously in the 17th century, but is certainly relevant today. She is presumably right to warn about the inconsistency in insisting that God is utterly transcendent while being utterly confident in putting forward claims about his nature. She has also anticipated a contemporary emphasis on the study of the brain and body in addressing mental health. In addition, she has made a contribution to the current debate about how to understand the relationship between the most basic elements of the body and the mental activity that is manifest in human beings and other organisms. She is also important insofar as she anticipates the arguments and views of the early modern thinkers who are firmly in the canon and who already secure a great deal of attention. Finally, she offers an extremely compelling insight into the issues of agency and authority. She argues that one of the reasons why an individual is often unsuccessful in embodying a life with which they identify is that even if everything is in order on the side of their decisions and the talents and skills, there is often social and political corrosion in the interface between their decisions and the world. Okay, that one was way longer than I expected. But God bless, got to do the research. That's the only woman I have on the docket. I mean, I don't. So there you have a lot of thought from Margaret Lucas Cavendish. Get some ideas about the thought and timing of what was going around the timing of the Royal Society. Okay, so let's keep it moving. A lot to cover. Robert Boyle. Robert Boyle was one of the leading intellectual figures of the 17th century and an important influence on Locke and Newton. He was an experimental philosopher, unwilling to construct abstract theories to which his experimental results had to conform. R. Boyle, Oldenburg wrote to Spinoza, is one of those who are distrustful enough of their reasoning to wish that the phenomenon should agree with it. Boyle, a champion of both the corpuscular doctrine of the Baconian method of natural history, preferred to report the results of his experiments, including negative results, and frequently lamented the fact that we lacked histories, collections of experimental results, and accurate observations. In various fields of scientific endeavor, he performed so many experiments that he was able at one time to lose at once near 5 centuries of experiments of my own. Nor was this an isolated loss. Nonetheless, the number, variety, and scope of his experiments were such that he carried on working and publishing with no particular difficulty. His books, as Huygens remarked to Leibniz immediately after Boyle's death, are full of experiments. Moreover, experiments were exactly what he was interested in. He had a certain missionary zeal in spreading the corpuscular gospel, but he was not himself interested in detailed system building, a fact that was commonly noted. Leibniz told Huygens that he was astonished that Boyle, who had so many fine experiments, had not come to the same theory of chemistry after meditating so long on them. Yet in his books, for all the consequences that he draws from his observation, he concludes only what we all know, that everything happens mechanically. He is perhaps too reserved. Excellent men should leave us even their conjectures. They are wrong if they wish to give us only those truths that are certain. Boyle was ahead of his time. In the next century, D'Alembert wrote The Taste for Systems, is today almost entirely banished from works of merit. A writer amongst us who praise his systems would have to come too late. Boyle was a corpuscularian, a term he employed to paper over the differences between believers in a vacuum and believers in a plenum, given that both of them agreed that the explanation of nature occurrences should be solely in terms of particles of matter, their motion and interaction. Boyle consistently refused to pronounce on the question of whether these minima naturali should be considered atoms in the strict sense of the term or not. Even a metaphysician, non-corpuscularian such as Leibniz, agree with Boyle in practical terms. However, much I agree with the scholastics in this general and, so to speak, metaphysical explanation of the principles of bodies. He wrote to Arnault in July 1686, I am as a corpuscularian as one can be in the explanation of particular phenomenon, and it is saying nothing to allege that they have forms or qualities. Boyle's scientific range was wide. Besides his well-known work in mechanics, medicine, hydrostatics, and a wide variety of experiments with his vacuum pump, he was interested both theoretically and practically in alchemy, where his interest seemed to have been fueled more by his constant desire to acquire knowledge of God and the world than by any desire for riches. He cultivated chemistry with a disinterested mind, seeking the improvement of his own knowledge, the gratifying of the curious and the industrious, and the acquisition of some useful helps to make good and uncommon medicines. As a corpuscularian, he believed that transmutation was physically possible. As a person, he believed that it actually occurred. He believed that his own laboratory gold had been transmuted into baser metal with a specific gravity of about 2/3 of that of gold. And since he was, he said, more interested in the Luciferius aspect of the discovery than the Luciferius, he found the process equally interesting in either direction. During the course of his life, he sought constantly to improve the lot of humanity. He was interested in the improvement of agricultural methods and the possibility of extracting fresh water from salt water, in the improvement of medicines and medicinal practice, and the possibility of preserving food by vacuum packing, and a number of other useful results, actual and potential, of experimental philosophy. He viewed his theological interest and his work in natural philosophy as forming a seamless whole, and constantly used results from this one area to enlighten matters in the other. Convinced that Christianity was the religion instituted by God, Boyle was concerned that the Bible should be widely promulgated, and he devoted time and energy to having it translated into a variety of languages such as Irish, Turkish, and various Native American languages. He viewed such conversion attempts as being on all fours with his attempts to find more efficacious medicines to convert infidels to the Christian religion is a work of great charity and kindness to men. In regard to the entails it frees them from, such as the gross errors and prejudice that they insert in before they were instructed in it, the vices and pollutions they securely lived in before they received the gospel. Some of them were unworthy of men as such, others very prejudicial to humane society, and others very mischievous to the vicious persons themselves, and others, again, great hindrances to the discovery and reception of useful and noble truths. The unexpressible infelicity they attend the greatest part of such infidels and wicked persons is in the future state. The Christian religion brings mankind diverse positive benefits, such as are more clear and extensive knowledge of God and divine beings, the remission of sins, the favors of God, several graces and ventures suitable to men's respective needs and conditions, and above all, a happy immortality in the life to come. Life. Robert Boyle was born in Lismore, Ireland on January 25th, 1627. He was his parents' 14th penultimate child and the last to survive to adulthood. Boyle was the youngest son. Boyle speaks fondly of his parents, but he could not have known them well. His mother died in childbirth a few weeks after Boyle's third birthday, and as he saw his father just before he and his parents left for a continental tour when Boyle was 12 years old. Like many children, Boyle had his share of near escapes from serious injury as a child, but the time and Boyle being what they were, he saw in each of them the hand of God. Michael Hunter has pointed out that the spiritual autobiography aiming at chronicling God's purpose for an individual in question by recounting providential escapes, spiritual trials, and conversion experiences was a characteristic genre of autobiographical writings in 17th century England. And Nicholas Canny notes that the invocation of providence as an explanation For accidental or chance happenings in this life was so commonplace among sincere Protestants in the early 17th century that it had come to be considered irreverent or profane not to attribute them. But though common enough, there is no doubt that in Boyle's case, at least, the protestations were sincere. He continued to believe in this divine attention, though in a more intellectual realm throughout his life. In 1663, he wrote, "And though I dare not affirm that God discloses to men the great mysteries of chemistry by good angels or by nocturnal visions, yet persuaded I am that the favor of God does much more than most men are aware of, vouchsafe to promote some men's proficiency in the study of nature." The Grand Tour. In Geneva, on his continental tour, Boyle underwent what he clearly felt to be a conversion from nominal, or at least unthinking Christianity to a committed Christianity. One summer night, he was suddenly wakened by a fright in such loud claps of thunder, and every clap both preceded and attenuated by flashes of lightning so numerous and so dazzled that he began to imagine the day of judgment being come. This led him to vow that all further additions to his life should be more religiously and carefully employed, realizing the inefficacy of a promise exacted under duress. Boyle repeated the performance under a serene and cloudless sky so solemn that from the day he dated his conversion, renewed now he was past danger, a vow he had made whilst he fancied himself to be in it, that though his fear was and his blush it was so the occasion of the resolution of amendment, yet at least he might not owe it his more deliberate consecration of himself to piety to any less noble motive than that of its own excellence. The promise seems never to have been broken, and indeed the later Boyle stressed the need to have an examined faith. He pointed out that usually such are born in a state in such a place, espouse the opinions, true or false, that obtain there. Indeed, the greatest number of those that pass for Christians profess themselves such only because Christianity, the religion of their parents and their country, or their prince, or those that have been or may be their benefactors, which is in effect to say that they are Christians, but upon the same grounds that they would have made them Mohammedans if they had been born and bred in Turkey. Boyle felt that more was required of the thinking believer. Locke agreed. Often a child's notion of God does more resemble the opinion and notions of the teacher than represent the true God. Hard on the heels of Boyle's enlightenment, doubts about his faith began to trouble him, and these distracting doubts of some of the fundamentals of Christianity continued. Never after did these fleeting clouds cease now and then hearken the clear serenity of his quiet, which made him often say that the injection of this nature were such a disease to his faith as a toothache is to the body, for though it be not mortal, 'tis very troublesome. Leaving Switzerland, Boyle, along with Marcombes and his brother, crossed the Alps and entered into Italy in September 1641, where in Florence he spent the winter. In Italy, he read over the lives of the ancient philosophers with the utmost attention, presumably in Diogenes the Artius, and the sect which then struck him the most was that of the Stoic, and he tried his proficiency in their philosophy by enduring a long fit of the toothache with great unconcernedness. Still in Italy, he had in the winter of 41-2 seen what seems to have been one of the very few sexual encounters of his life, writing about himself in the third person as Philarius. Leaving Italy, Marcombes and the two boys found themselves the rival of Marcel's, that the moneys of the great earl had been in the habit of sending were no longer to arrive. As a result of the rebellion in Ireland, no more money was to be forthcoming. Meanwhile, Robert decided that his health and the lack of money ruled out a return to Ireland, and his age made soldiering in Holland an unattempting and indeed implausible prospect. He therefore decided to accept Macomb's offer of hospitality in Geneva and did not make his way to England until the summer of 1644. Before leaving Geneva, Boyle had a conversation with Francis Perrault, who later wrote Demonographie und Traits des Demons, which Boyle then arranged to have translated into English by Peter de Moulin. In a letter prefixed to the English edition, Boyle recalled that the conversation I had with the pious author during my stay in Geneva and the present he was pleased to make me of the treatise before it was printed, in a place where I had opportunities to inquire both after the writer and some passages of the book, did at length overcome it in me as to the narrative, all my settled indisposedness to believe strange things. Acceptance of at least the possibility of diabolic or angelic intervention was common among the intelligentsia in the second half of the 17th century. Cudworth pointed out one expedient reason for the belief. All these extraordinary phenomena or of apparitions, witchcraft, possessions, miracles, and prophecies do events that spirits, angels, demons, though invisible to us, are no fancies, but real and substantial inhabitants of the world, which favors not the atheistic hypothesis, but some of them, as the higher kind of miracles and predictions, do also immediately enforce the acknowledgement of a deity, of being superior to nature, which therefore can check and control it, in at which comprehending the whole foreknows the most remotely distant and contingent events. In a manuscript draft, loose papers whence some things are to be extracted for the discourse of the causes of atheism, Boyle considered three objections that might be made against such a belief: the implausibility of the standard means of bringing about such interventions, the unreliability of the witness, and the impossibility of incorporeal beings interacting with matter. He argues that the first objection, urged with the greatest confidence and not without much show of reason, is a strong one, but suggests that we men understand very little of the nature, customs, and government of the intelligent creatures of the spiritual world, and particularly what concerns the fallen angels and bad demons, and therefore they, being themselves invisible to us, are capable of working in ways that our senses cannot discern, and being agents of great craft and long experience. 'Tis no wonder that many of their actions, though never so politically contrived and carried on, should seem irrational to us, who know so little of their particular inclinations and designs, and the subtle and secret methods in which they carry them on. The second objection he also accepts, though not wholly, though upon particular and cogent proof, I believe some of them to be true, yet I reject or distrust far the greatest part as not being so attested. The third he rejects as simply being inconsistent, for the human soul is accepted as incorporeal, and it works, though we know not how, on matter. When Boyle arrived back in England in the mid 1644 at the age of 17, he was quickly reunited with his sister Catherine, who seemed immediately to have readapted the semi-maternal role she had no doubt often played after the death of their mother. She was concerned in a variety of other ways to look after his welfare, both spiritually and worldly. She was, for example, the immediate cause of his getting to know the members of the Hartlib circle. At this time, Boyle settled in Stalbridge, on an estate left to him by his father, and occupied himself mainly in writing and planning works on ethics and theology. Much of his time during the early part of his Stalbridge period was spent in moral philosophy. My ethics go very slowly on, he wrote his sister Catherine 1646, and that it was at this stage no reason to think that he would become one of the greatest natural philosophers of his time. He already approximated to the lay Bishop of Albury, quoting Anthony Walker, was later to find him to be. He was in fact a serious, somewhat priggish young man, though he often gave signs of lightheartedness both as a boy and in later life. After his death, Gilbert Burnet claimed that, as for joy, he had indeed nothing of frolic and levity in him, a judgment accepted by Stephen Chapin, but that this fails to allow for the lighter moments that Boyle undoubtedly enjoyed. I'm sorry, this is quoting a lot of his actual writings in Old English, so sorry for the sloppiness here, because it's a lot of this is the Old English quotes. The turn to natural philosophy. At Stalbridge about 1649, Boyle began to be interested in experimenting, but was hindered by the fact that he could not obtain a furnace. Stalbridge was far enough away from tradespeople who could make such an item, and the furnaces Boyle ordered tended to arrive crumbled into many pieces, as we into sex, leaving Boyle's attempt to such experiments as the unfurnishedness of the place and the present distractedness of my mind will permit me. Boyle was troubled throughout his life by the fragmentation of Christianity. Among the giddy multitude, the multiplicity of religions will end in none at all, he wrote of John Mallet in 1652. At the very end of his life, he expressed in his will the wish that the Boyle lecture should, when proving the Christian religion against the notorious infidels, theists, pagans, Jews, and Mohammedans, not descend lower to any controversies that are among Christians themselves. Eventually, however, a furnace did arrive, and Boyle found himself so transported and bewitched as to fancy my laboratory a kind of Elysium. I there forgot my Standish and my books, and almost all things. Boyle was never a student at university, nor was he ever a fellow at Oxford College, though that too has been claimed on his behalf. But it was at Oxford that he removed after his time at Stalbridge, and it was there that his interest in natural philosophy flowered. Before taking up residence in Oxford, however, he paid two lengthy visits to Ireland during the early 50s for a year from June 1652 and then for 8 months from October 1653. And it was from the illiterate country that he wrote to Claudius probably toward the end of his second Irish visit in the spring of 1654. For my part, I may not live wholly useless or altogether a stranger in the study of nature, since I want glasses and furnaces to make a chemical analysis of inanimate bodies. I'm exercising myself in making anatomical dissections of living animals, wherein being assisted by your father-in-law's friend, Dr. Petty, our general's physician, I have satisfied myself of the circulation of the blood in the freshly discovered and hardly discoverable receptacleum syphili, made by the confluence of the venae lactae, and have seen, especially in the dissection of fishes, more of the variety and contrivances of nature and the majesty and wisdom of her author than all the books I ever read in my life could give me contriving notions of. It was also during this period, no doubt the large part due to Cromwell's extremely harsh treatment of the Irish, that Boyle's Irish properties were made secure and began returning rents to him, ultimately reaching almost £3,000. Hooke told Aubrey the fact that Boyle's friend Petty conducted the survey on which the disposal of the lands was based can hardly have been to Boyle's disadvantage. On October 12, 1655, Catherine was in Oxford investigating the suitability of possible lodgings for Boyle. He was to lodge with the apocryphal John Cross, whom Birch felt worthy of mention because he had a great acquaintance with Dr. John Fell. In Oxford, Boyle's tremendous output of works in philosophy, theology, and experimental philosophy began. It was here that he published New Experiment, Physical, Mechanical, touching the spring of air and its effects, certain physiological essays, The Skeptical Chemist, some considerations touching the usefulness of experimental natural philosophy, and a number of others, including the origin and forms of the qualities. Boyle's years in London from 1668 to his death saw the continuation of his experimental work along with a number of works on philosophy and theology, including The Excellency of Theology, compared with natural philosophy, considerations about the excellency and grounds of the mechanical hypothesis, the free inquiry into the vulgarity received notion of nature, the discourse of things above reason, disquisitions about the final cause of natural things, and the Christian virtuoso. In 1691, Catherine died, and Boyle's health throughout his life had been poor, died the following week. Religious views. The 17th century is notable not only for the number, but also for the variety of arguments which were offered to prove God's existence. Although writers such as Pascal and Boyle felt such arguments to be both unnecessary and unavailable, demonstrations of God's existence were felt by many to be not only possible but desirable, since they were necessarily in the fight against atheism. Descartes, as well known, felt that God's existence could be and epistemologically had to be demonstrated, and offered a variety of proofs to provide such demonstration. His version of the ontological argument, his proof from the supposed innate idea of God, his proof from the need for an eternal conscious being, and his proof from the need for continuing creation, all found supporters in the later 17th century, though the first two were generally held to be unlikely to convince anybody. Boyle on arguments for the existence of God. Apart from a brief reference to it in the printed work, Boyle does not mention the ontological argument. The distancing was not uncommon at the time. Ralph Cudworth, though clearly fascinated by the ontological argument, recognized that the most would distrust the firmness and solidity of such thin and subtle cobwebs, and offered an alternative argument in the hopes that it would prove more convictive of the existence of a God to the generality. The language of the ontological argument was acceptable even when the argument's validity was rejected. Cavendish, for example, agreed that God is that than which nothing greater can be conceived, but denied the validity of the argument which offers this as its main premise. Nor was the argument from innate ideas more popular. After his dialogue character, Couperin has espoused Henry More has his down-to-earth Hylabaries burst out. Well, Couperin You may hug yourself with your high metaphysical Acropolis as much as you will, and deem those arguments fetched from the frame of nature mean and popular, but for my part I look upon them as the most sound and solid philosophical arguments that are for the proving of the existence of God. Boyle too held that the design arguments were both available and the most likely to persuade rational, open-minded hearers. Such arguments were intended to form a large part of a book on atheism, something he worked on throughout his adult life but never published, though parts of it were used in various other works of theological nature. Boyle did, however, leave a plan of the intended work, and the manuscript remains 7 volumes of correspondence, 46 volumes of miscellaneous papers, and 18 volumes of notebooks. There is still a number of unpublished fragments and some longer selections which he intended for this work. Boyle intended the little tract about atheism to have 3 sections. In the first of these, the author represents some reasons why it should not be thought strange if it be found somewhat difficult to demonstrate the existence of a deity. The first of these reasons is that by reason of the self-existence and primity of God, his essence cannot be causable. The virtuous affections and habits and the depraved frame of mind have to be met with. Most atheists do very much interpose them to be convinced by the proofs of a deity that might otherwise be sufficient. 3, since God is a being whose nature is the most singular of all, there must necessarily belong to him diverse things not to be paralleled. 4, the difficulty of such speculations as belong to the contemplations of God's attributes keeps the generality of atheists and libertines from being qualified for such inquiries. In the second section, having premised that the foregoing reasons make it equitable not to expect metaphysical or rigid demonstrations of a deity, but to be content with a moral one, if no better can be had, proceeds of the mediums whereof such a demonstration can be made up, such are the innate idea of a deity, the general consent of mankind, to one of which both may be referred to the Epicurean anticipation, the reproaches or broodings and disquieting terrors of guilty conscience, the fabric and conservation of the world, especially of animals, the nature and property of the soul of man, the laws and its union with the body, the universal providence that directs the affairs of mankind, supernatural effects, whether of good or evil spirits, as the apparitions, actions, oracles, predictions, the petrifactions that God has made himself by true miracles, to which prophecies are reduced. The third section is spent in shewing some of the reasons why the arguments proposed in the second are very unprevalent among the intellectual impediments. The first is that atheists often injuriously attribute to the notion of a deity the fond opinions or rash assertions of unskillful men. Atheists, on the other side, do sometimes no less injuriously father their own errors and mistakes on the notion of a deity. They do not equitably consider the nature of the thing to be proved and the necessity that thence arises that the theory of the divine attribute should be liable to specious objection. They do not duly consider that their own hypothesis is liable to some of the same difficulties and objections, and to others that they cannot solve. The objections are more popular and easy that are to be made against the notion of a deity than the answers to those objections and the arguments which prove that notion. Well, that was the plan, and Boyle certainly thought that the design argument he intended for Section 2 should convince the open-minded. Moreover, he thought such arguments should particularly convince those who were knowledgeable about nature, who knew enough about the details of the world to be impressed by the intricacy of the presumed workmanship. There are, he wrote, positive reasons afforded by philosophy to prove a deity, namely the Cartesian idea, the origin of motion, the use of parts in animals, especially the eye and the valves of the heart, the muscle, and the temporary parts of the fetus. The argument from design, said Kant, always deserves to be mentioned with respect. It is the oldest and clearest and the most accordant with the common reason of mankind. But he pointed out there was a problem with it, a problem which, in fact, had already been pointed out not only by David Hume, but by Boyle's younger contemporary, Charles Blount, who wrote, "Could we conclude anything from miracles, yet we could never thence conclude from the existence of God. For since a miracle is work limited and never implies any but a certain and limited power, most certain and evident it is that from such an effect we cannot rightly infer the existence of a cause whose power is infinite, but at most of a cause whose power is greater. I say at most because from many causes concurring there may follow some work whose force and power is indeed less than the power of all its causes put together, but far greater than the power of any one of them taken singularly. To a large extent, Boyle accepted these points. He notes explicitly that none of the proofs he was prepared to offer amounted to a demonstration of God's existence, and indeed he felt that a demonstration was not possible. A demonstration was typically held to proceed from necessary true premises, often Aristotelian principles, via a valid argument to a necessary true conclusion, and part of what was at issue was whether we should be looking for a demonstration of God's existence or something less, which would nonetheless still be useful in the fight against atheism. To hew the science of a thing, as Pierre de Moulin the elder, two certainties are required. The one is that the thing be certain of itself and unchangeable. The second is that the persuasion which we hew of it be firm and clear. Gassendi agreed, as did Arnauld and Nickel, in the Port Royal logic. The persuasive alternative to the demonstration was sometimes styled a proof, but often people spoke of moral demonstrations as opposed to strict or mathematical demonstrations. Boyle wrote, besides the demonstrations wont to be treated in a vulgar logic, there are among philosophers three distinct whether kinds or degrees of demonstrations, for there is a metaphysical demonstration, as we may call that, where the conclusion is manifestly built upon those general metaphysical axioms that can never be other than true, such as nihil potest simul esse and non esse. Nothing can be both and not be at the same time. There's also physical demonstrations, whereas the conclusion is evidently deduced from physical principles, such as ex nihilo nihil fit, from nothing nothing comes, which are not so absolutely certain as the former, because if there be a God, he may, at least for aught we know, be able to create and annihilate substances. And lastly, there are the moral demonstrations, where the conclusion is built either from some one such proof cogent of its kind, or some concurrence of probabilities that it cannot but be allowed, supposing that the truth of the most received rules of prudence and principles of practical philosophy. And this third kind of probation, though it come behind the two others, is certainly yet in the surest guide, which the actions of men, though not their contemplations, have regularly allowed them to follow. The moral certainty, Locke remarked, is not only as great as our frame can attain to, but as our conditions need. When we look in detail at Boyle's discussion of the various moral demonstrations outlined in his proposed second section, it becomes clear that he fancied some considerably more than others. He often mentions the importance of conscience, but concentrates as far as proofs go on various design arguments or arguments based on the inquiry of the human soul, and arguments involving miracles. Unlike the clerical authors of the time, he pays little or no attention to the arguments from the innate idea of a deity, from the general consent of mankind, or from the universal providence that directs the affairs of mankind. Boyle did not expect his or anyone else's proof to convince most atheists. You need not think it strange that I never pretended to convert resolved atheists, for besides the difficulty in treating clearly and cogently of such abstruse subjects as are many that relate to atheism, the will and affections have so great an influence upon some men's understanding that 'tis almost as difficult to make them believe as to make them love against their will, and it must be a very dazzling light that makes an impression upon those that absently shut their eyes against it. 'Tis not the God's ordinary workers, but by his extraordinary power, that such men must be reclaimed to acknowledgement of his existence, for they that would find the truth, especially in matters of religion, must be diligent inquirers after it, and may be strict examiners of it, but must not be resolved enemies to it. For to such, if it to any, God is a sun that is not to be discovered but by his own light. Miracles. Boyle was aware that most believers held their belief on insufficient grounds, but felt himself fortunate that the sound philosophy showed that the religion to which he was born was the correct one. For Boyle, miracles, in particular the miracle of Pentecost, was a crucial factor in opting for Christianity. The Christian miracles, he felt, clearly bore the stamp of God upon them. There were, he agreed, other miracles or apparent miracles, but the miracles which purported to establish Christianity were neither false nor diabolical, as they were miraculous. Locke believed that Muhammad, having none to produce, pretends to no miracles for the vouching of his mission, but Boyle was aware of the argument that the Quran itself is miraculous in vain the disparity between it and what might reasonably be expected of its author in the absence of divine inspiration. He felt not that this argument was inappropriate, but it failed to test empirically. The Saracens, pressed with the religion being destitute of attesting miracles, replied that though there were no other miracles to manifest the excellency of their religion, yet the Quran itself were sufficient as being a lasting miracle that transcends all other miracles. How charming its eloquence may be in its original, I confess myself too unskillful in the Arabic tongue to be a competent judge, but the recent translations I have seen of it in French and Latin, elaborated by great scholars and accurate eruditions by making it very comfortable to its Eastern original, have not so rendered it, but that person, the judge of rhetoric by the rules of its current in the Western parts of the world, would, instead of extolling it for the superlative, not allow it the positive degree of eloquence, and would think of the style as destitute of graces, as a theology of truth. Boyle does not deny that the style could have been miraculous, and indeed he runs a formally similar argument concerning the apostles and the miracle of Pentecost. The apostles' hearers knew that it was not naturally possible that uninspired persons, and especially illiterate fishermen, should grow able in a trice to make weighty discourses to many different nations in their respective languages. Boyle accepts and indeed uses the form of the Quran argument in its premise he disputes. Boyle is ambivalent about the functions of miracles. Generally, he regards them as being philosophically relevant after we have proof of God in existence, something which his natural theology will afford us. Boyle fastens on two main types of arguments, those involving the complexity of animate beings, particularly very small animate beings, and those which highlight the need to explain the origin and continuing function of natural laws. God must not only sustain God's creatures, Boyle argues, he must also sustain the regularities which we recognize as law-like. Having convinced ourselves of God's existence through the considerations which natural theology makes available to us, and realizing that God is likely to institute a religion to make his nature and requirements known to us, we look to the miracles to see which instituted religion is the correct one. However, though in general Boyle argues that accepting something as a miracle presupposes God's existence, and so miracles are to be used to institute the correct religion rather than to ground its metaphysical basis, he does sometimes urge an argument from miracles which will yield not merely the correctness of Christianity, but the acceptability or religious belief as such. Briefly, we have good historical testimony for the occurrence of the miracles, but miracles are possibly only if God intervenes in nature and thereby exists. Boyle's worldview. The creation of the world. Boyle had a straightforward notion of creation. First of all, God, at a particular fairly recent point in absolute time, made matter. Boyle was an admirer of our Irish St. Austin, James Ussher, Archbishop of Armagh, who famously propounded what seems to us, though not to his contemporaries, to be a very late date for creation. Boyle saw no just reason to embrace their opinion that would so turn to the first chapters of Genesis into an allegory as to overthrow the literal and historical sense of them, and noting the implausibility of the claims of some extravagant, ambitious people, such as the fabulous Chaldeans, who found account reached up to 40 or 50,000 years, held that theology teaches us that the world is very far from being so old by 30 or 40,000 years as they had presumed, and does from Scripture give us an account of the age of the world, that it has set us certain limits within which so long a duration may be bounded without mistaking in our reckoning, whereas philosophy leaves us to the vastness of intermediate duration without any certain limits at all. Revelation gives us truths of which we would otherwise be ignorant, such as the order and time of the creation of the world and the first man and woman, details of truths which can otherwise obtain but very dimly, incogently, and defectively, such as that the world has a beginning, that 'tis upheld and governed by God's general concourse and providence, that God has a peculiar regard to mankind, and a propitious one to good men, and he foresees those future things we call contingent, that men's souls should not die with their bodies, and many other articles of the philosophers as well as the Christian creed. Additionally, there are three hints which lead us to truth we would otherwise miss, such as that whatever men have generally believed, vegetables had their origin independent from the sun, the earth having produced all kinds of plants a day before God made them luminary. Moreover, it is much to recommend many of the things that Revelation discovers to us that they are congruous, and if I may speak to symmetrical to what reason itself teaches us, and this supernatural light does not only confirm but advances and complete the truth discovered by the light of nature. For God has so excellently ordered the discovery he makes of theological truth by mere reason and by the Holy Scriptures that what revelation superadds to reason does both very well agree with it and supply what was wanting to it, that from them both might result as a complete a body of theological truth as it either necessary or fit for us in our moral state. Unsurprising, then, Boyle makes a point of attempting to bring his creation story into line with a literal interpretation of the Genesis story. God, he believes, could have started things off earlier or later, but chose not to. Having created the matter, he broke it up and started moving. Sometimes Boyle says he broke it up by starting it moving, then he gave it laws, since the causal justlings of atoms would not, Boyle thinks, have given rise to the world. Hooke explicates Genesis, arguing for the same ordering. For Boyle and Hooke, that is, a world without laws is not only possible, our world was such a world for a time. In the previous century, Conrad Daspodius held that the comets drift without laws, but by 1686, Leibniz was writing, God does nothing out of order, and it is impossible even to find events which are not regular. Leibniz's point was that just as any random sequence of points will determine a curve, actually an infinite set of curves, but Leibniz only needed to the lesser claim, so as sequence of events will confirm a regular pattern. Generalizing, we might say that just as points under determined equations, so facts under determined theories. It should be noted, however, that Leibniz, as for a number of his contemporaries, not all such laws need to be laws of nature. Mellenbrock, for example, in his dialogues on metaphysics, offered no fewer than 5 distinct types of laws: general laws of the communication of motion, laws of the union of soul and body, laws of the union of soul with God, with the intelligible substance of universal reason. General laws which give good and bad angels powers over body, finally the laws by which Jesus Christ receives sovereign power in heaven and on earth over minds as well as bodies, not just to distribute temporal goods, but to diffuse internal grace in our hearts. Boyle's position is an intermediate one between the claim that some objects or even events are lawless and the claim that lawlessness is impossible. For Boyle, physical objects do exhibit nomological regularities, but this is a contingent fact about the world, or rather, for Boyle was cautious about generalizing about the spatial temporal portion of it we occupy. He agrees, however, that there are laws that are not laws of nature, with the laws of interconnection between body and soul, providing for him an obvious example. The interconnection also provides a clear example of the state which God constantly preserves. After having made matter, started it moving, and given it laws, God then formed the matter into particular structures and shape, including certain seeds. Then he added some seminal principles with formative plastic powers. Boyle does not clearly indicate whether or not these are a special subclass of natural laws affecting matter, or whether they are in some way what he sometimes called supermechanical, though he does point out that there is a mechanism for animal inheritance, then it would seem to require framing intelligent agent. His older contemporary Harvey, much admired by Boyle, was in no doubt about the matter, pouring scorn onto those who talk as if generation were nothing in the world but a mere separation or collection or order of things. I do not indeed deny that to the production of one thing out of another, these forementioned things are requisite, but generation herself is a thing quite distant from them all. All this holds for the corporal universe, as opposed to the 3 sorts of incorporeal creatures God created, or in a case continues to create: angels, evil demons, and human souls, the good, the bad, and the imprisoned. The angels were created before the visible world was half completed, but God creates new human souls daily, and moreover works a physical miracle to attach them to their respective bodies. Sometimes Boyle felt that although humans are made in God's image, they, like other created beings, are at their best but imbrattle and arbitrary picture of the God, their creator. The Christian virtuoso considers the rational soul not barely as it guides the motions of the living engine we call the body, but as a kind of imprisoned angel that bears the image of God and is capable of knowing both ourselves and him, and by consciousness of her being his production, is capable of acknowledging, loving, and obeying him, and referring to his glory all the excellencies she discovers, both in herself and in the body she is united to. By just reference, she is by his goodness in his divine Son made capable of becoming incomparably more knowing than here she is, and eternally happy with him. Okay, I'm going to have to take a break in a second. I got someone coming over, so just keep on reading. Although humans are made in the image of God, they are considerably less clever than the angels, and since it is quite possible that God's primary end in making the universe was to provide a universe for the angels and not centrality for humans, it is thereby quite possible that the universe will be too complicated for us to understand. If God be allowed to be, as indeed he is, the author of the universe, how will it appear that he, whose knowledge infinitely transcends ours, and who may suppose to operate according to the dictates of his own immense wisdom, should, in his creating of things, have respect to the measure and ease of humane understanding, and not rather, if any, of angelic intellects, so that whether it be to God or chance that we ascribe the production of things that way, we may often be fittest or likeness to nature to work by, which is not easiest for us to understand. Hello? So just unmute just make sure the sound's working. We'll finish this up. Okay, so sorry about that disruption. When I do the timestamp later, I'll put that in. So KL or anybody you're still listening, I appreciate you being there. Sorry I had to take a break like that. We presume too much of our own abilities, Boyle wrote in 1680. We imagine that the omniscient God can have no other ends in the framing and managing of things corporeal than such as men we can discover. It follows that while simplicity may often be our best guide as to what working hypothesis to choose, we should not think of it as inevitably a reliable guide to truth. Why did God create the universe in this piecemeal way? What is Boyle's rationale for thinking that God didn't just start off by creating matter in motion with the proper directed velocities and letting it give rise to the present world in its own good time? Or why not suppose that he created the present world as a going concern? Boyle does not tell us, but 2 points stand out. First of all, it certainly fit the fact that Boyle had a very limited view of omnipotence. Here he is, for example, bemused by the swiftness of God's creative ability. As a number of variety and parts of the living body consist of, 'tis highly probable that the lump of stupid matter out of which they were fashioned was contrived into this admirable system, if not in a moment, yet in a very short time. For the sacred story relates that man was not created till about the end of the 6 days of work, and since in one day God created all of the four-footed beasts, wild, tame, and all of the numerous reptiles that creep upon the earth after their kind, 'tis no way improbable that among so great a multitude of different species and animals or living engines that were made in one part of the same 6 day, God should make a human animal in an extremely short time, not to say in a trice. Doing things step by step fairly quickly and with moderate successes was quite enough to excite Boyle's admiration for the Almighty. And though he had certainly read Descartes' principle, in which Descartes remarks explicitly that although God could have let things work their way in a very different initial state to the present world, in fact, God started the world off in medias res, in which it is quite possible that the alternative did not strike him as likely. He was not, after all, a mathematician or even a mathematical physicist. Given this, and the fact that motion was not natural to matter but had to be added to it, it would seem plausible to Boyle that God created matter first and then gave it a push, particularly since the push had to be precisely fine-tuned in order to yield just the world we now have. For that matter is not naturally in motion forms the basis of one of Boyle's criticisms of Empiricus. Boyle takes Epicurus to hold that motion is an innate property of matter. How then, asks Boyle, are we to explain the fact that it is lost or changed as a result of the collision between particles? Additionally, Boyle notices that no system of laws can offer a complete explanation. We also need an account of the initial parameters. But then, since all are logically distinct, why not have them chronologically distinct as well? Secondly, there are perhaps historical reasons where Boyle is conscious of himself as building on past views, and such views typically treated matter as giving rise to the present world, and in the case of some past thinkers, at least as having existed in a constant state for some time before the initiating changes that led to the present world occurred. This notion of a piecemeal creation, that is, fits Boyle's view of God's abilities, fits Genesis and fits the view of previous thinkers. Probably we do not need to look further for an explanation for his adopting such a view. What kind of world is it that God created? God created a material world in time and space, but what kind of matter, what kind of space, what kind of time? As to the matter, Boyle agrees with his contemporaries such as Huygens and Newton that matter is its own nature but one. However, Boyle, cautious as ever, explicitly allows God the possibility of creating matter which is not like ordinary matter and instituting laws which are quite unlike the laws that obtain on earth. His views are worth quoting at length. The world must every way have bounds and consequently be finite, or it must not have bounds and so be infinite. And if the world be bounded, then those who believe a deity, to those nature it belongs to be on infinite power, must not deny that God was and still is able to make the worlds than this of ours. Now, if we grant with some modern philosophers that God has made other worlds, bodies, this is ours, it will be highly probable that this has their display his manifold wisdom his productions vary arising from those within where he admire it, and even without supposing any more than one universe, as all the portion of it is visible to us makes but is part of the vastly extended aggregates of bodies. So if we but suppose that some of the celestial globes, whether visible to us or placed beyond the reach of our sight, are peculiar systems, the consideration will not be very different, for since the fixed stars are many of them incomparably more remote than the planets, 'tis not absurd to suppose that the sun, who is a fixed star nearest to us, has a whole system of planets that moves about him. So some of the other fixed stars may have each of them a center, as it were, in other systems of celestial globes. Now, in case there may be other mundane systems, if I may speak, besides this visible one of ours, I think may be properly supposed that God may have given peculiar and admirable instances of his inexhaustible wisdom in the contrivance of a government of systems, that for aught we know may be framed and managed in a manner quite differing from what is observed in that part of the universe than is known to us. Here on Earth, the lodestone is a mineral so differing in differs affections, not only from the other stones, but from all other bodies that are not magnetical, that this Heraclite mineral scarce seems to be originally of the world of ours, but to have come into it by a remove from some other world or system. Now, in these other worlds, besides that we may suppose that the original fabric into which the omniscient architect first contrived the parts of the matter was very differing from the structure of the system. Besides this, I say, we might conceive that there may be a vast difference betwixt the subsequent phenomenon and productions observable in one of those systems from what regularly happens in ours, though we should suppose no more that than that the two or three laws of locomotion would be differing in those unknown worlds from the laws that obtain in ours. Boyle that is sees three distinct possibilities. The initial setup may differ, that matter involved may differ, and the laws in question may differ. Moreover, the laws as well as the matter could have been formed differently by God and could indeed vary from part to part of the current universe within the universe. Clearly, the case of varying laws and the case of varying matter may run into each other, but Boyle treats them as distinct possibilities and even gives an example, the possibility of combination of conservation and non-conservation probabilities. We can envisage bodies with the power of exciting motion in another body without the movements loosening its own. Were this to be the cause, the resulting phenomenon would be strangely diversifying. Moreover, God may have made a universe or part of the universe which was such that some parts of the matter would be themselves quiescent and determined to continue at rest till some outward agent forced it into motion, while other parts of the matter may have a power of restlessly moving themselves without losing that power by the motion they excite in questions bodies. Nor is it so extravagant a thing. At first, it may seem to entertain such suspicions of as these, for in the common philosophy, besides that the notion and theory of locomotion are but very imperfectly proposed, their laws or rules of it not to say at all established. Boyle does not use the terminology of absolute space and time, but he remarks that God could have made the world earlier, nor was his indigence that forced him to make the world, thereby to make new acquisitions, but his goodness that pressed him to manifest or to impart his glory, and the goods which he so overflowingly abounds with, witness his suspension of the world's creation, which certainly had an earlier date, where the deity capable of want and the creatures of supplying it. Boyle's general view about space and time is that since they are primary and heteroclite, 'tis no wonder that our limited and imperfect understandings should not be able to reach in full clear and comprehension of them, but should be swallowed up with the scruples and difficulties that may be suggested by a bold and nice inquiry into things which there seems to belong a kind of infinity. He also remarks about the world that it is finite, which Boyle allows as a possibility, then 'tis not his place, such as the schools define after the matter of other bodies, since there is no ambient body whose inward surface determines it, and we may conceive it to more several ways, as upward or downwards, and yet not to change place, because, as we just said, it is in none, and all its extreme parts may keep with the same situation in reference to one another. Moreover, there is a rigid and philosophical notion of rest, which for distinction's sake may be called absolute or perfect rest, which imports a continuance of a body in the same place precisely and includes an absolute negation of all local motion, though never so slow or imperceptible in the rigid sense of the word rest. I durst not affirm that there are any bodies at rest in the universe, at least for any long time, but willingly allow it to be made a problem. Whether there be any or no, perhaps I incline to the negative part of the question. Again, Boyle writes, suppose a ball were in motion, and all the world should be sudden annihilated about it, while may not the notion of the ball be continued, there being nothing to stop it, and if it continued, we'd have no motion where the mobile does not quit the neighborhood of some bodies and approach nearer to others. We have then Boyle's view that a body can continue in the same place precisely, that the whole finite universe might move in space, and that God could have created the world earlier than he did. Such views do not at least amount to a rejection of absolute space and time. Boyle's contemporary Leibniz, who did reject absolute space, explicitly drew the conclusion that a finite universe could not move as a whole in space and could not have been created earlier in time. The universe God created then contains a number of finite incorporeal entities for whom the writ of physics does not run, and a number of material entities compounded as far as we are aware of the same matter in every case, set up in space and time independently of them, and subject to a number of God-given laws. Final causes. As per teleology, Boyle wrote an influential treatise called The Disquisition about the Final Causes of Natural Things, which appeared in 1686 in opposition to Epicurus. He argued that there are final causes in opposition to Descartes. He claimed that in many cases we can have epistemic access to these final causes. Though he agreed that we ought not to be presumptuous in these matters, according to Boyle, there are four types of final cause that we can know. First, there's the grand and general ends of the whole world, such as the exercising and displaying of the Creator's immense power. Second, are the ends of nature and motion, the celestial objects of the earth. Third, there are the ends that pertain to the part of the animals. And fourth, there are the human ends. Boyle was quite adamant that there are no ends that pertain to inanimate objects. In particular, he rejects any form of imminent teleology in virtue of which material objects are able to direct their behavior, for inanimate agents act not by choice, but by a necessary impulse, and not being endowed with understanding and will, cannot of themselves be able to moderate or suspend their actions. Okay, God bless. Last Australia. Laws of nature. On a number of occasions, Boyle assures us that God is the author of the universe and free establisher of the laws of motion, whose general concourse is necessary to the conversation and efficacy of every particular physical agent. The trouble is, he seems to have thought that the remark was fairly transparent and is not troubled to explain it to us. Moreover, he tends to use much the same phraseology on other occasions he discusses the issue. It was a commonplace in the time of Boyle, was no stylist. It was obvious at times to Boyle himself, but though even the obsequiousness Budgell remarked that Boyle was too wordy and prolix, in this case, at least he was not wordy enough. It is tempting to suppose that Boyle must have had some reasonable, well thought out view on the question of how God sustains the world. He was, after all, one of the most impatient of thinkers when it came to fake or non-explanations, and he was in general very aware of the danger of letting verbal explanations get in the way of real ones. He objected against scholastics, for example, that to explicate a phenomenon being to deduce it from something else in nature more known to us than the thing to be explained by it. How can the employing of incomprehensible or at least uncomprehended substantial forms help us to explain intangible this or that particular phenomenon? For to say this such effect in effect proceeds not from this or that quality of the agent, but from a substantial form, is to take an easy way to resolve the difficulties in general without rightly resolving any one in particular, and would make a rare philosophy if it were not far more easy than satisfactory. On the other hand, in theology, he was more likely than elsewhere to let things get by, since he was convinced in advance that his theological picture was the right one, and he was used to shifting doubts about theological claims. Writing about himself in the third person as a young man, he speaks of fleeting clouds of doubts which never ceased, now and then to darken and obscure the clearest serenity of his quiet, which made him often say that injections of his nature were such a disease to his faith as the toothache is to the body, for thou is not mortal, 'tis very troublesome. Moreover, he had a well worked out doctrine concerning the limitations of reason, and often points out that we should not fully expect to understand God's working, for God is, after all, a being of a most primary and most singular nature. Furthermore, he was willing to admit the impossibility of our understanding, at least given the present limitations of our intellect, even quite ordinary and lawful law-like matters, the way in which the human soul and body interact. How could God have created the world, and how it is that he can intervene in it? And our matters is mysterious to us, and how the mind and body interact, and that is a total mystery. Sometimes Boyle remarks our ignorance of things has to do simply with our lack of knowledge of the inner or hidden workings of a thing. He offers his, and indeed a century standard example of clocks, which may have various internal mechanisms and produce some outer effect. Thus, he remarks that we in general know that digestion is made of some menstruum of subtle substances in the stomach, though we know not the particular nature of the substance. Sometimes we're able to conceive the modus of a thing so much as in general, or as the possibility of it, abstracting from the positive proofs that such a thing is, as when we cannot conceive how the rational soul can stop or determine the motions of the human body, and in some later cases, our not knowing the modus of a thing is unusually more than a bare ignorance, and inclines us to frame objections against the truth of or existence of the thing, because oftentimes the incomprehensibleness of the modus is grounded upon some things that we conceive to be the case repugnant to the laws or course of nature, or to some dictate of right reason, as in the instance newly mentioned. It seems repugnant to the nature of things that an immaterial substance, not being impenetrable, can resist or reflect the motion of a body. Boyle was impatient with the Cartesian suggestion that we might be able to alter the direction, though not the quantity of motion, not for Leibniz's reason that the notion of quantity of motion required a confusion between momentum and kinetic energy, but for the straightforward reason that interfering with the directed velocity requires a mysterious and interaction as altering the quantity of motion would. He was aware of the Cartesian claim that the rational soul does not give any motion to the parts of the body, but only guide or regulate that which he finds in them already, but that he felt did not really solve the problem, for that interaction was as mysterious as energy introducing one. I do not as little conceive how the motions of the conarian can work upon an immaterial soul as how any other part of the body can do it, nor do I conceive of how immaterial soul can work upon the conarian itself more than it can upon any other part of the body. And he notes that it will not suffice to object that the human will does in these cases not produce any new motion, but only determines the motions of the spirits, and by their means of a locomotive organs, were to put in check at the pleasure to the motion of the body that does already actually move in one line, and determine its motion to continue in another that is perhaps differing from it or even opposite to it. To do this, I say, without opposing to the moving body some other body, which by its resistance and situation may change its former course, is not a mechanical operator. A change in direction, just as much as change in the quantity of motion, is in fact a mysterious and inexplicable if done by incorporeal means, as the introduction of energy into the system would be. Boyle's law. Many of us learn at the school of Boyle that Boyle's law holds for ideal gases and can be summarized as PV equals K, where K is a constant and P and V are pressure and volume respectively. This law does stem from Boyle's work, but it is not what Boyle took himself to have demonstrated. Boyle was arguing specifically against the Jesuit scientist Franciscus Linnaeus, who claimed that ordinary atmospheric air does not have any pressure, a spring, but that its pressure was not sufficiently powerful for it to do all the things it does in fact do. So Boyle decided on an experiment to show the way that in which, as we would say, the pressure and the volume of the air vary when the air is, in Boyle's word, either compressed or dilated. He and his assistant at the time, Robert Hooke, made a J-shaped tube and began to make a few measurements, but were hindered by the prosecuting the trial at the time by causal breaking of the tube. Subsequently, they made another, larger, better piece of apparatus, and taking particular care that the measurement should be accurate, tested the hypothesis that supposes the pressures and the expansions to be in reciprocal proportion. The results are set out with the misprints in two tables, and Boyle's conclusion was that the experimental findings matched the predicted results very well in the case of the compression, less well in the case of rarefaction. Boyle suggested that the divergence from the expected results in the case of the rarefaction may have been due to some little airy bubbles in the quicksilver. So easy it is in such a nice experiment to miss of exactness, he added. Now, what did Boyle take himself to have shown? First, that there is, as a matter of experimental fact, a spring in the air that is not, in the sense in which Boyle understands the term, any longer an hypothesis. It is now obvious from the experimental result what explains or purports to explain the fact that will be a theory or an hypothesis, but the result itself is in no sense an hypothesis, as Boyle said. To determine whether the motion or restitution in bodies proceeds from this, that the parts of a body of a peculiar structure are put into motion by the bending of the spring, or from the endeavor of some subtle ambient body whose passes may be opposed or obstructed, or else is presumed unequally resisted by reason of the new shape or magnitude which the bending of the spring may give the pores of it seems to be a matter of more difficulty than at first sight one would easily imagine it. Wherefore I shall decline meddling with a subject which is much more hard to be explicated than necessary to be seen by him whose business it is not to assign the adequate causes of the spring of the air, but only to manifest that the air hath a spring, and to relate some of its effect. Secondly, Boyle takes himself to have shown that for atmospheric air, within the limits of his experimental setup, the pressures and expansions are in reciprocal proportion, or as we would say, pressures and volume vary inversely. He does not take himself to have shown anything more than this. He does remark that further experiments may show that the relationship holds outside the boundary conditions imposed by the experimental setup, but the experiment he had just made certainly does not show that. What Boyle expressly said was, "Till further trial hath more clearly informed me, I shall not venture to determine whether or no the intimated theory will hold universally and precisely, either in condensation of air or rarefaction. All that I shall now urge being that the trial already made sufficiently proves the main thing for which I here allege it, since by it is evident that as common air, when reduced to half of its wonted extent, obtained near about twice as forcible to spring as it had before, so this thus compressed air being further thrust into half this narrow room, obtained thereby a spring about as strong again as that it had last had, and consequently 4 times as strong as that of the common air." Thus Boyle's law, for Boyle was not a universal generalization about ideal gases, it was a strictly limited claim about common or atmospheric air. Boyle did add there is no cause to doubt that if we had been here furnished with a greater quantity of quicksilver in a very strong tube, we might, by further compression of the air included, have made it counterbalance the pressure of a far taller and heavier cylinder of mercury. But he did not claim that the same ratio between the pressure and volume would hold in such more extreme cases, nor did he claim that there are no limits to the possible compression. It is worth stressing that Boyle had this limited view of his result, for Chapin and Schaefer suggest that the work Boyle undertook in his reply to Linus was done with a specially constructed J-shaped tube in which pressures higher than the atmospheric could be attained. Using this apparatus, Boyle showed that if he compressed air twice as strongly as usual, he could produce twice as strong a spring. He concluded that the process could go on indefinitely, so that there were no limits to the power of the air spring. But Boyle was quite happy not to draw such a conclusion, simply because his experiments did not allow that kind of jump. There are other important ways in which he thought that generalizations about nature might fail of universality. He had a very healthy notion of the complexity of the world and an acute sense of the difficulties to which apparently simple experiments could give rise. In fact, Boyle was one of the first philosophers ever to develop a philosophy of experiment. Boyle's philosophy of experiment. Boyle was one of the first philosophers to develop a philosophy of experiment. His view, which derived in part from Francis Bacon, has many parallels with that of his fellow experimenter Robert Hooke, and this Bacon-Hooke-Boyle philosophy of experiment came to great influence in the development of natural philosophy of the late 17th century. Boyle's view of experiment is best understood in the context of the newly emerging experimental philosophy of the early Royal Society of London in the early 1660s and its precursor groups in Oxford in the late 1650s. At the time, the discipline of natural philosophy was shifting from being regarded as speculative science, like, say, theology, to being an operative or practical science in which experiments played a central role. The first tenet of Boyle's philosophy of experiment is that observation and experiment should have epistemic priority over theory. That is, one should accept only those principles and axioms of natural philosophy that are based upon sufficient observation and experimental evidence, and one should avoid constructing a theory without recourse to observation and experiment. Speculative philosophy commences with principles that are accepted without recourse to experiment, whereas experimental philosophy begins with observation and experiment and only then proceeds to theory. Secondly, Boyle believes that although one should not start one's intrigues from untested principles, one can nevertheless reason upon experiments. Not that I at all disavow the use of reasoning upon experiments or the endeavoring to discern as early as we can the confederations and differences and tendencies of things, for such an absolute suspension of the exercise of reasoning were exceedingly troublesome, if not impossible. It is hardly surprising then to find that Boyle wrote quite extensively on the relation between experimental philosophy and speculative philosophy, and on the usefulness of reason to the experimental philosopher. For example, in a catalogue of his unpublished works dating from 1684, there is listed a work entitled Of Usefulness in Speculation and Experimental Philosophy to One Another. Unhappily, this work no longer extant. Thirdly, according to Boyle, once a theory is constructed, the natural philosopher should be prepared to revise it in the light of new experimental evidence. I would have such a kind of superstructures looked upon as temporary ones. The only things that Boyle will remain certain of are matters of fact. I dare speak confidently and positively of very few things except matters of fact. Fourthly, while Boyle believed the ultimate cause underlying natural phenomenon, he also acquiesced in Bacon's conception of a scale of causes and the need to discover intermediate causes en route to ultimate explanations. There are oftentimes so many subordinate causes between particular effects and the most general causes of things that there is left a large field wherein to exercise men's industry and reason, if they will but solidly enough deduce the properties of things from more general and familiar qualities, and also intermediate causes, if I may so call them, from one another. One such intermediate cause that was of great importance for Boyle is the spring or pressure of the air. Boyle was aware of this quality, was not one of those causes that are the highest in the scale of series of causes, and that he had to contend with its intermediate status. The cluster of doctrines about experiment was set in Boyle's writing within a broader Baconian context, namely the Baconian method of natural history. Baconian natural histories were, in the first instance, vast collections of matters in fact derived from observation and experiment, and which were to provide the foundation for natural philosophical theorizing. In fact, few natural philosophers were able to respect this two-stage process. They are to be distinguished from classificatory natural history that was concerned with describing and classifying natural kinds. Thus, many of Boyle's actual experimental reports are found in works that are natural histories after the style of Francis Bacon. For example, Boyle viewed his famous air pump experiments that led eventually to the discovery of Boyle's law as part of a broader natural history of air. Indeed, the philosopher John Locke, who was also committed to the Baconian method of natural history, edited Boyle's general history of the air and saw it through the press the year after Boyle died. There are two important implications for Boyle's philosophy of experiment that derive from the natural historical context in which it was set. First, it accounts for the fact that many of Boyle's experiments were almost completely divorced from theory. They were experiments that had a life of their own, to use Ian Hacking's felicitous phrase. Secondly, the natural historical context helps explain the very rich typology of experiments that Boyle used. Boyle followed Bacon in distinguishing between luciferious light-bearing experiments that revealed underlying causes and fruitiferous fruit-bearing experiments that produced useful knowledge and technologies. This distinction was widely used in the 17th century. Another type of experiment that derives from Bacon was named for Boyle and was made famous by Newton. This was the crucial experiment, experimentum crucius. He also coined the term explanatory experiment to describe a form of experimentation that includes the devising of new and convenient tools and other instruments for altering the usual state of the common course of things, and for thereby reducing nature to vary her course and afford the inquirers some new phenomena. This is clearly a precursor to the modern notion of explanatory experiment. Boyle was fully aware that some of the central tenets of his view of experiment and his own natural historical methodology derived from the writings of Francis Bacon, but he did not believe that Bacon was the first to practice experimental philosophy. Interestingly, Boyle believed that his approach to natural philosophy found precedence in some of the pre-Socratic philosophers, such as the Greek atomist Democritus and the shadowy Phoenician Moschus, whom he summarized were experimental corpuscularians. Perception and the soul. Two distinct notions of the soul occupied center stage of the 17th century, one stemming from Plato and the Pythagoreans, with the theological trimmings by Augustine, had been given immense prestige by Descartes' championing of it. This view was what Geach had called the savage superstition that man consists of two pieces, bodies and soul, which come apart at death. Geach adds the superstition is not mended but rather aggravated by conceptual confusion if the soul piece is supposed to be immaterial. The second main account, stemming from Aristotle, had been taken over and made Christian by Thomas Aquinas. In this account, the soul was, though incorporeal, not simply a separate bit attached to the body, but was the form of the individual animal in question, whether human or not. Aquinas presented arguments to show that human souls were subsistent in view of various capacities they had, and proceeded from there to argue that the possibility of the continuing existence of human souls in the absence of the body. He was, however, clear that the human person, even when the person in question was Christ in human form, was not merely a soul with an attached body, but was the body informed by the soul. If your soul alone were to survive death, you would not. Bodily resurrection is essential to the survival and immortality of humans. Cartesians and Thomists alike believed that in scriptural grounds that there were actual cases of separated souls, namely the angels, fallen and unfallen, so the possibility that the human soul might itself be subsistent was simply the possibility that it might sufficiently resemble an already accepted ontological group, despite the problems that the substance dualism raises, a number of which presented themselves clearly to Boyle. There was no general problem concerning incorporeal entities, and Boyle felt strong arguments for the incorporeality of the human soul. For Boyle, as for other leading 17th century figures, perception was a matter of information entering the brain as a result of causal interactions between the perceiver and the perceived object. Arriving at the brain, the information was processed by a subsystem or a set of subsystems devoted to presenting it to the cognitive system and to storing it thereafter. The initial processing was done by a system, the common sense that combined the impotence of the various sense organs, and it was then imagined that is an image was formed in the brain, though, as Kepler and Descartes noted explicitly, the image was not literal optical image. That apart 17th century thinkers accepted in general outlined the position which had already been set out in the 13th century by Roger Bacon, who was in turn simply collating the views of earlier Islamic writers on the subject, though of course the details, particularly the details of the causal interaction between percipient and perceived, varied from writer to writer. Imagination was a matter of material things being formed in the brain, but it was held by Boyle and others we have a knowledge of things which are literally unimaginable, that is, they cannot be accurately represented by a corporeal image. In the central nervous system, there were a variety of reasons for this belief. First, it was held that there were things which were too large and things which were too small to be imagined, that is, imaged. Hence, some non-material faculty was needed to account for this ability. Additionally, there are things which are not image-able because they cannot be represented accurately by any physical system. Boyle's stock example in this area, though not his own example, is the incommensurability of the sides of a diagonal of the square. Since the square root of 2 is a rational, no discrete corpuscular system can accurately represent both. But we do have knowledge of squares, therefore we must be employing a non-material system. Also, there were such things as Descartes' Chiliagan, which, while they could be represented physically, could not, as experience shows, be represented accurately by our physical imaging system. Additionally, a familiar Aristotelian point, our ability to abstract to consider universals and not merely particular instances was held to provide further evidence for the incorporeality of the soul and hence for the possibility of at least human immortality. Boyle also noted, as did his contemporaries Henry Moore and the Cambridge Platonists, the occurrence of ecstasies. Boyle, like Moore, took the existence of ecstasy seriously, and accepting the literal meaning of the term, thought that such experiences showed the actuality of non-corporeal out-of-body experiences. Boyle indeed offers the case as a refutation of the Aristotelian view that images are required for human thinking. Locke was cautious on the issue whether that which we call ecstasy be not dreaming with the eyes open. I leave to be examined. Thus, for Boyle, souls were almost certainly Cartesian souls, though, as mentioned earlier, he hesitates about whether or not the human soul may not be a substantial form. Given that souls are incorporeal adjuncts to the body, it follows that they are not materially destructible and that the laws of interaction between souls and body are not of natural philosophy. Why grass looks green is a feature of the world which God decides upon and upholds. His reasons for the decision, says Boyle, were no doubt weighty, but they are, as to us, arbitrary. Now, if our souls are non-material, that demolishes at least one philosophical barrier to belief in an afterlife such as promised by Christianity. Okay, and finally, wrap it up with Isaac Newton. This one's short, and we're going to continue. Next episode will be completely dedicated to Isaac Newton. So this part on Isaac Newton is relatively short, just his biography and overview of his thinking. In next episode will be a deep dive just into Newton and the effects of his philosophy. Isaac Newton. Isaac Newton, 1642 to 1727, is the best known for having invented the calculus in the mid to late 1660s, most of a decade before Leibniz did so independently and ultimately more influentially, and for having formulated the theory of universal gravity, the latter in his Principia, the most important work in the transformation of early modern natural philosophy into modern physical science. Yet he also made major discoveries in optics beginning in the mid-1660s and reaching across 4 decades, and during the course of his 60 years of intense intellectual activity, he put no less effort into chemical and alchemic research and into theology and biblical studies than he put into mathematics and physics. He became a dominant figure in Britain almost immediately following publication of his Principia in 1687, with the consequence that Newtonianism of one form or another had become firmly rooted there within the first decade of the 18th century. His influence on the continent, however, was delayed by the strong opposition to his theory of gravity expressed by leading figures such as Christian Huygens and Leibniz, both who saw the theory invoking an occult power of action at a distance in the absence of Newton's having proposed a contact mechanism between by means of which forces of gravity could act. As the promise of the theory of gravity became increasingly substantiated, starting in the late 1730s, but especially during the 1740s and 50s, Newton became an equally dominant figure on the continent, and Newtonianism, though perhaps in more guarded forms, flourished there as well. What physics textbooks now refer to as Newtonian mechanics and Newtonian science consists mostly of the results achieved on the continent between 1740 and 1800. Newton's life naturally divides into 4 parts: the years before he entered Trinity College, Cambridge in 1661, his years in Cambridge before the Principia was published in 1687, a period of almost a decade immediately following this publication marked by the renown it brought him and an increasing disenchantment with Cambridge, and his final 3 decades in London, for most of which he was master of the mint. While he remained intellectually active during his years in London, his legendary advance is date almost entirely to his years in Cambridge. Nevertheless, save for his optical papers in the early 1670s and the first edition of the Principia, all his papers published before he died fell within his years in London. Newton's early years. Newton was born into a Puritan family in Woolsthorpe, in a small village in Linchester near Grantham, on December 25th, 1642, the old calendar a few days short of 1 year after Galileo died. Isaac's father, a farmer, died 2 months before Isaac was born, when his mother Hannah married the 63-year-old Barnabas Smith 3 years later and moved to her new husband's residence. Isaac was left behind with his maternal grandparents. Isaac learned to read and write from his maternal grandmother and mother, both of whom, unlike his father, was literate. Hannah returned to Woolsthorpe with 3 new children in 1653 after Smith died. 2 years later, Isaac went to boarding school in Grantham, returning full-time to manage the farm, not very successfully, in 1659. Hannah's brother, who had received a master's from Cambridge, and the headmaster of the Grantham school, then persuaded his mother that Isaac should prepare for university. After further schooling at Grantham, he entered Trinity College in 1661, somewhat older than most of his classmates. These years of Newton's youth were the most turbulent in the history of England. The English Civil War began in 1642. King Charles was beheaded in 1649. Oliver Cromwell ruled as Lord Protector in 1653 until he died in 1658, followed by his son Richard from 1658 to 59, leading to the restoration of the monarchy under Charles II in 1660. How much the political turmoil of these years affected Newton and his family is unclear, but the effect on Cambridge and the universities were substantial, if only through unshackling them for a period from the control of the Anglican Catholic Church. The return of this control with the Restoration was a key factor, inducing such figures as Robert Boyle to turn to Charles II for support for what in 1660 emerged as the Royal Society of London, the intellectual world of England. At the time Newton matriculated in Cambridge was thus very different from what it was when he was born. Newton's years at Cambridge prior to his Principia. Newton's initial education at Cambridge was classical, focusing primarily through his secondary sources on Aristotelian rhetoric, logic, ethics, and physics. By 1664, Newton had begun reaching beyond the standard curriculum, reading, for example, the 1656 Latin edition of Descartes' Opera Philosophica, which included the Meditations, Discourse on Method, and the Dioptrics and the Principles of Philosophy. By the early 1664, he had also begun teaching himself mathematics, taking notes on works by Oughtred, Viete, Wallis, and Descartes, the latter via Van Schooten's Latin translation with commentary of the geometry. Newton spent all but 3 months of the summer in 1665 until the spring of 1667 at home in Woolsworth, when the university was closed because of the plague. This period was his so-called annus mirabilis. During it, he made his initial experimental discoveries in optics and developed independently of Huygens' treatment of 1659 the mathematical theory of uniform circular motion. In the process, noting the relationship between the inverse square and Kepler's rule, relating the square of the planetary periods to the cube of their mean distance from the sun. Even more impressively, by late 1666, he had become de facto the leading mathematician in the world, having extended his earlier examination of cutting-edge problems into the discovery of the calculus as presented in his tract of October 1666. He returned to Trinity as a fellow in 1667, where he continued his research in optics, constructing his first reflecting telescope in 1669, and wrote a more extended tract on the calculus, incorporating the new work on infinite series. On the basis of this tract, Isaac Barrow recommended Newton as his replacement as the Lucasian professor of mathematics, a position he assumed in October 1669, 4.5 years after he had received his Bachelor's of Arts. Over the course of the next 15 years as the Lucasian professor, Newton presented his lectures and carried out research in a variety of areas. By 1671, he had completed most of the treatise-length account of the calculus, which he then found no one would publish. The failure appears to have diverted his interest in mathematics away from the calculus for some time, for the mathematical lectures he registered during the time period mostly concerned algebra. During the early 1680s, he undertook a critical review of the classical texts in geometry, a review that reduced his view of the importance of symbolic mathematics. His lectures from 1670 to 1672 concerned optics, with a large range of experiments presented in detail. Newton went public with his work on optics in 1672, submitted material that was read before the Royal Society, and then published the Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society. This led to 4 years of exchanges with various figures who challenged his claims, including both Robert Hooke and Christian Huygens. Exchanges that at the times exasperated Newton to the point that he chose to withdraw from further public exchanges in natural philosophy. Before he largely isolated himself in the late 1670s, however, he had also engaged in a series of sometimes long exchanges in the mid-1670s, most notably with John Collins, who had a copy of De Analyst and Leibniz concerning his work on the calculus. Though they remained unpublished, Newton's advances in mathematics scarcely remained a secret. This period as Lucasian professor also marked the beginning of his more private research into alchemy and theology. Newton purchased chemical apparatus and treatises in alchemy in 1669, with experiments in chemistry extending across this entire period. The issue of the vows Newton might have to take in conjunction with the Lucasian professorship also appears to have precipitated his study of the doctrine of the Trinity, which opened the way to his questioning the validity of the good deal more doctrinal central to the Roman and Anglican churches. Newton showed little interest in orbital astronomy during this period until Hooke initiated brief correspondence with him in an effort to solicit material for the Royal Society at the end of November 1679, shortly after Newton had returned to Cambridge following the death of his mother. Among several problems Hooke proposed to Newton was the question of the trajectory of a body under inverse square central force. It now remains to know the properties of a curved line, not circular nor concentrical, made by a central attractive power which makes the velocities of descent from the tangent line or equal straight motion at all distances in a duplicate proportion to the distances reciprocally taken. I doubt, but not but that by your excellent method you will easily find out what the curve must be and its properties and suggest physical reason of this proportion. Newton apparently discovered the systematic relationship between conic section trajectories and inverse square central forces at the time, but did not communicate it to anybody, and for reasons that remain unclear, did not follow up this discovery until Halley, during a visit in the summer of 1684, put the same question to him. His immediate answer was an ellipse, and when he was unable to produce the paper on which he had made this determination, he agreed to forward an account to Halley in London. Newton fulfilled this commitment in November by sending Halley a 9-folio page manuscript, De Muto Corporeum Ingirum, on the motion of bodies in orbit, which was entered into the Register of the Royal Society in early December 1684. The body of this tract consists of 10 deduced propositions, 3 theorems, and 7 problems, all of which, along with their corollaries, recur in important propositions in the Principia. Save for a few weeks away from Cambridge from late 1684 until early 1687, Newton concentrated on lines of research that expanded the 10 short proposition tract into the 500-page Principia with its 192 derived propositions. Initially, the work was to have a 2-book structure, but Newton subsequently shifted to 3 books and replaced the original version of the final book with one more mathematically demanding. The manuscript for Book 1 was sent to London in the spring of 1686, and the manuscripts for Book 2 and 3 in March and April 1687, respectively. The roughly 300 copies of the Principia came off the press in the summer of 1687, thrusting the 44-year-old Newton into the forefront of natural philosophy and forever ending his life of comparative isolation. Newton's final years at Cambridge. The years between the publication of the Principia and Newton's permanent move to London in 1696 were marked by his increasing disenchantment with the situation in Cambridge. In January 1689, following the Glorious Revolution at the end of 1688, he was elected to represent Cambridge University in the Convention Parliament, which he did until January 1690. During this time, he formed friendships with John Locke and Nicolas Fatio de Dulier. In the summer of 1689, he finally met Christian Huygens face-to-face for 2 extended discussions, perhaps because of disappointment with Huygens not being convinced by the argument for universal gravity. In the early 1690s, Newton initiated a radical rewriting of the Principia. During the same year, he wrote but withheld his principal treatise in alchemy praxis. He corresponded with Richard Bentley on religion and allowed Locke to read some of his writings on the subject. He once again entered into an effort to put his work on the calculus in a form suitable for publication, and he carried out experiments on diffraction with the intent of completing his optics, only to withhold the manuscript from publication because of dissatisfaction with the treatment of diffraction. The radical revision of the Principia became abandoned in 1693, during the middle of which Newton suffered, by his own testimony, what in more recent times would be called the nervous breakdown. In the 2 years following his recovery that autumn, he continued his experiments in chemistry, and he put substantial effort into trying to refine and extend the gravity-based theory of the lunar orbit in the Principia, but with less success than he had hoped. Throughout these years, Newton showed interest in position of significance in London, but again with less success than he had hoped, until he accepted the relatively minor position of Warden of the Mint in early 1696, a position he held until he became Master of the Mint at the end of 1699. Here again represented Cambridge University in Parliament for 16 months, beginning in 1701, the year in which he resigned his fellowship at Trinity College and the Lucasian professorship. He was elected President of the Royal Society in 1703 and was knighted by Queen Anne in 1705. Newton years in London and his final years. Newton thus became a figure of eminent authority in London over the rest of his life, in face-to-face contact with individuals of power and importance in ways that had not known in his Cambridge years. His everyday home life changed no less dramatically when his extraordinary vivacious teenage niece, Catherine Barton, the daughter of his half-sister Hannah, moved in with him shortly after he moved to London, staying until she married John Conduit in 1717. And after that, remaining in close contact. It was through her and her husband that Newton's papers came down to posterity. Catherine was socially prominent among the powerful and celebrated among the literati for years before she married, and her husband was among the wealthiest men in London. The London years saw Newton embroiled in some nasty disputes, probably made the worse by the way in which he took advantage of his position and authority in the Royal Society. In the first year of his presidency, he became involved in a dispute with John Flamsteed, in which he and Halley, long ill disposed towards Flamsteed, violated the trust of the royal astronomer, turning him into a permanent enemy. Ill feelings between Newton and Leibniz had been developing below the surface from even before Huygens died in 1695, and they finally came to a head in 1710 when John Keill accused Leibniz in his Philosophical Transactions of having plagiarized the calculus from Newton, and Leibniz, a fellow of the Royal Society since 1673, demanded redress from the Society. The Society's 1712 published response was anything but redress. Newton not only was a dominant figure in this response, but then published an outspoken anonymous review of it in 1715 in the Philosophical Transaction. Leibniz and his colleagues on the continent had never been comfortable with the Principia and its implication of action at a distance. With the priority dispute, this attitude turned into one of open hostility toward Newton's theory of gravity, a hostility that was matched in its blindness by the fervor of the acceptance of the theory in England. The public elements of the priority dispute had the effect of expanding a schism between Newton and Leibniz into a schism between English associated with the Royal Society and a group who had been working with Leibniz on the calculus since 1690s, including most notably Johann Bernoulli, and the schism in turn transformed into one between the conduct of science and mathematics in England versus the continent that persisted long after Leibniz died in 1716. Although Newton obviously had less time available to devote to solitary research during his London years than he had held in Cambridge, he did not entirely cease to be productive. The first English edition of his Optics finally appeared in 1704, appended to which were two mathematical treatises, his first work on the calculus to appear in print. This edition was followed by a Latin edition in 1706 and a second edition, English edition in 1717, each containing important queries on key topics in natural philosophy beyond those in its predecessor. Other earlier works in mathematics began to appear in print, including work on algebra, Arithmetica Universalis in 1707, and De Analysis, and a tract on finite differences, Methodus Differentialis, in 1711. The second edition of the Principia, on which Newton had begun work at the age of 66 in 1709, was published in 1713, with a third edition in 1726. Though the original plan for radical restructuring had long been abandoned, the fact that virtually every page of the Principia received some modification in the second edition shows how carefully Newton, often prodded by his editor Roger Coates, reconsidered everything in it, and important parts were substantially rewritten not only in response to continental criticisms, but also because of new data, including data from experiments on resistance forces carried out in London. Focused efforts on the third edition began in 1723, when Newton was 80 years old, and while the revisions are far less extensive than the second edition, it does contain substantive additions and modifications, and surely has claim to being the edition that represents his most considered views. Newton died on March 20th, 1727, at the age of 84. His contemporaries' conception of him nevertheless continued to expand as a consequence of his various publications, including the Chronology of Ancient Kingdoms Amended, 1728, the work originally intended to be the last book of the Principia, the Systems of the World, Observations upon the Prophecies of Daniel and the Apocalypse of St. John, 1733, a treatise on the method of fluctuations and infinite series, 1737, a dissertation upon the sacred cubit of the Jews, 1737, and 4 letters from Sir Isaac Newton to Dr. Bentley concerning some arguments in proof of a deity, 1756. Even then, however, the work that had been published represented only a limited fraction of the total body of papers that had been left in the hands of Catherine and John Conduit. The 5-volume collection of Newton's work, edited by Samuel Horsley, did not alter this situation. Through the marriage to Conduit's daughter Catherine, subsequent inheritance, the body of papers came to the possession of Lord Portsmouth, who agreed in 1872 to allow it to be reviewed by scholars at Cambridge University. They issued a catalog in 1888, and the university then retained all the papers of scientific character, with the notable exception of W. Rouse Ball. Little work has been done on the scientific papers before World War II. The remaining papers were returned to Lord Portsmouth and then ultimately sold at auction in 1936 to various parties. Serious scholarly work on them did not get underway until the 1970s, and much remains to be done on them. Newton's work and influence. Three factors stand in the way of giving an account of Newton's work and influence. First is the contrast between the public Newton, consisting of publications in the lifetime and a decade or two following his death, and the private Newton, consisting of his unpublished work in math and physics, his efforts in chemistry, that is, in 17th century blend of alchemy and chemistry, and his writings in radical theology, material that has become public mostly since World War II. Only the public Newton influenced the 18th and early 19th century, yet any account of Newton himself confined to his material can at best be only fragmentary. Second is the contrast, often shocking, between the actual content of Newton's public writings and the positions attributed to him by others, including most importantly his popularizers. The term Newtonian refers to several different intellectual strands unfolding in the 18th century, some of them tied more closely to Voltaire, Pemberton, and Maclaurin, or for the matter of those who saw themselves extending his works, such as Clairaut, Euler, D'Alembert, Lagrange, and Laplace, than to Newton himself. Third is the contrast between the enormous range of the subjects to which Newton devoted his full concentration at one time or another during the 60 years of his intellectual career: mathematics, optics, mechanics, astronomy, empirical chemistry, alchemy, and theology, and the remarkable little information we have about what drove him or his sense of himself. Biographers and analysts who try to piece together a unified picture of Newton and his intellectual endeavors often end up telling us almost as much about themselves as about Newton. Compounding the diversity of the subjects to which Newton devoted time are sharp contrasts in his work within each subject. Optics and orbital mechanics both fall under what we now call physics, even though they then were seen as tied to one another, as indicated by Descartes' first work on the subject, Le Monde. Nevertheless, two very different Newtonian traditions in physics arose from Newton's optics and Principia. From his optics, a tradition centered on meticulous experimentation, and from his Principia, a tradition centered on mathematical theory. The most important element common to these two was Newton's deep commitment to having the empirical world serve not only as an ultimate arbiter, but also as the sole basis for adopting provisional theory. Throughout all of his work, he displayed distrust of what was then known as the method of hypothesis, putting forward hypotheses that reach beyond all known phenomena and then testing them by deducing observable conclusions from them. Newton insisted instead on having specific phenomena decide each element of a theory, with the goal of limiting the provisional aspect of theory as much as possible to the step of inductively generalizing from the specific phenomena. This stance is perhaps best summarized in his fourth rule of reasoning, added in the third edition of Principia, but adopted as early on as his optical lectures in the 1670s. In experimental philosophy, propositions gathered from phenomenon by induction should be taken to be either exactly or very nearly true, notwithstanding any contrary hypothesis, until yet another phenomenon makes such propositions either more exact or liable to exceptions. The rule should be followed so that arguments based on induction may not be nullified by hypothesis. Such a commitment to empirically driven science was the hallmark of the Royal Society from its beginning, and one can find it in the research of Kepler, Galileo, Huygens, and the experimental efforts of the Royal Academy of Paris. Newton, however, carried this commitment further, first by eschewing the method of hypothesis, and second by displaying his Principia in optics, how rich a set of theoretical results can be secured through well-designed experiments in mathematical theory designed to allow inferences from the phenomenon. The successes of these after him in building on these theoretical results completed the process of transforming natural philosophy into modern empirical science. Newton's commitment for having phenomena decide the elements of a theory require questions to be left open when no available phenomenon could decide them. Newton contrasted himself most strongly with Leibniz. In this regard, the end of his anonymous review of the Royal Society's report on the priority dispute over the calculus. It must be allowed that these two gentlemen differ very much in philosophy. The one proceeds upon the evidence arising from the experiments and phenomenon and stops where such evidence is wanting. The other is taken up with the hypothesis and propounds them not to be examined by experiments, but to be believed without examination. The one, for want of experiments to decide the question, doth not affirm whether the cause of gravity be mechanical or not mechanical. The other, that is a perpetual miracle if it be not mechanical. Newton could have said the same about the questions of what light consists of, waves or particles. For a while he felt that the latter was more probable. He saw it still not decided by any experiment or phenomenon in his lifetime, leaving questions about the ultimate cause of gravity and the constitution of light open. Was the other factor in his work driving a wedge between natural philosophy and empirical science. The many other areas of Newton's intellectual endeavors made less of a difference to 18th century philosophy and science In mathematics, Newton was first to develop a full range of algorithms for symbolically determining what we now call integrals and derivatives, but he subsequently became fundamentally opposed to the idea championed by Leibniz of transforming mathematics into a discipline grounded in symbolic manipulation. Newton thought the only way of rendering limits rigorous lay in extending geometry to incorporate them, a view that went entirely against the tide of the development of mathematics in the 18th and 19th century. In chemistry, Newton conducted a vast array of experiments, but the experimental tradition coming out of his optics and not his experiments in chemistry lay behind Lavoisier, calling himself a Newtonian. Indeed, one must wonder whether Lavoisier would even have associated his new form of chemistry with Newton had he been aware of Newton's fascination with writings in the alchemic tradition. And even in theology, there is Newton, the anti-Trinitarian mild heretic, who was not that much more radical in his departures from Roman and Anglican Christianity than many others at the time, and Newton, the wild religious zealot predicting the end of the earth, who did not emerge to public view until quite recently. There's another little cross-referencing themes from one area of Newton's endeavors to another. The common element across almost all of them is that a problem solver extraordinaire, taking on one problem at a time and staying with it until he found, usually rather promptly, a solution. All of his technical writings display this, but so too does his unpublished manuscripts reconstructing Solomon's Temple from the biblical account of it in his pusillanimously published Chronology of the Ancient Kingdoms, in which he attempted to infer from astronomical phenomenon the dating of major events in the Old Testament. The Newton one encounters in his writing seems to compartmentalize his interest in any given moment, whether he had a unified conception of what he was up to in all his intellectual efforts, and if so, what this conception might be, has been a continuing source of controversy among Newton scholars. Of course, were it not for the Principia, there would be no entry at all for Newton in an encyclopedia of philosophy. In science, he would have been known only for his contributions made to optics, which, while notable, were no more than those made by Huygens and Grimaldi, neither who had made much impact on philosophy. And in mathematics, his failure to publish would have relegated his work to not much more than a footnote on the achievements of Leibniz and his school. Regardless of which aspect Newton endeavors Newtonian might be applied to, the word gained its aura from the Principia. But this adds still a further complication, for the Principia itself was substantially different things to different people. The press run of the first edition, estimated to be around 300, was too small for it to have been read by all that many individuals. The second edition also appears in two pirated Amsterdam editions, and hence was much more widely available, as was the third edition in its English and later French translation. The Principia, however, is not an easy book to read, and so one might still ask, even of those who had access to it, whether they read all or only portions of the book, and to what extent they grasped the full complexity of what they read. The detailed commentary provided in the 3-volume Jesuit edition, 1739 to 42, made the work less daunting, but even then the vast majority of those invoking the word Newtonian were unlikely to have been much more conversant with the Principia itself than those in the first half of the 20th century who invoked relativity, more likely to have read Einstein's two special relativity papers of 1905 or his general relativity paper of 1916. An important question to ask of any philosophers commenting on Newton is, what primary sources had they read? The 1740s witnessed a major transformation of the standing of the science in the Principia. The Principia itself had left a number of loose ends, most of them detectable by only highly discerning readers. By 1730, however, some of those loose ends had been cited in Bernard de Bouvier de Fontenelle's Eulogium for Newton, and in John Manchin's appendix to the 1729 English translation of the Principia, raising questions about just how secure Newton's theory of gravity was empirically. The shift on the continent began in the 1730s when Maupertuis convinced the Royal Academy to conduct expeditions to Lapland and Peru to determine whether Newton's claim about the non-spherical shape of the Earth and their variation of surface gravity with latitude are correct. Several of those loose ends were successfully resolved during the 1740s through such notable advances beyond the Principia as Clarence's theory de la figure de la Terre, the return of the expedition from Peru, the Humboldt's 1749 rigid body solution for the wobble of the Earth that produces the precession of the equinox, Clarence's 1749 resolution of the factor of 2 discrepancy between theory and observation in the mean motion of the lunar apogee, glossed over by Newton but emphasized by Machin, and the prize-winning first ever successful description of the motion of the moon by Tobias Mayer in 1753, based on the theory of the motion derived from gravity by Euler, in the early 1750s, taking advantage of Clairaut's solution for the mean motion of the apogee. Euler was the central figure in turning the three laws of motion put forward by Newton in the Principia into Newtonian mechanics. These three laws, as Newton formulated them, apply to point masses, a term Euler had put forward in his Mechanica of 1736. Most of the effort of 18th century mechanics was devoted to solving problems of the motion of rigid bodies, elastic strings on bodies, and bodies and fluids, all of which required principles beyond Newton's three laws. From the 1740s on, this led to alternative approaches to formulating a general mechanics, employing such different principles as the conservation of vis viva and the principle of least action, and D'Alembert's principle. The Newtonian formulation of a general mechanics sprang from Euler's proposal in 1750 that Newton's second law in an F equals ma formulation that appears nowhere in the Principia could be applied locally within bodies and fluids to yield differential equations for the motion of bodies, elastic and rigid, and fluids. During the 1750s, Euler developed his equations for the fluid of motions, and the 1760s, his equations of rigid body motion, which he called Newtonian mechanics, was accordingly something for which Euler was more responsible than Newton. Although some loose ends continued to defy resolution until much later in the 18th century, by the early 1750s, Newton's theory of gravity had become accepted basis for ongoing research among almost everyone working in orbital astronomy. Clairaut's successful prediction of the month of the return of Halley's Comet at the end of the decade made a larger segment of the educated public aware of the extent to which empirical grounds for doubting Newton's theory of gravity had largely disappeared. Even so, one must still ask of anyone outside of active research in gravitational astronomy just how aware they were of the developments from ongoing efforts when they were made their various pronouncements about the standing of science in the Principia among the communities of researchers. The naivete these procurements cuts both ways. On the one hand, they often reflected a bloated view of how secure Newton's theory was at the time, and on the other, they often underestimated how strong the evidence favoring it had become. The upshot is in need to be attentive to the question of what anyone, even included Newton himself, had in mind when they spoke of the science of the Principia. To view the 70 years of research after Newton died as merely tying up loose ends of the Principia or as simply compiling more evidence for his theory of gravity is to miss the whole point. Research predicated on Newton's theory had answered huge numbers of questions about the world dating from long before it. The motion of the moon and the trajectory of the comets were two early examples, both of which answered such questions as how one comet differs from another and what details make the moon's motion so much more complicated than that of the satellites of Jupiter and Saturn. In the 1770s, Laplace had developed a proper theory of the tides, reaching far beyond the suggestion Newton had made in the Principia by including the effect of the Earth's rotation in the non-radial components of the gravitational forces of the sun and moon, components that dominate the radial component that Newton had singled out. In 1786, Laplace identified a larger 900-year fluctuation in the motions of Jupiter and Saturn, arising from quite subtle features of their respective orbits. With this discovery, calculation of the motion of the planets from the theory of gravity became the basis for predicting planet positions, with observations serving primarily to identify further forces not yet taken into consideration in the calculation. These advances in understanding of planetary motion led Laplace to produce 4 principal volumes in his Traité de Mechanica Celeste from 1799 to 1805, a work collecting in one place all of the theoretical and empirical results of the research predicated on Newton's Principia. From that time forward, Newtonian science sprang from Laplace's work, not Newton's. The success of the research in celestial mechanics predicted on the Principia was unprecedented. Nothing of comparable scope and accuracy had ever occurred before in empirical research of any kind. That led to new philosophical questions. What was it about the science of the Principia that enabled it to achieve what it did? Philosophers like Locke and Berkeley began asking this question while Newton was still alive, but it gained increasing force as the success piled in one on another in the decades after he died. The question had practical side as those working the fields like chemistry pursued comparable success, and others like Hume and Adam Smith aimed for a science of human affairs. It had, of course, a philosophical side, giving rise to the subdiscipline of the philosophy of science, starting with Kant and continuing throughout the 19th century, as other areas of physical science began showing similar signs of success. The Einsteinian revolution at the beginning of the 20th century, in which Newtonian theory was shown to hold only as a limiting case of the special and general theories of relativity, added a further twist to the question. For now, all the success of Newtonian science, which still remained in place, have to be seen as predicated on a theory that holds only to high approximation and parochial circumstances. The extraordinary character of the Principia gave rise to a still continuing tendency to place great weight on everything Newton said. This, however, was and still is easy to carry to excess. One need look no further than Book 2 of the Principia to see Newton had no more claim to being somehow in tune with nature and the truth than any number of his contemporaries. Newton's manuscripts do reveal an exceptional level of attention to detail and phrasing, from which we can rightly conclude that his pronouncements, especially in print, were generally backed by careful, self-critical reflection. But this conclusion does not automatically extend to every statement he ever made. We must constantly be mindful of the possibility of too much weight being placed then or now on any pronouncement that stands in relative isolation over a 60-year career, and to counter the tendency to excess, we should be even more vigilant than usual in not losing sight of the context, circumstantial as well as historical and textual, of both Newton's statement and the 18th century reaction to them. Okay, so there you have it, folks. We'll leave it there. It was a lot of information, and we will return to this, saying that hopefully next week, if not the week after, my next space will be completely dedicated to Newton and all of his his Principia, his philosophy, the effect of his philosophy. And that's one of the most important subjects I've covered. I talked about it immensely. And so now finally we're going to go into deep dive in detail. So I'm sorry I've been talking like 7 hours. And I'm just going to wrap it up and say God bless. And we'll see you next time.